On behalf of CSR Times, I welcome you all to the 12th edition of the National CSR Summit and the CSR Times Awards, which are going to be presented today. And they underscore the very importance, the role of CSR in shaping a Viksit Bharat 2047, the dream, the aspiration, the target, which has been given by our Honorable Prime Minister. As we begin the day, we begin by expressing our deep love and respect to our mother nation. I request you all to please rise for the national anthem. आप सभी से निवेदन है अपने स्थान पर खड़े होने के लिए राष्ट्रगान के लिए. Jai Hind. Ladies and gentlemen, in this summit, as we talk about shaping a Viksit Bharat 2047, 100 years of independence which we are going to be celebrating in 2047, I think all of us are aware and very clear that when Honorable Prime Minister talks about Viksit Bharat 2047, it is not just about economic growth, but it is about a holistic growth. It is a growth which is anchored in the very principles of inclusive development, self-reliance, and global leadership. If we take a deeper look, what does Viksit Bharat 2047 means for India? भारत के लिए विकसित भारत 2047 का क्या तात्पर्य है, इसके पीछे की क्या परिकल्पना है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की, उस पर यदि नज़र डालें. He spoken about building a strong India, an India with a powerful economy. And we know that India has recently become the 4th largest economy in the world, surpassing Japan. We are at a $4 trillion economy, and by another 4-5 years, we are going to be at a $5 trillion economy, and 2047, when we are going to be celebrating 100 years of our independence, we should be a $30 trillion economy. But then along with that, along with the economical growth, the Honorable Prime Minister also envisions an India where there are jobs for everyone, where we have skilled people, and where we also are able to extend that talent to the world. We are talking about building a modern India, an India with world-class roads, with trains, with cities, and having a backbone of digital technology. And that is where the Honorable Prime Minister, when he came in 2014, we had the Digital India Mission which was launched, and that has made a huge difference empowering the country. Digitally inclusive India which we are building. Also, an India where every citizen, especially the poor and the marginalized, the underserved, and the other people, whether it is in terms of even bringing in a gender equality, they all get an equal opportunity. An India which is self-reliant, an India which is able to build and manufacture what it needs, and thus cutting on its import duties. An India which is clean and green, using clean energy sources like wind, the hydro, green hydrogen, and other greener fuels, and reducing its pollution. And now if you look into what does Viksit Bharat 2047 mean for the world, it is about building an India which is a trusted global partner. India aims to be a reliable friend of the other countries. India aims to be a Vishwamitra, a Vishwabandhu. India aims to be having greater collaborations and partnerships with the other countries in trade and security, in global decision making, working towards the larger vision which we have, or the principle which we have of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are talking about working with the other nations of the world, and it is one world, one family. India, which is able to work with the other countries of the world in solving issues like climate change, clean energy, digital inclusion, and healthcare for all. India, which becomes the voice of the global south. It represents the other developing countries of the world, and it works in their interest also, promoting their interests, promoting fairness in global rules and systems. India, which is for peace. India supporting peaceful solutions to conflicts and wars and promoting unity over division in global affairs. And India, which is ready to share its innovations, ready to share its talent, ready to share its technology, ready to share its science and manufacturing skills with the world. And this is where India, working with the world, is going to be working towards global good and welfare for all. So that's the deeper vision and mission of Viksit Bharat 2047, which the Honorable Prime Minister has laid for us. And in this summit, we are going to be discussing and deliberating and sharing with each other through CSR, the work which industries have been doing, the social entrepreneurs have been doing, contributing this larger vision of Viksit Bharat. And throughout the day, we are going to be joined by eminent leaders who have been working in this area. They share their experience, they share their views, they share their insights, and they are leaders who guide us. We are going to be shortly joined by Ms. Rekha Sharma, who's the Honorable Rajya Sabha member. She's been the former chairperson of the National Commission for Women, and she has worked in this area, championed gender equality, social justice, and responsible corporate citizenship. We're also going to be joined by Shrimati Smita Bagh. She's the Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha. And as we talk about our global partners with whom, the countries with whom India has been working, enjoys a cordial relationship and various strategic partnerships, that is where we are delighted and honored to have His Excellency Mr. Mariano Agustin Cosino, the Honorable Ambassador of Argentina to India. Not only, ladies and gentlemen, a seasoned diplomat, but he's been the voice of thoughtful engagement between Latin America and South Asia. Please join me as I request him to please grace the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Mr. Mariano Agustin Cosino. Our distinguished guest of honor joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, as I said, as we talk about Viksit Bharat, we have leaders who have been serving the nation, leaders who have been throughout their life, dedicated in fact their life to safeguarding our nation. That is where we have our distinguished guest of honor, Shri Rajendra Singh Ji. I request him to please grace the dais. Whether through maritime vigilance as the former Director General of the Indian Coast Guard, or now in building disaster preparedness and resilience as a member of the National Disaster Management Authority. Pleased to have you here, sir. Thank you. And now I invite another leader, stalwart personality who has dedicated his life to the nation, Air Marshal VPS Rana, our eminent jury member of the CSR Awards, which are going to be presented today. I invite Shri Ravi Shankarji, jury member, CSR Times Awards, an accomplished energy and digital technology business professional. He currently, ladies and gentlemen, is the CEO of the Elite Labs. They're also our partners in success, our sponsors for the event. He's a member of the India Group of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers and the Honorary Society of Indian Achievers Forum, Honorary Secretary of the Indian Achievers Forum, contributing to the industry, academia, and society. And then we have Shri Harish Chandraji from the organizer side, the publisher and the managing editor of CSR Times. He, ladies and gentlemen, along with CSR Times, is also the publisher of many acclaimed publications such as The Travel Turtle and Achievers World. He's also the president of the Indian Achievers Forum, which is a leading platform promoting excellence in socio-economic development, and also an angel investor. So very distinguished leaders present with us here on the dais. And as I said, we are going to be shortly also joined by Ms. Rekha Sharma, by Ms. Smita Bagh, and of course at 11 by Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. As we open the dialogue for the day, I would now like to request Shri Harish Chandra ji, the publisher and managing editor of CSR Times, for his welcome remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So good morning to all of you. It's with great pride and gratitude that I welcome you all to the 12th edition of National CSR Summit and CSR Times Award 2025. Over the years, this summit has grown into a spirited forum where ideas converge, partnerships emerge, and India's CSR journey find its voice. Our journey began more than a decade ago with a simple vision to create a credible platform that brings together the change makers of India's social development space: corporates, PSUs, NGOs, institutions, and policymakers. Since then, CSR Times has hosted 11 successful summits and honored hundreds of outstanding projects that have uplifted communities, bridged inequalities, and built futures. We have witnessed powerful collaboration bloom at these summits between business leaders and grassroots innovators, between government authorities and non-profits, between civil societies and enterprises, where it was building model villages, investing in skilling and education, improving health infrastructure, or revitalizing livelihoods. These initiatives have translated boardroom strategy into real-world transformation. This year, theme, Role of CSR in Achieving Mission Viksit Bharat by 2047, could not be more fitting. As India aspires to become a fully developed nation by 2047, CSR will play a critical role, not just in funding social projects, but in aligning corporate purpose with nation priorities. From upliftment of underprivileged to inclusive education and skill developments, CSR stakeholders are essential architects of these futures. To the CSR Times Award winners, congratulations. You are the torchbearer of responsible businesses, setting benchmark in impact, innovation, and integrity. I was fortunate to be a part of the jury meeting where all the CSR projects evaluated and presented. The kind of innovation or innovative CSR practices being done by you is commendable. Your projects are reminders that profit and purpose are not adversaries. They are companions to the road to Viksit Bharat. A special thanks to our esteemed guest on the dais and our chief guest, Gadkari ji. He will be joining us soon. And our esteemed jury members, participants, and sponsors. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming and making this program a grand success. Let's continue pursuing the boundaries of the CSR can achieve, because in the history of India's development, every thoughtful action matters. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vindi.
Thank you, Hariji, for setting the tone and the context of the summit and also highlighting the very vision and mission with which CSR Times was also instituted, and we are taking that vision forward. And now I request and invite Shri Ravi Shankarji, our esteemed jury member of the CSR Times Awards 2025, to kindly present the summit overview.
Good morning, everyone. Every good initiative, it has a very humble beginning. We have seen in many of the industries and sectors, this initiative of CSR Times also had a very humble beginning about 12, 13 years ago. I am very delighted to be associated with this right from the first summit. And today we are meeting here for the 12th one. And in these 12 or 13 years of organizing this summit, CSR Times has really grown over the years, and the stature of the summit, the quality of participation, the quality of projects that were submitted for evaluation, all of them have improved leaps and bounds. And some of the very, very good projects this time we got in our jury. So the whole credit goes to the CSR Times, led by Mr. Harish Chandra and his team of very enthusiastic young executives. Big hand to them. So CSR has actually, last few years, if I had seen, being a part of this jury, CSR has been undergoing a major transformation. It's becoming more and more professional. I used to recall about 15 or 20 years ago, CSR used to be the companies fund the CSR projects and that's about it. And you have to fulfill a compliance of Government of India and all that. CSR was not really given that much of a focus. Now CSR has become completely professional. The focus is on the purpose. The focus is on the methodology of choosing a project. In fact, companies have explained very clearly as to why they choose a particular project. Or a NGO has given the reasoning as to why they have gone for this kind of a project. So that is the kind of professionalism. And the other area is the impact assessment. None of these projects were just for the sake of implementation it is being done. It is with the focus on how many beneficiaries you cover and how much of impact that has taken place, positive impact on those beneficiaries. This is one major transformation that has taken place. The other aspect I have seen is the social entrepreneurship angle that has come into CSR in the last few years. CSR is, again, just not a project with just the social angle. There is an inbuilt entrepreneurship. The people who present the projects also, there is a vision, there is a long-term goal, and there is an entrepreneurial outlook to a CSR project, which makes them very successful. So it is quite apt that this professionalism and the social entrepreneurship basis for CSR, they become the pillars for a Viksit Bharat 2047. So they are the two key pillars, and keeping that in view, our jury is led by one of the stalwarts of CSR space, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee. He could not be here today due to some last-minute health issue. So he is sending his appreciation and blessings to all the people who have submitted their application and participated enthusiastically in this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we very warmly welcome our distinguished guest of honor, Srimati Rekha Sharma, joining us, the Honourable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and the former Chairperson of the National Commission for Women. Honoured to have you, ma'am, here.
Ma'am, I was just giving a summit overview. I talked about two aspects. One is the professionalism that has come into CSR projects in the last decade or so. And secondly, the social entrepreneurship angle that has come into this. So the vision and purpose with which these projects are implemented is quite commendable and contributing extremely well to the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. So, with this background, the jury led by Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee and others, they're all eminent professionals from different varied fields. And one of the major success of this award event is the kind of quality of projects that have come in. And it really posed major challenges to all the jury members because every one project was competing with the other one, and whom to select was a major issue. So we all felt as jury members extremely delighted to have these kinds of projects, and it provided really a major challenge for us to evaluate and announce the winners. Still, we did go through a proper process. We had 500 inquiries for this, and about 143 applications were received for this award in different categories. There were more than 15, 16 categories. And at the stage one of evaluation, 102 out of 143 were selected. And out of these 102, the jury selected 52 of them as the major, exceedingly good projects. And then we first time invited them on a video call, gave them 10 minutes of a structured presentation, and then the jury asked different questions. And so this is a complete audio visual, very well organized by the CSR team. And based on this video presentation, we actually finally decided the winners in the top two categories. So that's how there was two-stage evaluation that has taken place this time. And on behalf of the jury, we extend our sincere appreciation and thanks to all the participants, and wish you all success in your future endeavors. All these projects were extremely good and highly contributing to the vision of a developed India. And I'm sure that this event is going to be a major success, and we will see winners from different companies, from different NGOs, different foundations and different institutions. And there was overall a very enthusiastic participation. And on behalf of CSR Times, we welcome all of you to this program. And I also thank the distinguished members of the day for this opportunity. And I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for briefing us on the summit and the awards. And as was mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we express our thanks to Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee. He has not been able to join us, but the chairperson of the jury who finally selected the winners who are going to be recognized today. And Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee can be rightly called as the architect of CSR in the country, for he has been instrumental in guiding the CSR policy post the Companies Act 2013. So many thanks to him for selecting the winners of the day. And now we first formally inaugurate our summit, as our distinguished guest of honor, Srimati Rekha Ji, is here with us. May I request you, ma'am, to please light the ceremonial lamp, and we mark the auspicious inauguration of the 12th edition of the CSR Summit and Awards. Would also like to request the Honorable Ambassador of Argentina and all on the dais to please join in this auspicious ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, as we light the lamp, we invoke the blessings of the Supreme Power. And as you can see, each wick which is being lit, it is being passed from one person to another. That represents the sharing of knowledge. And that also reminds me of a line of a very beautiful song, Mile sur mera tumhara to sur bane hamara. तो जो विकसित भारत की परिकल्पना की हम बात कर रहे हैं 2047 की, उसमें सभी का सहयोग विकसित भारत को बनाएगा और इसी की तरफ हमारा आज का ये समिट है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। And as we talk about Viksit Bharat, one of the important consideration towards it is building a safe and a resilient India. That is where we now invite the views and the expressions of Shri Rajendra Singh Ji, an excellent combination of service strategy and sensitivity to social causes, the former Director General of Indian Coast Guard and member NDMA.
Very good morning. Very good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries on dais, esteemed industry leaders, distinguished CSR professional, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of privilege to be part of this 12th National CSR Summit, and I convey my heartfelt congratulations to CSR Times for their relentless efforts to amplify the spirit of corporate responsibility across India and beyond. Over the last 12 years, CSR Times has created not just a magazine, but a movement that reminds us that business thrives only when society thrives. I compliment CSR Times for creating this unique platform where businesses, policymakers, development partners, and communities converge with one shared mission, building a resilient, inclusive, and progressive India. The theme today, the role of CSR in Mission Viksit Bharat by 2047, is aligned with our collective dream of building a developed, resilient, and inclusive India by the time we celebrate 100 years of our independence. We often talk about CSR as statutory obligations under the Companies Act 2013. But friends, true CSR is not born out of compliance, it is born out of conscience. Every rupees you invest in corporate social responsibility is really not a charity. It is a strategic investment in stability, social harmony, and sustainable development. And today, I am here to share with one of the most powerful areas to channel your CSR resources in disaster risk reduction or DRR. We live in a country which is beautiful, but same time it is vulnerable too. Out of 36 states, 27 are prone to disaster. Nearly 60% of area is India's landmass prone to earthquake. 12% of area vulnerable to flood. Over 40 million hectares area is under flood. Out of 7,600 kilometer coastline, 5,700 kilometer coastline is prone to cyclone and tsunami. 60% cultivated land is drought prone. About 15% of area, mostly in hilly area, and Western Ghat is prone to landslide. Around 28,000 small and big lakes in upper Himalayan region. We have identified 7,500, and now NDMA is working with on 200 most vulnerable lakes so that Gulf incident, glacial lake outburst does not happen. Forest fire, cyclone, flood, heat wave, landslide, drought, and increasingly threaten our people, economy, and environment. And here is the hard truth. Every rupee spent on prevention save rupees 10 to 15 on post-disaster relief and recovery. Yet, when disaster strikes, corporate donates often flow generously for relief. But just imagine the impact if even a fraction of that was spent on building resilience before disaster hits. Think that way. When you build a flood-resilient school, you are not just constructing wall, you are promoting dreams. When you are helping set up an early warning system, you are not just installing technology, you are buying time to save lives. And when you invest in training volunteers, you are not creating an expense head, you are building first responder within communities. Resilient societies are the foundation of a stable market, secure supply chains, and confident consumers. Disaster-proof communities are not only good for humanity, they are good for businesses also. Mission Viksit Bharat cannot afford disaster-induced setbacks. Every cyclone, every flood, every earthquake takes us a step back unless we act in advance. Under CSR, mandate businesses to invest a portion of their profit into social good. But enlightened companies see beyond compliance, they see the moral compass and strategic advantage. Your CSR rupees is not expense, it is an investment. It is an investment in a stable, resilient society. It is an investment in protecting your workforce and supply chains. And it is an investment in creating disaster-ready India. And if I talk about economic terms, India loses billions of dollars, almost 50 to 60,000 crores every year in disasters. But the human cost, the loss of life, the livelihood, and dignity cannot be measured in rupees alone. What NDMA is doing as the National Disaster Management Authority under the leadership of Honorable PM, 10-point agenda for DRR, we are relentlessly working on early warning, strengthening early warning system for all, which is we are aligned with Sendai framework, SFDRR, and G20. Mainstreaming disaster resilience into a development planning, promote community-based disaster preparedness, build climate-resilient infrastructure, empower vulnerable groups, foster technology-led solutions like AI and space-based risk monitoring. We have flagship initiatives such as Abda Mitra scheme, training thousands of community volunteers as first responder. In 2021, we have started this scheme, and we are happy that in 2024, we have trained almost 1 lakh volunteers in 350 most vulnerable districts. On successful of this scheme, we have launched another Yuva Abda Mitra scheme for 2,50,000 school and college going children and NCC, NSS, NYKS, and Bharat Scout and Guide. And that scheme is already started. By 2026, we are going to add 250,000 more volunteers in Abda Mitra, Yuva Abda Mitra at community level. We have started with urban flood risk mitigation project for major cities, 7 major cities, and 11 more cities. The project is already been approved. The school and hospital safety program, we are taking regular basis, and we have till now NDMA has issued 38 guidelines, especially on heat wave, landslide, lightning, earthquake. You name any disaster, you'll find a guideline on that. And we are extensively working on these guidelines with the society, with the state, and with districts. We are collaborating with IMD, CWC, Space Agency for better forecasting, integrating Common Alert Protocol, that is CAP, for uniform early warning across India. And very shortly, we will, within 2 months' time, we are going to have cell broadcasting all over the India. And I will request all of you to download NDMA Sachet app, if you have not downloaded till now, Sachet app, so that you will be aware what is happening in your area. There are a lot of successful schemes we have launched, we have completed, like NCRMP, National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Scheme, where we have built 800 cyclone shelters, we have underground cabling, we have built roads, we have built bridges, and that's why we were able to rescue and evacuate lakhs people during cyclone. And just remember in 1999, where 13,000 people we have lost in Paradeep cyclone, and now we are talking in 2025, Biparjoy. There are so many cyclones last 5-6 years, most 10 to 12 cyclone, and the loss of life is almost zero, or we have reached to single digit. Finally, not taking too much of time, I will share my 3 points takeaway with my audience and my 3 Ps. My first point is prioritize prevention, pre-build before you rebuild. As the wise man always said, the best defense is a good offense. Let's focus on building safer, stronger infrastructure before disasters strike. Cyclone-resilient homes at coastal zones, earthquake-safe school and hospital in seismic area, flood mitigation measure in vulnerable urban centers. And this is, I call, people-centric approach. Until unless we don't keep people in mind, we will not be able to do justice with our communities. My second P is partner for preparedness. Resilience is a shared responsibility. No single entity can build resilience alone. We need partnership. Partnership with corporate, NGO, civil society, government agencies, academia, local communities, and so on. And this is, I call, Team India approach. We have to come together, all together, and move. And this example we have seen during Silkara Tunnel. 22 government agencies working under one roof, working on one table, and we were able to rescue those workers from the Silkara Tunnel. This is the Team India approach, and we have, and through CSR, you can empower program like Abda Mitra, where 10 volunteers become first responder in their own village and own town. Imagine the multiplier effect when businesses and government agencies work hand in hand to prepare communities. Together, we can ensure that when nature tests us, we stand ready, shoulder to shoulder. And this is Team India approach. I'll request all of you to join us for this mitigation program, which we have already taken up for forest fire, for landslide, for GLOF, and other mitigation program. I will request all my business partners to come and join us, and recovery and reconstruction program also. My last P is promote people-centric resilience, leave no one behind. Disaster always discriminate. The poor, the marginalized, the women, children, elderly, and person with disabilities bear the first brunt. Your CSR initiative must uplift those who lack resources to protect themselves. Livelihood support for vulnerable families, awareness program in school and communities, skill building for safer constructions practices, inclusive and disabled-friendly DRR measure. When resilience starts from the grassroots, society becomes unshakable from the ground level. And this is I call community-centric approach. If all three, people-centric, Team India, and community-centric approach, if we adopt, I think we are going to move in a much better way towards 2047. Finally, I urge you to remember CSR is not corporate social responsibility alone. It is a corporate social resilience. Disaster resilience is a business resilience. Investing in resilience is investing in stability. It is about creating a society where early disaster-prone village has trained volunteers, every flood-prone town has early warning, every child school is a safe haven, and every vulnerable community feels protected. This is how the businesses can truly pay back to society, not through episodic aid, but through systematic strengthening. Thank you very much for patient hearing. God bless you all. And I wish CSR all the very best for coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your profound message and profound thought on being proactive, being prepared towards building disaster-resilient communities, and it stands good for businesses, for people, and for our planet. And also highlighting the various NDMA activities, the Sachet app, which you spoke about, and giving a clarion call to the businesses to be joining hands in building a resilient India. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about Argentina, Argentina is not just known and popular because of Maradona or Messi and football, but it is also a country which is rich in culture, vibrant economy, and then strong commitment to global cooperation. And as we're talking about India being the Vishwa Bandhu and working with the other countries of the world, that is where we look forward to the address of our Honorable Ambassador of Argentina present with us. Please join me as I request and invite His Excellency Mr. Mariano Augusto Cosino to kindly address this gathering.
First of all, thank you very much for this kind invitation to be able to deliver a message in the name of the Argentine people and the Argentine government. And congratulations to the organizers and all the people here, Member of Parliament, thank you very much. It is, as you know, we have last week the visit of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi to my country, to Argentina. It was a great success. We are extremely glad about that opportunity. It is the first time that a Prime Minister of India has come to Argentina in a bilateral visit in the last 57 years. The last time that happened was with Indira Gandhi in 1968. After that, some other Prime Ministers of India went to Argentina and other countries in the region, but for summits, not for bilateral talks. So it was a great opportunity, and we are very thankful to the Indian government for this opportunity. I can tell you, I have been here in India for just 1 year. I arrived 1 year ago, a little more. And we are having the opportunity to witness the great success you are having, how you are thriving in this country. You have become the 5th largest economy, or I think maybe you are 4 now, it depends, 4. I think you surpassed the number 4, so it's number 5, so you're number 4. But the important thing is that you are going to be the number 3 in a few years, in 3, 4, 2 years. By 2030, you will be the 3rd largest economy in this world. So that means that India is going to have the role in the international stage according to the scale of its population, the most populated country in the world, according to the role that the leadership is attributing to this country. And so we think that we are extremely honored to be able to witness this journey you are doing to 2047 to become a developed country and to be a successful, much more successful country. So that's why I think you are going to have great discussions during these sessions on this objective. Allow me to just a few minutes to mention India and Latin American countries have great complementarity in terms of economy. In the case of Argentina, we have a 5 billion trade relationship. We are number 1 provider of soybean oil here to this country. We are number 3rd in terms of sunflower oil. Argentina is a country that has huge reserves of lithium. There are some investments, important investments of Indian companies in the north of Argentina, in a state called Catamarca. We are working very good on that. Argentina has cooperated with India in terms of nuclear technology, and we have the opportunity to cooperate in terms of energy. Argentina is a country that can be not only a food provider, a provider of food security, but also a provider of energy security. Argentina is a country that you are the 7th largest country in the world. We are number 8. But the difference is that we have only 50 million people, which in terms of India is nothing for you. And so the complementarity of the two countries is very important. So we are working very good in this field, but there are also some things that are not just economy, which are the shared values that we have. We are 2 democracies. We believe in limited government, and we believe in the dignity of human life. That's why all this we are saying is not worth if we don't give security to our people. So that's why, as we had suffered terrorism in the 90s, we had 2 terrorist attacks in Argentina, one in 1992 against the Israeli embassy and one against a Jewish community center in Buenos Aires. In the 2 acts combined, we lost more than 100 innocent people. So we know what terrorism is. And that's why when this terrible attack that happened on April 22 in Kashmir, that's why we were among the first countries to convey a message of solidarity and strong support to India, to the Indian government, to the Indian people, and we want to express this with no doubt that India has the right to protect its people, protect its territory. So that's, we are with you on that field, and we are convinced of this situation. So let me conclude my words saying that I am extremely glad to be able to be invited here, and we are observing this transformation that you are doing to the economy of the country, In the visit of the Prime Minister, there were talks very interesting about the success that India has achieved in deregulating the economy and open the economy to a free market economy. We are doing the same in Argentina after many years of decline of extremely strong government control to the economy, and this experience is very valuable for us. Once again, thank you very much to CSR, and I wish you have a great success in these talks and in this opportunity. Thank you, and once again.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for sharing with us your views on India-Argentina relations, and especially towards our shared views and shared values, working for growth, sustainability, working in the areas of innovation, and then building more safer countries. Thank you for sharing your solidarity with India. Yes, both the countries have suffered for long on this terrorism, and thank you for standing with India. Thank you very much. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this very important session, and shortly we have Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji joining us, but we express our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to our distinguished speakers of this session. And I would like to request Harish Chandra ji and Ravi Shankar ji to kindly present the memento, and then also a small token of our gratitude by presenting the plant, our commitment to sustainability. So thank you to Srimati Rekha ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am is going to be addressing us in the session where Shri Nitin Gadkari ji is going to be joining us. But we thank her for our presence. We thank her for supporting us. We thank her for being with us in this very vision and mission of CSR Times. Thank you to Honorable Ambassador of Argentina. Thank you to His Excellency Mr. Mariano Agustin Cosino. And thank you to Shri Rajendra Singh ji, the former Director General of the Indian Coast Guard and member NDMA. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close this session, and as we eagerly await for Shri Nitin Gadkari ji for joining us, I would like to request Shrimati Rekha Sharma ji, the Honourable Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha and the former Chairperson National Commission for Women, to kindly share her views on this occasion.
Good morning, and let me congratulate to the organization for organizing such a beautiful event today. Thank you, CSR, for inviting CSR Times for inviting me on this occasion. We have with us His Highness Mr. Marino Augustin, who is ambassador of Argentina to India, and I must thank him also and his country for standing by us, by India, on this issue of terrorism, which is, I think, issue of every country now, because and I must thank him for speaking in so many words and standing by us. Shri Rajendra Singh ji, who is member National Disaster Management Authority, former Director General of India Coast Guard, and Shri Ravi Shankar ji, jury member CSR Times, Shri Harish Chandra ji, publisher and managing editor. We have very important issue to talk about today, and the issue is what is the role of CSR in Viksit Bharat 2047. And as we know that Viksit Bharat 2047 is not only government project, it is also national resolve. We all have taken a resolve to make our country Viksit by 2047, and in this, if people like us all sitting here are part of it, the journey to the Viksit Bharat will be easier, and I must thank you all for contributing towards it. This dream was started by our Honorable Prime Minister, and we all joined in. He is the one who showed us the path that yes, India is not now the country which was shown earlier in the media, like people are walking with the elephant and snakes on the road and not developed at all. We never dreamt before that. Before 2014, we never dreamt that India will be third largest country, third largest economy in the world, and now going to be in few years, maybe in few years, we will be the third. We are fourth now. So CSR has a big role in making country develop, and we must talk about it, how CSR funds can contribute to the nation to be developed. So when we are talking about development, we must talk about inclusivity. We have to be, wherever our funds going, we must add them and think about inclusivity where all we are spending. Self-resilience is another thing, that we make our country self-resilience, self-reliant. That is what our Prime Minister also speak, that we must be self-reliant. We should not be looking for other countries to make us develop. We should all work together. And local businesses, we should all help local businesses to get developed, especially small businesses, handhold them. Your funds can handhold them. Women entrepreneurship is a big thing now coming up. Startup India has seen that women are coming up to start their small businesses. So CSR fund can contribute a lot, where the handholding of women who wants to start their own business can play a big role in that. You people have huge responsibility to make women entrepreneurs self-reliant, make women self-reliant. And because I was heading NCW for 9 years, I know that how women who are not financially independent suffer, not only on economic front, but also in domestic front, if they are not earning. So we must take forward every woman. If we are talking that we need to grow our GDP, unless 50% of population are contributing towards GDP, we will not be able to fulfill our dreams. We need to bridge our gaps. We need to reach to the last mile. People who are sitting at the helm should go deeper in the society, handhold those who are not, who are less fortunate. We must skill them. so that they also learn to be part of our GDP. They also learn how to start their business, how to grow with us. So we should reach to the last mile, and many of the companies are doing, because I'm also in some committees. We are continuously talking to the people who are giving CSR funds and doing very good job. Like SBI is doing a great job, GAIL is doing a great job. There are private companies also which are doing good job. But I must say that CSR responsibility is one thing, and voluntarism of CSR is also another thing. You have responsibility for 2%, but if you can, spend more on this CSR, I think companies should go forward, and many of you are already spending more than 2%. We have talked to committee meeting, we have talked to some banks, and we have seen that they are working towards CSR and spending more. What I think our honorable chief guest is here.
देवी सजनों, आप सभी की करतल ध्वनि के बीच कृतज्ञता की गहरी भावना के साथ अति सम्मानपूर्वक स्वागत करते हैं आदरणीय श्री नितिन गडकरी जी का, हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय सड़क परिवहन मंत्री, अ मैन हु वॉक्स द टॉक, और एक ऐसे आउट ऑफ बॉक्स थिंकर जिन्होंने भारत के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट को स्पीड, स्केल, सस्टेनेबिलिटी प्रदान कर रूपांतरित किया है, और एक ऐसे नेता हु इज़ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग ऑन कमिटमेंट, जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, और जब करते हैं तो इतिहास रचते हैं। आदरणीय श्री नितिन गडकरी जी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत।
मैं नितिन जी का स्वागत करती हूँ। ये हमारे आई थिंक इनके काम को देखकर हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा है, और हम सब जानते हैं पिछले 11 सालों से जो इन्होंने काम किया है, देश का स्वरूप ही बदल दिया है। सो बिग हैंड फॉर हिज वर्क एंड फॉर हिज एफर्ट टू चेंज इंडिया। So I was talking about bridging the gaps, supporting the last mile people who are not so fortunate. Now, I think where all you can spend your money in these CSR funds, some key initiatives which you should be taking, and you are taking in, like in education, healthcare. So country these days, especially India, is now working towards making health initiative in health industry. And as you know that our Prime Minister is always talking about healthcare and nutrition. We have many projects on these, so you people can work on that. Education is another thing where we are working towards educating every individual, and many states have now reached 100%, and we need to work more towards it. Women and youth entrepreneurship is another field where you can spend and you can put in your money from CSR funds. Sustainability, renewable energy is another thing where our country is marching ahead, especially solar energy, wind energy. I think India is a leader in this renewable energy, and you should all put your efforts in that. Cleanliness is a very big thing, and Swachh Bharat, our Prime Minister is always talking about Swachh Bharat, but one thing I have noticed, and this is from my heart, that you people should, participate in cleanliness, especially around the railway tracks. Because whenever we travel by train, we look out and we see that the place outside the tracks are not so clean. So if you can, handhold railways in this cleanliness drive, I think we can make our India beautiful. Especially people who are traveling to India, they are traveling by trains also, and when they look outside, it is not so beautiful what we are thinking to make it. So you should participate in that also. There is one thing which I must say, that you can adopt districts to make a district a leader in every phase, this thing, whether it is business, cleanliness or anything. If you people and your companies can handhold one district, or you can take one district, adopt one district at one time, and in few years you can make it as a leader in everything. So it will be a very good initiative. There are case studies where CSR has done very, very well, like Tata Trust has done in cancer care, Reliance has worked very hard in sports and health, Infosys in digital literacy. So I think everybody can take their own, pick your own interest and work and reach to every nook and corner. Together, I think we can change India into a beautiful country. We are all working already, but our dream to make it Viksit by 2047 will only be possible when we all work together. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम आपके विचारों के लिए और सभी को इंस्पायर करने के लिए कि CSR के माध्यम से वे विकसित भारत की परिकल्पना को साकार करने में अपना योगदान दें। और देवी सज्जनों, जिस विषय पर हम चर्चा करते आए हैं, विकसित भारत 2047, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो परिकल्पना है, उसके तहत हम सभी इस बात से एग्री करते हैं कि एक ऐसे भारत के निर्माण की परिकल्पना है, आकांक्षा है, अभिलाषा है जो समृद्ध हो, जो समतामूलक हो, सतत विकासशील हो, जहाँ पर विकास भी हो, विरासत भी हो, हमारे नैतिक मूल्यों का सम्मान भी हो, वैश्विक स्तर पर हम विश्व बंधु बने, इसके साथ साथ हमारी प्रतिभा, हमारे टैलेंट को हम विश्व तक ले जा सकें, हम समाधान करता हों। और इसमें CSR के माध्यम से जो हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं, उद्योग हैं, वो कैसा योगदान दे सकते हैं, उसके ऊपर चर्चा करते हुए we are extremely grateful and honored to have Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, who is one of the tallest and the decisive leader of the government of India, and he is always advocated for public-private partnership in nation building, be it in infrastructure development or community development or Swachh Bharat की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, या हम green energy की तरफ move करने की तरफ, इसमें he has always advocated and promoted the industries, the businesses coming together towards shaping the Viksit Bharat. सरकार और उद्योगों की साझेदारी के साथ हम एक विकसित भारत का निर्माण कर सकते हैं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं, आभार व्यक्त करते हैं आदरणीय श्री नितिन गडकरी जी को। और इसके लिए मैं निवेदन करती हूँ सबसे पहले श्री हरीश चंद्र जी को कि सभी की तरफ से एक पौधा भेंट कर आदरणीय श्री नितिन गडकरी जी का आप स्वागत करें। रविशंकर जी से भी मैं निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप एक विशेष स्मृति चिन्ह, ये मेमेंटो भेंट करें। और एक विशेष पोर्ट्रेट श्री नितिन गडकरी जी का एक आर्टिस्ट ने बनाया है और CSR टाइम्स की तरफ से हरीश चंद्र जी आदरणीय श्री नितिन गडकरी जी को भेंट करते हुए, ये हैंडमेड स्केच है, पोर्ट्रेट है। और हमारे साथ मंच पर अब गोपी कृष्णा जी, जो विशेष रूप से अपना आभार व्यक्त करते हुए ये कार्डमम से, इलायची से बनी हुई ये माला भेंट करते हैं। And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to invite here on the stage Ms. Smita Bagh to please join us and please grace the dais. Honorable Member of Parliament, जिन्हें आज सम्मानित भी किया जाएगा, Honorable Member of Parliament, लोक सभा। वीपीएस राणा जी से या मार्शल वीपीएस राणा जी से मैं निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप उन्हें पौधा भेंट कर उनका स्वागत करें। ये विशेष स्मृति चिन्ह मेमेंटो And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite a leader who not only envisions change, but who drives it with unmatched speed and scale. Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. I request him to please address the congregation.
मेरी सहयोगी श्रीमती स्मिता वाघ, मेंबर ऑफ नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट आदरणीय राजेंद्र सिंह जी, डॉक्टर भास्कर चटर्जी, श्री राणा जी, श्री रविशंकर जी, श्री हरीश चंद्र जी, उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर और सभी भाई और बहनों, सबसे पहले मैं 12th नेशनल कॉरपोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी समिट में आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं। ये एक ऐसा कानून है कि पिछले अनेक सालों से हमारे देश के सामाजिक आर्थिक चित्र बदलने में इसके कारण बहुत उपयोग हुआ है। हम जो समाज में पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ द सोसाइटी है, तो समाज से जो हम कमाते हैं कुछ प्रमाण में हमने हमारे समाज को उसको लौटाना चाहिए। ये बेसिक प्रिंसिपल इस कानून का था। हमारे एक गीत था, चलो जलाए दीप वहाँ जहाँ अभी भी अंधेरा है। समाज के ऐसे अनेक सेक्टर्स हैं जहाँ हमारे समाज के ही भाई और बहनें सामाजिक आर्थिक शैक्षणिक दृष्टि से पिछड़े हुए हैं और हमारे पॉजिटिव प्रयासों के द्वारा हम उनके जीवन को बदल सकते हैं। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से मुझे ज़्यादा खुशी इसलिए है कि मैं पिछले 35-40 साल से सामाजिक क्षेत्र में ही ज़्यादातर काम करता हूँ। एक बात ज़रूर है कि इस कार्य को उतनी प्रसिद्धि, पब्लिसिटी और लोगों के नज़रों में जितने उड्डान पुल, टनेल्स, ब्रिजेस या पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटीज़ को मिलती है, उतना ये पॉजिटिव कंस्ट्रक्टिव वर्क को नहीं मिलती। सबसे पहले मुझे याद है कि इसमें कितने लोगों का जीवन बदला है। मैं मंत्री तो वैसे रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट का हूँ, पर मैं 80% काम रूरल ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में काम करता हूँ, एग्रीकल्चर में काम करता हूँ। और मुझे इतना कोई उसमें विद्वान नहीं हूँ, पर मुझे 13 डिलीट्स मिली है, डॉक्टरेट्स मिली है, और उसमें से 6 डॉक्टरेट कृषि विज्ञान में मिली हुई है। और मैं जिस क्षेत्र से आता हूँ वो नागपुर और विदर्भ जो है वो उसका एक अलग इतिहास है कि पिछले अनेक सालों से हमारे यहाँ 10,000 किसानों ने आत्महत्या की है। और आत्महत्या का कारण यही है कि पानी की कमी। हमारे देश में उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल, इन सभी राज्यों में पानी के बारे में कोई समस्या नहीं है, क्योंकि यहाँ नदियों में पर्याप्त पानी है। पर हमारे क्षेत्र में पानी की समस्या गंभीर है और इसलिए जो वाटर कंजर्वेशन में अनेक संस्थाओं के CSR मिलने के कारण मेरा भी एक NGO है और हम पिछले 10 साल से काम कर रहे हैं। कंसेप्ट बहुत छोटा सा था कि दौड़ने वाले पानी को चलने के लिए लगाओ, चलने वाले पानी को रुकने के लिए लगाओ और रुके हुए पानी को ज़मीन को पीने के लिए लगाओ। गांव का पानी गांव में, खेत का पानी खेत में और घर का पानी घर में। अब ये छोटे से कंसेप्ट में मैं जब रोड मिनिस्ट्री का मंत्री बना तो हमें रोड के लिए एग्रीगेट लगता है, मिट्टी लगती है, तो हमने नदी नालों का खोलीकरण, रुंदीकरण किया। जो तालाब थे, जो इरिगेशन के डैम थे, उसकी मिट्टी जो थी, जो एग्रीगेट था, वो बाहर निकाला और वो रोड में यूज़ किया। तो ये काम हमने फ्री ऑफ चार्ज करके दिया। हमारे यहाँ पंजाबराव कृषि विद्यापीठ एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी अकोला में है, वहाँ मैंने 36 तालाब बना के दिए। ऐसे 1000 तालाब बने। आप आश्चर्य देखिए कि इस यूनिवर्सिटी में 350 एकड़ ज़मीन जो पानी के नीचे थी, ये तालाब बनने के बाद वो 3500 एकड़ ज़मीन इरिगेशन में आई और आजू बाजू के 4-5 किलोमीटर में भी पानी आया और उसके कारण वहाँ के किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ी। अजिंठा ये बहुत प्रसिद्ध है, जगह प्रसिद्ध लेने हैं, केव्स है, और वहाँ बुल्ढाना से अजिंठा एक रोड था। वहाँ इतनी पानी की किल्लत थी कि 17,000 जो धनगर कम्युनिटी के लोग रहते थे, वो जब मार्च अप्रैल में आता था तो वहाँ छोड़कर, एरिया छोड़कर निकल जाते थे क्योंकि पानी नहीं था। वो बुल्ढाना से अजिंठा रोड हमने बनाया, मुझे बनाने का मौका मिला। पूरे नदी नालों का खोलीकरण, रुंदीकरण हुआ, लेक बने। अब 17,000 लोग माइग्रेट नहीं होते, वही रहते हैं। तो एक बात वैसे कम से कम 60-70 प्रोजेक्ट करने का अवसर मुझे मिला। तब मेरे ध्यान में आया कि ये पॉजिटिविटी के साथ, और ये सब काम इसलिए हो सका कि ये काम को देखकर धीरे धीरे अनेक संस्थाओं ने CSR में मदद की, जिसके कारण ये काम हो सका। और कुछ काम जो था वो NHI को मिट्टी लगती थी तो फ्री ऑफ चार्ज उन्होंने कर दिया। तो उसके कारण वहाँ का सोशियो इकोनॉमिक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन बदल गया। ये बदल सकता है। मैं एक प्रकल्प चलाता हूँ जिसमें जो रेडीमेड गारमेंट बनते हैं उसकी कतरन आती है, उसके कारपेट बनाते हैं, और वो कारपेट जो है इतने सुंदर है कि मैं कोई किसी को प्रेजेंट देता हूँ, उसको पूछता हूँ आपको दिया है? हाँ, आपको भी दिया है। तो मैं पूछता हूँ इसकी कीमत कितनी है, तो कोई बोलता 5,000 रुपये, 10,000 रुपये। वो बनता है केवल 400 रुपये में और बेचते हम 500 रुपये में। तो वो 1500 महिलाएं प्रशिक्षित हुई और अब उनको अच्छा काम मिला, 15,000 रुपये महीना मिलता है। वो साड़ियाँ बनाने लगी। बहुत सी ऐसी बातें हैं कि हुनर है, पर शुरुआत में उनको कोई मदद की आवश्यकता होती है, और सामाजिक दायित्व और सामाजिक जिम्मेदारी के भाव से अगर संवेदनशीलता, सामाजिक संवेदनशीलता, सोशल सेंसिटिवनेस अगर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के साथ निर्माण होता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग थोड़ी बहुत मदद से इन लोगों के जीवन को बदल सकते हैं। चाहे एजुकेशन सेक्टर हो, चाहे हेल्थ सेक्टर हो, चाहे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर हो, यहाँ बहुत मदद करने की आवश्यकता है। और ये छोटे छोटे, इससे भी छोटा हुनर, छोटा स्किल डेवलप करके हम वहाँ की परिस्थितियाँ बदल सकते हैं। और इसलिए ये जो कॉरपोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, इसके द्वारा जो काम हुआ है वो अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। एक तरफ कॉरपोरेट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और दूसरे तरफ सोशल वर्क की अकाउंटेबिलिटी, दोनों के साथ जो सामाजिक आर्थिक परिवर्तन हुआ है, इसका एक बहुत अच्छा उदाहरण यानी ये नेशनल कॉरपोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी CSR का ये बहुत अच्छा उदाहरण हमारे देश में प्रस्तुत हुआ है। अभी भूटान के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यूनो में एक भाषण दिया था, और वो भाषण ये था कि डोमेस्टिक हैप्पी ह्यूमन इंडेक्स, सुखांक। और ये जो सुखांक है, इसमें शहरी क्षेत्र की अलग समस्या है, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र की अलग समस्या है। जल, जमीन, जंगल और जानवर पर आधारित अगर अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग किया जाएगा तो वहाँ भी परिस्थिति बदल सकती है, और वहाँ के लोगों को शहरों में आने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। मैं ग्रीन फ्यूल में 2004 से मिशनरी के रूप में काम करता हूँ और ट्रांसपोर्ट मंत्री भी हूँ। मेरी गाड़ी इनोवा टोयोटा वर्ल्ड की पहली गाड़ी है जो 100% बायो इथेनॉल पे चलती है। जो कॉर्न से, ब्रोकन राइस से, मोलाइसिस से, शुगर केन जूस से बनता है, और वो 100% इथेनॉल पर चलने वाली गाड़ी में मैं चलता हूँ, हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी है मेरे पास। तो ये किसान तैयार करता है। अब आपको एक छोटा सा उदाहरण बता दूं कि कॉर्न की कीमत 1200 रुपये क्विंटल थी। हमारे देश में अभी कॉर्न से इथेनॉल बनने की अनुमति मिली, अब कॉर्न की कीमत हो गई 2600 रुपये क्विंटल। और ये कॉर्न की कीमत ज़्यादा होने पर किसानों को अच्छे पैसे मिलने लगे, तो पूरा यूपी, बिहार और पूरे देश में कॉर्न 4 गुना ज़्यादा लगा। अब मार्केट में 2400 रुपये क्विंटल कॉर्न की कीमत है। कॉर्न से इथेनॉल बन रहा है, जिसमें हमारा फॉसिल फ्यूल का इंपोर्ट 22 लाख करोड़ का है, अब 1 लाख करोड़ उसमें बच रहे हैं, इंपोर्ट कम हो रहा है। और ग्रीन फ्यूल जो है उसका पोल्यूशन 0 है। तो ये जो रूरल एग्रीकल्चर ट्राइबल क्षेत्र में जल, जमीन, जंगल और जानवर आधारित नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके अगर हम लोग वहाँ कोई हुनर के साथ, कोई नई नई चीज़ों के साथ, अनेक एनजीओ, सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इस प्रकार के कारपोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो फंड मिलता है उससे अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, स्किल डेवलपमेंट भी अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, और परिस्थिति बदल रही है। एक मैं अनुरोध करूंगा कि ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है जो हमारे CSR में हुए हैं, उसका एक सोशो इकोनॉमिक ऑडिट भी करना चाहिए। बहुत कम पैसे में बहुत अच्छे परिणाम निकले हैं, और इसमें हमारी प्रायोरिटी क्या होनी चाहिए ये भी तय करनी चाहिए। और निश्चित रूप से इसमें काम करने वाले जो लोग हैं उनका भी ग्रेडिंग करना चाहिए। ग्रेडिंग करने से क्या होगा कि जो काम कर रहे हैं उनका अच्छा काम जिन्होंने किया है उनको अगर प्राथमिकता मिलती है तो और बड़े प्रमाण पर यह सक्सेस स्टोरी बन सकती है। और इसलिए हमारे देश में ये काफ़ी बड़े प्रमाण पर ये काम बढ़ा हुआ है। जहाँ तक मेरी जानकारी है ऐसा एक्ट वर्ल्ड में नहीं है, पर बिल गेट एक बार जब इंडिया आए थे तो मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला उनसे। तो मैंने जब उनको कहा तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे जो प्रॉफिट मिलता है वो स्पेसिफिक मैंने कुछ कॉजेस के लिए देने का तय किया है। अब ऐसे बड़े प्रमाण पर लोग हैं कि वो कुछ करना चाहते हैं, ऐसे भी कुछ लोग हैं कि जो अच्छा काम करना चाहते हैं पर जिनके पास रिसोर्सेस नहीं है, और ऐसे भी लोग हैं जो करना चाहते भी एग्जैक्टली कहाँ करना ये उनके मन में थोड़ा सा संभ्रम है। ये तीनों स्टेक होल्डर्स के बीच में कोऑपरेशन, कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन प्रस्तावित करना यही बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, और यही काम CSR टाइम्स के द्वारा होता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये आने वाले समय में ये इसकी व्याप्ति भी बढ़ रही है। इसमें अच्छे अच्छे काम करने वाले लोगों को आप रिकॉग्नाइज कर रहे हैं, रिस्पेक्ट दे रहे हैं, अवार्ड दे रहे हैं, उनको भी शुभकामनाएं दूंगा। और इस एक्टिविटी को और बढ़ाने के लिए इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा क्वालिटेटिव ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन लाने के उद्देश्य से इसका ऑडिट करके हम रेटिंग करके अगर अच्छा काम करेंगे तो इसका बहुत अच्छा उपयोग होगा। मैं NHI में हम बहुत रोड बना रहे हैं हमारी DPR की क्वालिटी अच्छी नहीं होती, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर अच्छा काम नहीं करते। अभी हमने रेटिंग करना शुरू किया है, जो अच्छा काम करेगा उसको हम कुछ ना कुछ एडवांटेज देंगे, और जो बुरा काम करेगा उसको सिस्टम से बाहर निकालेंगे। तो यहाँ भी क्वालिटी के आधार पर, गुणवत्ता के आधार पर अगर अच्छा रेटिंग होता है तो अच्छी संस्थाएं जो है वो आगे आएगी तो अच्छा काम होगा। बीच में अगर कोई ऐसी वैसी चीज़ कोई होंगे तो वो यहाँ से निकल जाएंगे, ताकि इस सेक्टर की क्रेडिबिलिटी भी अबाधित रहे। मैं आपको आखिर में एक ही अनुरोध करूँगा कि CSR की व्याप्ति काफ़ी बड़ी है, पर विशेष रूप से रूरल एग्रीकल्चर ट्राइबल इस सेक्टर में जल, जमीन, जंगल और जानवर आधारित काम करने की खूब आवश्यकता है। मैं मेरे एक ट्रस्ट के द्वारा 2000 एकल विद्यालय चलाता हूँ नक्सलाइट बेल्ट में। तो वहाँ प्रॉब्लम यह है कि वहाँ के बच्चों की स्थिति बहुत ही ख़राब है, वहाँ एजुकेशन भी नहीं है, और वहाँ के सिलेबस में अब यह है कि नाखून कैसे साफ करना, अखबार कैसे पढ़ना, यानी छोटी छोटी बातें उनको सिखाने का कोर्स है। और हमारे स्कूल में 20,000 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं। अब उन बच्चों को, कुछ महिलाओं को लेकर हमने नागपुर लाया और एक महिला महाविद्यालय उनके हॉस्टल में रखा। तो 80 लड़कियां थी वहाँ से आई थी, आपको ताज्जुब होगा कि वो आदिवासी लड़कियां जो हमारी गढ़चिरौली के इंटीरियर से आई थी, उन्होंने राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो खेल थे उसमें प्रावीण्य मिलाया और उनको बहुत अच्छे अवार्ड मिले। पर उनको क्षमता है, पर उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिली थी। तो इसलिए जो और सामाजिक, आर्थिक, शैक्षणिक रूप से और पिछड़े हुए हैं, जिनके पास अभी भी बहुत सी बातें से जो वंचित हैं, वो जो लास्ट मैन ऑफ द सोसाइटी है, उनके पास परिणामकारक रूप से अगर हम जाएंगे और केवल हम सेवा तो करते रहें, पर सेवा से ज़्यादा उनके प्रशिक्षण और स्किल को डेवलप करके उनके अपने पैरों पर अगर खड़ा करते हैं, तो फिर हमें ज़्यादा दिन उसके लिए कुछ करने की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। और इसलिए मैं आज के इस आपके समिट को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं, और ये कार्य ऐसा ही बढ़ता रहेगा और देश के सोशियो इकोनॉमिक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में ये CSR एक्टिविटीज़ निश्चित रूप से आज भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान देती रही है, आगे भी देगी। इस विश्वास के साथ आपको सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं और अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। नमस्कार।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी, आपके बहुत ही प्रभावशाली संवेदनशील विचारों के लिए, सजेशंस के लिए, और इनके माध्यम से एक सामाजिक जागरूकता, एक जिम्मेदारी की जागरूकता, एक अकाउंटेबिलिटी की जागरूकता यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी लोगों में जागृत करने की CSR के माध्यम से। और आप तो एक ऐसे मंत्री हैं जो खुद करके दिखाते हैं और फिर उसे प्रमोट करते हैं, और उससे वो कहते हैं ना, आप अपनी कथनी को करनी में बदलने में विश्वास रखते हैं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद यहाँ पर सभी को इंस्पायर करने का, मोटिवेट करने का। और आपने जैसे कहा कि जो लोग अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं उन्हें रिकग्नाइज़ करना चाहिए, सम्मानित करना चाहिए। तो आपसे मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी कि हमारे CSR के क्षेत्र में, CSR के माध्यम से जो बदलाव ला रहे हैं और जो विकसित भारत की परिकल्पना में अपना सहयोग दे रहे हैं, योगदान दे रहे हैं, आप उन्हें पुरस्कार प्रदान कर सम्मानित करें। So we start with the CSR Times Awards 2025. और सबसे पहले लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड, दिस इज़ बीइंग प्रेजेंटेड posthumously to late Shri Subhash Gupta ji, Director and Chairman Bharat Pet Limited. He was the President of the Maharaja Agrasen Hospital Charitable Trust. I invite उनकी धर्मपत्नी जी हमारे साथ यहाँ पर मंच पर इस पुरस्कार को स्वीकार करती हुई। लेट श्री सुभाष गुप्ता जी वॉज अ डिस्टिंग्विश्ड इंडस्ट्रियल कृषि विकास प्रतिष्ठान नागपुर। इन्हें सम्मानित किया जाता है वर्किंग इन दी areas of training and empowerment of the rural citizens, including farmers, youth and women, recognized in the category of rural development and infrastructure. The project aims to empower and populations, the farmers, youth, and make them self-reliant and independent. And now we recognize our corporates, Avery Denison India Private Limited, being recognized in the category of skill development for their project Skills for All, Building Inclusive Futures. इनका प्रोजेक्ट रंजन गांव जो कि पुणे में महाराष्ट्र में है, वहाँ पर इनका प्रोजेक्ट काम कर रहा है। इसके साथ साथ मुरादगढ़ी, राबूपुरा इन ग्रेटर नोएडा, उत्तर प्रदेश। The project aims to foster the holistic development of adolescent, broadened opportunities for children, youth and women through community library and resource centers and empower transgender individuals. The jury conferred the gold and also the commendation award to them for this project. Recognition now to Bridgestone India Private Limited. They're being recognized in the category of environmental stewardship for the project Green Goal. The project in the area of Khera in Dhar district, Madhya Pradesh, and Chakan in Maharashtra, aiming to conserve the native species of butterflies and create an ecosystem for the different species like butterflies, birds, and insects. Also, the jury conferred them the gold as well as the commendation. They also received the silver award. May I request them to once again join us here on the stage. You're also being recognized for the silver award here in the category of skill development for your project Sathi. The project region, Maharashtra, Haryana, Rajasthan, including the other regions of the country, the project aiming to create a pool of trained commercial vehicle drivers across India and promote road safety. And now recognition to Bisleri International Private Limited. इन्हें भी 2 पुरस्कारों से नवाजा जाएगा. First in the category of water conservation and management for their project Nai Umeed, working in the regions of Maharashtra and Gujarat. The project aiming to provide water security through water replenishment in the arid regions of Maharashtra and Gujarat through check dams, reservoirs, lake and rooftop harvesting, and enabling the farmers in the vicinity to grow multiple crops. इन्हें सिल्वर पुरस्कार से भी नवाजा जा रहा है in the category of waste management. May I request you, sir, to... You've received the silver? So you are also being... Okay. He's joining us back. The silver award also to Bisleri International Private Limited in the category of waste management for the project Bottle for Change, working in the region of multiple cities. They're working pan-India. Aadhar Housing Finance Limited, being recognized in the category of healthcare for the project AHFL Clinic on Wheels. 120 plus panchayats across 6 blocks of Jodhpur, Rajasthan. The project aims to strengthen the public health system to provide comprehensive treatment and care to the people, especially the women of the underserved population of India. We now acknowledge the work of EPAM Systems India Private Limited in the category of education for the project EPAM eKids program, working in Telangana, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and NCR. The project aims to provide access to high-quality technology education for children from government schools across India. The eKids program nurtures interest in technology, encourages future careers in the field. Grasim Industries Limited Staple Fiber Division are the next winners in the category of livelihoods. Their project Sustainable Livelihoods through Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Capacity Building. The project in Nagda, block of Khach Road in Ujjain district, Madhya Pradesh. 350-degree project components including capacity building, development of community organizations. And now recognizing the corporate foundations, recognition to DLF Foundation. 10 DLF Foundation, Environment Stewardship, the category in which they are being recognized. The project aims to promote environmental stewardship, urban sustainability through the development and maintenance of eco-friendly public initiatives. The jury also conferred them the Commendation Award. SRF Foundation, ladies and gentlemen, the next corporate foundation being recognized in the area of education. The project Rural Education Program, Mewat. Project region is Mewat. The project aims to transform education in the aspirational district by developing model schools focused on holistic child development through the foundational literacy and numeracy program promoting activity-based learning. अगली फाउंडेशन जिन्हें सम्मानित किया जा रहा है, राजन्ना फाउंडेशन, in the category of rural development and infrastructure. The project is rural development and infrastructure initiatives. Working in the villages of Tirupati and Chittoor district, the project aims to enhance rural livelihoods through improved infrastructure and basic amenities, fostering sustainable community development. Recognition now to Jubilant Bharatiya Foundation. Jubilant Bharatiya Foundation in the area of healthcare, project Jubicare Healthcare Program, working pan-India, multiple states. The project aims to extend immediate support and delivery of healthcare services to the society which are deprived of healthcare facilities. Our recognition now to Maruti Suzuki India Limited, being recognized in the area of skill development. The project skill development initiatives, they're working pan-India, and the project aims to strengthen India's manufacturing sector by creating a skilled workforce through gyms, ITI support, also internship programs. Our recognition now to Aster DM Healthcare Limited. देवी सजना आपकी तालियां इंश्योर करेंगे कि आप इनके लिए प्रशंसा भरी तालियां होती रहें सभी यहाँ पर पुरस्कार विजेताओं के लिए. एस्टर डीएम हेल्थ केयर लिमिटेड हमारे साथ. एस्टर वॉलंटियर्स एड इनका प्रोजेक्ट. 19 countries they have been working globally, including 34 cities in India, and the project bridge critical healthcare gaps. VA Tech Wabag Limited, the next winner being recognized here, area of skill development. The project industry partnership model in skill development. They're working pan-India. The project has a unique take to building a skilled workforce in the water sector by training and employing water professionals while integrating young trainees and government apprenticeship programs such as NATS and NAPS, contributing to the expansion of India's engineering talent. Karamchand Thapar and Brothers, Coal Sales Limited. They're being recognized in the category of women empowerment. Unka project Kashvi program. Jharkhand में इनका project active है. This is a transformative initiative dedicated to empowering the girls and women who have previously dropped out of the formal education and enabling them to achieve basic literacy and complete their grade 10 and grade 12 through the NIOS and alongside meaningfully connecting them to vocational livelihood pathways. Recognition now to Aditya Cement Works, Ultratech Cement Limited. In the category of rural development and infrastructure, the project enriching the lives of 30,000 people living in the surrounding of plant and mines, 35 villages near Chittorgarh, the southeastern area of Rajasthan, where the project is working, aiming to facilitate inclusive and sustainable growth in the rural areas by developing essential infrastructure under the Model Village Development Program. Recognition now to Hindalco Industries Limited, Gair Palma, in the category of sustainable development. The project titled Sustainable Development Initiatives, 9 projects in the villages of Raigad districts, Tamnar block, Project fosters holistic and inclusive community development by improving education, healthcare infrastructure, sustainable livelihoods, and digital access, empowering marginalized groups through skill development and social equity initiatives. Once again, the corporate foundations being recognized. SBI Foundation. SBI Foundation, यह रूरल डेवलपमेंट के एरिया में काम करते आए हैं और इनका प्रोजेक्ट ग्राम सेवा प्रोग्राम, इसके लिए इन्हें सम्मानित किया जा रहा है. वर्किंग इन द नू डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ हरियाणा, यहाँ के 20 विलेजेस को ये कवर कर रहे हैं. एमिंग टू एम्पावर द रूरल कम्युनिटीज़ थ्रू इंटीग्रेटेड डेवलपमेंट इन हेल्थ, एजुकेशन, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एनवायरनमेंट. रीच टू टीच फाउंडेशन, एजुकेशन के फील्ड में इनके प्रोजेक्ट कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव लर्निंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन प्रोग्राम. ये प्रोजेक्ट इनका 28 ज़िलों में, अरुणाचल प्रदेश के 28 ज़िलों में काम कर रहा है. द कोर ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द CLTP इज़ टू ब्रिज द लर्निंग गैप एंड ब्रिंग children up to grade level learning with minimal disruption of the existing systems. Recognition now to Population Services International India in the area of healthcare. इनका प्रोजेक्ट डायरिया से डर नहीं. 7 districts in UP and 3 districts in Bihar, they are working. Projects strengthen diarrhea prevention and treatment by ensuring early detection of the diarrheal cases, increasing ORS and zinc usage, building capacity of caregivers and health workers, mobilizing communities and fostering multi-stakeholder and private sector engagement. And now recognition to deep development efforts for rural economy and people. Working in the area of women empowerment, their project Women Empowerment Initiatives 29 गाँव में, सूरत के 29 गाँव में और भरूच डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ये काम कर रहे हैं, गुजरात में. The project aims to bring the village women together on a common platform, generate a sense of unity within village women through SHGs, skill training and income generation. अखिल भारतीय ग्रामीण उत्थान समिति, इन्हें अब सम्मानित किया जाता है. रूरल और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के क्षेत्र में ये काम कर रहे हैं और इनका प्रोजेक्ट एपगस SBI ग्राम सेवा प्रोजेक्ट, जो कि हरियाणा रीजन में ये काम कर रहे हैं, नूर डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ हरियाणा, 20 गाँव को ये कवर कर रहे हैं. इनका प्रोजेक्ट एम्स टू ट्रांसफॉर्म द टारगेट विलेजेस इनटू थ्राइविंग सेल्फ सफिशिएंट कम्युनिटीज वे एवरी इंडिविजुअल हैज़ एक्सेस टू एसेंशियल सर्विसेज एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज. Recognition now to Empower, an initiative by the Aditya Birla Education Trust. Okay. वो एक आगे बुला देते. वो Aditya Birla Education Trust हमारे साथ मंच पर. स्पेशल कैटेगरीज आर्म्ड फोर्सेस की कैटेगरी में इन्हें सम्मानित किया जा रहा है. इनका प्रोजेक्ट मान, पैन इंडिया, 73 airports and 235 non-airport locations you're working. This is a project which is pioneering mental health initiative designed to strengthen the emotional and psychological resilience of India's frontline security forces. May I also request our Honorable Minister, sir, Mike. May I also request the Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly release a brochure. This is an initiative, once again, of CSR Times, which is going to be organizing the education program. Can we have the brochure, please? Meanwhile, may I request Shri Ravi Shankar ji to please apprise everyone about this initiative which CSR Times is taking.
This is a very unique initiative, Shiksha Bharati Survey 2025. School education. Schools are the foundation of Indian education system. And in our quest for creating a knowledge economy, the science, mathematics and other basic education at school is very important. Keeping this in mind, CSR Times is launching a very unique program, Shiksha Bharati Survey 2025, in which schools will be recognized and awarded for their exceptional work at various stages, right from the pre-primary to the 12th class. So this is an important initiative which will help recognize the best schools and motivate the schools in performing their role better and bringing about a knowledge revolution in the country.
So thank you once again to Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Devya Sarjan. Please join me as we express our special thanks to Honorable Minister Sir for joining us, giving us his valuable time, inspiring us, motivating us to be working towards nation building. Each and every one has a duty and a responsibility towards shaping the Viksit Bharat, our Honorable Prime Minister's vision. And as we talk about the various CSR activities through which you can contribute to the vision and mission of Viksit Bharat, we'll continue with the awards with Shrimati Rekha Sharma ji and the others on the dais if they are here with us. We'll continue with the awards, so request you to be at your respective seats itself. So we continue with the recognitions and the presentation of the awards. Recognition now to Universal Disabled Caretaker Social Welfare Society. It's a registered society, Prab Asara, being recognized in the category of old age and specially abled people. Their project, rehabilitation, education and healthcare of the needy, often elder, destitute and disabled citizens. Their project working in 22 states of India, Nigeria and Nepal. The jury has also conferred them the gold commendation. And now the recognition to NAB Foundation. NAB Foundation being recognized in the category of environment stewardship. Their project, School Soil Health Program. The project active in 517 districts, including 82 aspirational districts of 33 states and UTs. The program aims to empower soil health by conducting soil testing, significantly enhancing the resilience and sustainability of agricultural livelihoods. These were the gold awards, and now we have the silver category awards in the sector PSU Northern Coalfields Limited, Singrauli, being recognized in the special category. I request our Honorable Ambassador Sir also to kindly do the honors. The project Restoring Lives, Rebuilding Hopes, Northern Coalfields Limited, Singrauli. They're working in Singrauli, Madhya Pradesh and Sonbhadra in Uttar Pradesh. The project enabled inclusive rehabilitation of a person with disabilities through comprehensive rehabilitation services, assistive aids, therapy, documentation, support. अगले पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जाता है NTPC दादरी, working in the area of education, the project promotion of education in nearby villages. गौतम बुद्ध नगर में इनका project active है, and this project aims to provide infrastructure support for the upliftment of existing schools, providing coaching and support through kits, bicycle distribution, empowering the children with better learning environments and opportunities for a brighter future. They are also being conferred the second award in the category of skill development, The project skill development initiatives, यह भी गौतम बुद्ध नगर में project इनका active है. You have a second award also, which is given. Second award इनका? Second है ना? हाँ दो. This project enhances youth employability. Move on to the next awardee, Power Grid Corporation of India Limited. In the category of healthcare, the project establishment of 100-bedded pediatric intensive care unit at GVSM Medical College, Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Kanpur and nearby 7 to 8 districts of Uttar Pradesh, the project is working, aiming to provide advanced and specialized care for critically ill children, reduce pediatric mortality by ensuring timely interventions and support the public healthcare system and essential intensive care equipment and infrastructure. अब सम्मानित किया जाता है हिंडाल्को इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड, सामडी माइंस डिवीजन, working in the area of education. The project Ujjwal Bhavishya. 9 villages in and around the Samdi bauxite mines. The project aims to promote inclusive, equitable and quality education through inclusive education, vocational training, adult literacy, enhancing school infrastructure and teacher capacity that empowers individuals and contributes to sustainable development of the society. Next award to PNB Housing Finance Limited. हेल्थ के सेक्टर में इन्हें सम्मानित किया जाता है. इनका प्रोजेक्ट पहल स्वास्थ्य है. Multiple cities they have been working pan-India. The project aiming to ensure equitable access to quality medical care and holistic well-being for all through emergency services, mobile medical units, hospital infrastructure support, initiatives focusing on preventive healthcare, maternal and child medical support, awareness program and infrastructural enhancements. हमारे अगले पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जाता है वेदांता लिमिटेड लांजीगढ़. Women empowerment field in which they have been working. The project Sakhi, 80 villages in Kalahandi and Raigad districts of Odisha. The project fosters women's socio-economic and political empowerment through inclusive engagement, gender-sensitive development, decision-making. Project Sakhi promotes sustainable livelihoods by designing farm and non-farm interventions that enhance entrepreneurship and self-employability, giving long-term livelihood security to women. TP Central Odisha Distribution Limited, TPCODL, in the category of women empowerment, the project Samriddhi, in the region of Kaka Rudrapur, Malyanta block in Khurda district. Project Samriddhi is a transformative initiative aimed at inclusive rural development with a strong focus on enhancing women's livelihoods and fostering their economic independence. अगला पुरस्कार दिया जाता है नोएडा पावर कंपनी को in the category of environment stewardship. The project Sanjeevani in Greater Noida. The project is working, aiming to foster environmental sustainability, promote circular economy practices, raise community awareness through diverse interventions such as plastic waste management via reverse vending machines, water conservation through rainwater harvesting, and pond rejuvenation, eco-friendly sanitary waste disposal, and the other measures. And now we have recognition to Reningdon Foundation in the category of skill development, the project Center of Logistics Training for Excellence. While the Cold Center is based in Chennai, that is the Center of Logistics Training for Excellence, this center is serving and it trains students from across India. The project aims to build foundational logistics sector skills and provide them with access to high quality inclusive training and education through simulators, digital tools and real world exposure. And now to an NGO, Sir Ness Wadia Foundation. Ness Wadia Foundation in the category of livelihoods, their project Village Development Program, VDP, in the regions of Palghar, Thane, Pune, and Ahmednagar districts of Maharashtra. The purpose of the Village Development Program is to reduce the malnutrition in the holistic and sustainable manner by improving the overall well-being of children and the families in the intervention area. The program aiming to not only provide immediate nutritional support but also strengthen agricultural productivity. With that, we conclude this session. Our many thanks to Srimati Rekha Sharma ji, to the Honorable Ambassador of Argentina, to Shri Rajendra Singh ji, and all the others here on the dais for sharing their very valuable insights, inspiring everyone to be doing CSR with a purpose, and also presenting the awards. Thank you. Request you all, ladies and gentlemen, to remain at your respective seats, for we are going to be continuing with the next session. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite your views and also your insights, and towards that we have a panel discussion. This is on the role of social entrepreneurs in nation building. I first invite our panelists to please take center stage. Shri Manoranjan Nayak, the Executive Director of Reach to Teach Foundation. And most of the panelists who are going to be joining us, ladies and gentlemen, they have been recognized or are going to be recognized for their work. Shri Manoranjan Nayak, who is the Executive Director of Reach to Teach Foundation. Their mission is to ensure every child has access to quality education, empowering them to become confident, socially responsible citizens with better life opportunities. Inviting Shri Chirag Bhandari, the CEO of Ennoble Social Innovation Foundation. And as I said, all of our panelists are people who have made a difference on the ground, and they're actually bringing their experiences and their work as they talk to us. Ennoble believes that sustainable school transformation begins by empowering inspired teachers, educators who possess both vision and deep commitment. They have transformed almost 120 government schools across 58 plus districts. Shri Ajay Garg, the Head Digital Tech and Law, Anand and Anand. A thought leader and a trusted business growth strategist, having expertise in driving and articulating a vision, delivering strategic innovation, serving in the capacity of Senior Director in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, backed by rich and prolific career journey of 25 years in various administrative accountabilities, and imbibed strong ethos of IITs as research scholar. I believe he's going to be joining us, Ajay Garg. And inviting now Shri Shamsher Singh, the President, Founder Member of Prabh Asra. इन्हें अभी सम्मानित किया गया था. Universal Disabled Care Taker Social Welfare Society. Sardar Sahab has devoted his life to the rescue, care and rehabilitation of the abandoned, mentally ill and destitute. Prabh Asra has transformed compassion into action, offering shelter, medical aid and dignity to society's most vulnerable people. And I invite now our moderator, Shri Srinath Kesi, the Development Communication Consultant, over 20 years in the development communications and media. He's collaborated with World Bank, UNICEF, USAID, Government of India, NGOs like ActionAid, Rotary India, specialized in public health, sanitation and social impact. So we're all good to be starting with this panel discussion, and I hand over to our moderator. So Shri Ajay Garg is going to be joining us. He's the head digital tech and law, Anand. And as I said, he's also the senior director in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, METI, and he's going to be joining us in this panel shortly.
Should we start off? I mean, or wait for him?
We can start, sir.
Yeah.
He'll join us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just give a small introduction before we start this panel discussion. India has made remarkable progress over the last decade, and we have poised to become the third largest economy in the world. But, one issue of concern is that while we are the third largest economy in the world, we are, as per the social development indicators, we are ranked 99. As per the SDG report 2025, we are ranked 99. But the positive aspect is that, we have jumped. We were 107 in 2024. So we have covered almost 10 points, and now we are in the top 100. So that is a positive development. So, why I am sort of flagging this is because, there's a lot of work to be done in the social sector. Like third largest economy, the disparity is, is glaring. So, I'll just talk a little bit about the SDG goals, which are the benchmark for social development. There are 17 SDG goals, but the wonderful part is that there are almost 169 targets under these 17 goals. And these SDG, the benchmark is judged as per 247 indicators. So, even though we have done remarkable, we have performed remarkably over the last few years, especially in education, in health, in drinking water and sanitation, but still we are like sort of 15 benchmark points behind in basics, when providing the basics like good health and well-being, water and sanitation, education. Because of these, the various parameters, we don't fulfill everything there. So, a lot of work needs to be done. So right in from good health and well-being, there are some areas which we are really lagging behind there. Affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, climate action, life on land. So out of the 17 social development indicators, we have a lot of ground to cover in almost 9 of these indicators. So even though, we have jumped 9 points and we are now in the 99th position, I'm sure that, we'll climb these spots and we'll be in the top 50 in another, say, maybe a decade or something. But why I'm flagging this is because, the third largest economy, and then we are placed at 99 in the SDG development indicators. We have a lot of work to do. And now, the development scenario has changed in the sense that, earlier we used to get a lot of international funding. Now, over the last 4-5 years, now with a lot of conflict happening all over the globe, wars, the instability in the Middle East, and political instability that is happening, so a lot of international funding has sort of decreased. You all, I'm sure most of you are aware that USAID has sort of shut shop, and even a lot of international, the United Nations have become almost, it has lost a lot of its resource power. So now this is a golden opportunity for the corporates to sort of pitch in and, work in tandem with the social sector as we have this dream of Vikasit Bharat. And this is a golden opportunity for us to indigenously drive this, the social development initiatives and take this forward. So now, we can start the I'll sort of start the panel discussion. We have eminent stalwarts sitting here. I'm waiting for the other person who's Mr. from Anand and Anand to join. I mean, he's not joined us yet. He wouldn't be joining, is it? Okay, right. Okay, so my first question is to Sri Manoranjan Naik. Because you have been working in the education sector. I mean, you have a lot of experience in the education sector. So my first question is that, we have achieved a lot in the education sector. But one thing when I was looking at the ASER report was that, there is a fall in enrollment rates in government schools. 72, the report states that 72.9% coverage was there of enrollment rate was there in government schools in 2022, which has fallen to 66.8% in 2024. Now the concern here is that is this a shift? Are children leaving government schools and there's more confidence in the private sector? I mean, this is doesn't augur well for our, especially the elementary education system. Basically, we have 98% universal coverage there. And this shift from government schools to the private sector doesn't augur well, because there are a lot of aspersions have been raised on, as children move away from government schools to the private sector, their continuance in education becomes sort of susceptible. So your thoughts on these, on these findings by ASER, and why has this happened?
Yeah, thank you for this interesting question. This data definitely reflect the preference for private school, but if you see, whenever it is about achieving learning outcome, that issue is across both government school and private school. But this preference for private school, that also reflect the aspiration of parent towards quality education. And in our country, 53 out of every 100 children study in government school. That also create opportunity for us to improve the quality of teaching in government school. Because we are talking about Viksit Bharat and India's vision of 25 trillion economy.
Okay.
And 53% student studying in government school. That number comes around 124 million students. So if these students are not equipped with the right kind of competencies defined by our national education policies, and the data also says 80% of students move school to work, transitions. So here, the larger point I have to bring attention of everyone, the time has come to improve the quality of learning in government school. And when we see these issues, this issue is not only at the foundational level, because the recent report released by Ministry of Education, the National Achievement Survey, that tells only 55% of student of grade 3 can arrange number up to 99. And just 53% students of grade 6 can do the multiplication up to 10. And when we see this issue is spread over grade 1 to 12. Because so at Reach to Teach, what we are trying to do, giving access to quality education to everyone, so that at the end of grade 2, when a child moves from the school to the work, having the right kind of competencies. Because these 124 million of students studying in government school are the social wealth, are the future workforce. So I'll conclude by saying the issues of learning outcome, the issues of quality learning is both we need to see not only the government school, government and private schools. So, and there are so many cases where student moving from private school to the government school also.
Yeah, exactly. In Delhi and all that, over the last the government schools have done remarkably well in many states, So that is, thank you, sir. I have one more question for you. I was going through multiple reports like the recent SDG report and, even the ASCR report. So there are, one thing was that, the focus, in our education system is basically on syllabus-based education. Now everyone, even the NEP is now talking about, foundational literacy and numeracy. Because I think that, our children, we are, what a syllabus-driven, education process does is that, we are just, children are learning by heart and repeating things, and they lack that particular, that basic foundation in basically numeracy and also in literacy. So, in fact, I was just looking at the SDG report 2025. It states that countries, including India, are off track by 11 percentage points from the benchmark of achieving minimum reading proficiency at the end of primary education. So this is a serious concern because we are looking at children who can, join the part of the Viksit Bharat journey, where there are qualified children who are fit for, because basically now is that, majority of Indian citizens are in the unorganized sector. There's a lot of complaint from the corporates and other sectors that we don't find qualified people enough for employment. So how do we sort of, focus on this quality aspect? And, especially if you have a foundation, if you have a basic foundation of, literacy and numeracy, that then, you can sustain their education and, take them forward. So what is your thoughts on this, sir?
As I said, there is a learning gap exists. But as a country, the lot has happened, which started reflecting in the recent report. But when we talk about foundational learning, we need to see the whole, the issue is not only at the foundational grade, because the data point which I said, talk about the grade 6, grade 3, but ultimately our vision is by the time a student completes grade 12, the student need to be equipped with the right kind of competency. In that case, then we need to see the whole education and the strengthening the foundation as a education as a supply chain. So that is very, very critical. We have to address the issues at the foundational grade. We have to address the issues students who are already at the stage where they are ready to move out to the workforce. So unless we'll have a comprehensive solution which address the learning issues from grade 1 to 12, then it is not going to solve the problem to the kind of right kind of talent we are looking, right kind of competencies we are looking. So one point I'd like to bring attention, we need to see the comprehensive approach. Okay. Then this 124 million children we're talking about, they are in the hand of teacher. Whenever we are talking about these education issues, we also keep in mind what about the teacher agencies? Are we providing the right kind of tools, the right kind of resources? So this is another critical aspect. The solution has to be comprehensive. So teacher agency is critical. A child spends most of the times with the teacher and the parent. So the role of teacher and parent again is critical. Then each state, each district has their own issues. I always say on an example, a student in the Anani districts of Arunachal Pradesh have never seen a train. When that child opened the textbook, if the whole story is about a train, he or she has never seen the train. How will develop the comprehension? How will the only option before his or her is bas rata lagana hai, mark lana hai. So that is where lot of you have to think about the content, the curriculum, whether the content and curriculum are contextual, whether it is the child where he or she is studying is related to that content. These are the bigger issues we need to fix at a system level.
Okay. Yeah. So, I'll just, Mr. Chirag Bhandari. Right. So, my question to you, sir, is again on, the quality of education which he sort of left behind. You have been, as an institution, you have been, pioneering on competency-based education approach. How different is this from this, from the syllabus-based approach we were talking about? And, how is it, does this competency-based education approach really talk about building the fundamental, the fundamentals of the child and, in strengthening his, the foundational aspect of literacy and numeracy and other critical issues in education? Could you just explain your this approach, this competency-based education approach?
Sure. So, like what Manoranjan had explained earlier, I'll just maybe go deeper on the same. So, we have done remarkably well in terms of at least getting students to school. Like a lot of students are going to school, and the percentage has gone up remarkably over the last decade or so. And there is a lot of push also on the learning level. So ASA report and a lot of other reports capturing how much students can know or how much they can read or write. But I think the next challenge, like Manoranjan has already identified, is whether students can apply that knowledge into real life situations. So when we talk about 2047 as Viksit Bharat, essentially what we need is people who can join workforces, who can be entrepreneurs, who can be leaders, and so essentially we need to currently work with students and build their competencies so they can problem solve, they can critically think, they can collaborate, they can do teamwork. Now all of that is currently not being worked on in the classrooms. Like we are still struggling with reading, writing, numeracy, basics. So quality education, the focus, NEP talks about it, but if you go to the schools in government schools, you would not see that shift already. So what we need to do on a very immediate basis is really get schools to shift, and like you correctly identified, not just in government schools, even in private schools. It's a lot of rote learning that's happening.
Yeah.
So if we can get, and also whatever gets measured is what gets the most attention. So are we measuring competencies? There are no reports, or all the current reporting system measure marks which measure retention in the brain and not competencies. So like we should move to a system wherein we are testing students on their competencies and then incentivizing both teachers and students to build competencies, like through various projects that can be given in the schools, through by connecting, like is that contextual and real life education. Like if there is a chapter being taught on plants, so the plants have to be from the surrounding areas, and then they should know that what are the like we have all undergone formal education, but we don't know what are the plants which are there around our house. Exactly. That's a funny part about education. So how can we have education which is contextual? We can understand things that are around us, which would naturally increase our interest in education, would make us more grounded, solid, and then we can build on that base and build further competencies. So,
okay, thank you, sir. For that. There's another question I have for you is, again, as we said, we have, we have universalized primary education, 98% coverage, but the transition towards, upper primary and tertiary education, the coverage is just 67.6%. There is this huge gap. Once you finish your primary education, in the children going into secondary education. Now, personally, I feel that, unless you have a grounding, you need to, at least you study till 10th or you finish upper primary, and then maybe you go into skill training or something else. But then, for us to have, a competent workforce, that basic education is necessary. So why is this gap, suddenly from 98% from the primary level, we are falling up to 68%. Then, so is it because of lack of schools, or is it because of the children don't have a foundation, so that they don't have that interest in learning? And how can the social sector? Because this is where the NGOs and the social entrepreneurs like you who have to put in your because we have to take the quality of education and then the interest in education, so the children naturally interested in continuing their education, and then after a certain point they go into skill training and something which is employable, so that we have a workforce which is employable and which people find value in employing them. So what is your take on what are the roles social organizations can play in sort of bridging this gap and taking this forward? Could you elaborate on that, sir?
Sure. So, like you correctly identified, there's a massive gap in terms of the numbers of students getting educated at primary level, and then, like you correctly identified, from around 96-97%, they dropped to around 67% in class 5th.
Exactly.
And then there's a further drop at class 8, and then there's a further drop in class 10th, and I think around 33% pass class 10. So it's a big drop that's happening at the 3 levels. Fundamental reasons of that drop happening: one, of course, education is super boring. Like the way it is delivered in the classrooms, it's super boring. It's not contextual. Kids are not able to relate to it. Sometimes, even like if you would go to some rural parts, it's not even in their native language. Like there are dialects spoken in some areas, and they have to learn. For example, if you would be studying in a border state, like a border town in Maharashtra, the language spoken, let's say, is something else. Let's say Kannada, but you are being taught in Marathi because the state is Marathi. So those language challenges are also there. So many challenges there, but I think a fundamental challenge is that education is not active. It's the classroom practices are not active. Students are not engaged. They are made to learn. They are made to mug, and I think that's a fundamental challenge. So that students are disinterested and they themselves do not want to study. So unless they have a strong support system, parents pushing them, community pushing them to go to school, they would not be genuinely interested themselves to go to school. So that's a first gap. Second, teachers also, many of them are not very empowered to pay a lot of close attention, because they are also muddled with a lot of other duties and other works, etc. So that is another challenge. Third, overall communities, they're not as sensitized towards education. Like, of course, a few communities and a few people are, but as you go rural, deeper, they're not as sensitized towards creating the right environment or supporting their children to complete their education. So that is also a big challenge. And so these are some of the challenges because of which they drop out. Now, what we can do to fix it, I think we need to look at creating examples of excellence and success that would inspire students, that would inspire teachers, that would inspire communities. And I think once they look up at those successes, they would then be inspired to kind of do this. So like for example, one work that we've done in rural Pune, so we've partnered with one very inspired teacher, and he has transformed his very rural school into a very international level kind of a school in partnership with community. So amazing work that has happened there, and as a consequence of that school becoming very good, a lot of students being coming to the school achieving good results, and that school now is like a lighthouse. So 10 other government schools, teachers come up to this school to understand from this teacher what different practices can be acquired, etc. So such examples of excellence which inspire community and teachers and student and give them hope of a better future.
Right, I got it, sir. Thank you. शमशेर सिंह जी, ये लोग एजुकेशन के ऊपर बात कर रहा था, तो दैट्स व्हाई आई डिडंट कम टू यू. मेरा आप इतने अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं आपके. मैंने आई वाज जस्ट गोइंग थ्रू प्रभा आश्रम का जो एक्टिविटीज़ हैं. आप तो डेस्टिट्यूट होम्स में और मेंटल हेल्थ सीनियर सिटीजन्स के ऊपर भी बहुत काम कर रहे हैं. तो मेरा एक सवाल है आपको, इज दैट अभी जो एक रिपोर्ट कह रहे हैं कि बाय 2020, द यूएन का रिपोर्ट कह रहे हैं कि बाय 2020 भारत में 4 में 1 वुड बी अबाउट 60 years of age. I mean, 4 लोगों में 1 आदमी 60 years. So which is a major challenge, because हमारे country में basically old, senior citizens और के लिए वैसे कोई व्यवस्था तो है ही नहीं. तो मेरा ये सवाल है आपको कि नाउ देयर आर ऑलमोस्ट 11% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन इज अबाउट 60 years of age. तो ये नीति आयोग ने अभी एक सीनियर केयर रिफॉर्म रिपोर्ट पेश किया था, which points out that ये जो population है which is above 60 now, which is expected about 11% of the population, उसमें ये कहता है कि 3 out of 4 senior citizens have 2 or 3 1 or 2 chronic diseases. They are plagued by 1 or 2 chronic diseases, and the worst part is that out of that 78% do not have any resources to pension, and 70% of the senior citizens now are dependent on others. बाकी लोगों के लिए अपनी maintenance का भी उनके पास पैसा नहीं है. So they are so much dependent. One is that they are prone to chronic diseases, and second thing is they don't have the resources to sort of take care of themselves. So this is going to be a huge burden हमारे देश में. Because 4 में when by 2050 when 4 में 1 आदमी सीनियर सिटीजन होगा और उसके पास रिसोर्सेस नहीं होगा, तो हम कैसे इसको the government is not, we have not yet moved because we are still struggling with the basics. हमने जो बताया एजुकेशन हेल्थ में. So सीनियर सिटीजन जेरियाट्रिक केयर में हमने अभी तक कुछ it's basically प्राइवेट सेक्टर के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है. तो आप इतने बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं, आपका विचार क्या है सर इसमें?
थैंक यू फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी. तो कोई शक नहीं कि जो आप आंकड़े गिन रहे हैं कि इस समय 11% के लगभग हमारे देश में सीनियर सिटीजन है, और वो बड़ी जल्दी जो सर्वे की रिपोर्ट बता रही है कि वो बढ़कर जैसे 25% तक जा रहे हैं. तो इस समय भी हमारे पास बहुत समर्था है इंडियन के पास. इंडिया बहुत स्ट्रांग है, इंडियंस बहुत स्ट्रांग है. भगवान के नाम पे इतने घर बना सकते हैं, सोने के घर बना सकते हैं, हम सड़कों पे लंगर लगा सकते हैं. तो हम अपने खुशियों के लिए और इतना पैसा खर्च सकते हैं. तो हमारे सामने हमारे सीनियर सिटीजन जिनके पास इतना एक्सपीरियंस है, तो उनको बचाने के लिए हमारे लिए कोई बहुत बड़ा ये काम नहीं है. पर ज़रूरत है हमें थोड़ी सी उस अप्रोच की कि वो हेल्पलेस नहीं है, हेल्पलेस हम हैं जिनके पास एबल बॉडी है, और हमारे सामने जिन्होंने हमें सहारा दिया था बचपन में वो हमारे सामने, जिसमें उनको हेल्प की ज़रूरत है। एटीट्यूड बदलने की, एजुकेशन क्वालिटी की बात हो रही थी, जिसमें इंसानियत की, एथिक्स की, मॉरल वैल्यूज़ की, जिसमें हमें सेंसिटाइज करना है अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। ये नहीं कि इन्फॉर्मेशन लिया अटेम्प्ट कर देना और नंबर ले लेने, जिसको एजुकेशन कहते हैं, उसमें से नॉलेज लेनी, उसको एक्सपीरियंस करना, विजडम के लिए मोटिवेट करना कि इसको अडॉप्ट करना। तो संस्कार होंगे तो हमारी शिक्षा, तो हम मेंटली स्ट्रांग होंगे, तो हमारे बुजुर्गों के प्रति जो आज हम एक न्यूक्लियर फैमिली में ज़्यादा डिवाइड हो रहे हैं, तो उसमें तो जैसे हम देख रहे हैं कि जो हमारा शहरीकरण ज़्यादा बन रहा है, तो उसमें बहुत सारे हम एजुकेशन में अगर हम थोड़ी सी हमारी गवर्नमेंट का जो सेक्टर देखें कि गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर से क्या सपोर्ट हो सकती है। पहली बात तो जो चले गए हैं, जो को इस समय हमारे लगभग 14 करोड़ के लगभग हमारे देश में, इंडिया में जो बुजुर्ग हैं, उनको हेल्प की ज़रूरत है। और उसमें से जो डिपेंडेंट हैं, और उसमें से हम देखते हैं कि 5% की यूनिसेफ की अलग अलग रिपोर्टें हैं कि आप कह रहे हैं जैसे 25%, और उसमें से जो लोग हमारे इस समय हमारे सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, तो 78 लाख से भी ऊपर वो आ रहे हैं हमारे सामने, 70 से 80 लाख के बीच में, जो जिनके लिए अरेंजमेंट नहीं है 14 करोड़ में से।
Exactly.
तो उनके लिए अगर हमारे पास 1 लाख के लिए नहीं अरेंजमेंट, तो एक तो गवर्नमेंट इनके लिए सबसे पहले जो इमीडिएटली किया जा सकता है, मैं फील कर रहा हूँ, नोडल ऑफिसर अपॉइंट करे। हमारी हज़ारों लोगों को, सीनियर सिटीजन को नज़दीक से देखने के बाद ये हमने फील किया है कि नोडल ऑफिसर नियर IAS नहीं तो PCS तो बहुत ज़रूरी है। सब डिविजनल मजिस्ट्रेट एक नोडल ऑफिसर अपॉइंट किया जाए, जिसके अंडर जैसे गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर हो गया, उसमें से उनकी जो हमारी हेल्पलाइन चल रही है ना हमारे देश में, 108 भी है, 112 भी है, तो इसको सेंसिटाइज करना, इसके साथ इसकी इंटीग्रेशन के जहाँ भी सीनियर सिटीजन कोई भी, हमारे बहुत सारे हैं जो अलोन रहते हैं, बहुत सारे जो आइसोलेटेड और ख़ास करके अलग अलग बीमारियों से जैसे आप कहते हैं वो पीड़ित हैं और टोटली डिपेंडेंट हैं दूसरों के ऊपर। ऐसे हमारे बहुत सारे सीनियर सिटीजन हैं जो घर में बंद थे, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी कोठियों में थे, जो हमें कह रहे थे प्रभाश्रम में कॉल आई कि नहीं, कि 3-3 कोठी तक स्मेल जा रही है और इस समय कोई हमें इसका सल्यूशन नहीं दिख रहा। उनके फ्रेंड फ़ोन कर रहे हैं, तो वहाँ पे हमारी एम्बुलेंस गई और देखा, कहते हमें बस कोई ऐसी चीज़ दे दो जिससे हमारी मौत हो जाए, हमें साइनाइड दे दो, नीचे पड़े हैं, पैरालिसिस हो, इकल्ले रह गए कोठी में अपने। ऐसे बहुत सारे सीनियर सिटीजन को, तो वहाँ पे जो नोडल ऑफिसर है, जो हमारी 108, 112 नंबर एम्बुलेंस है, तो उसको उसके साथ अटैच कर सकते हैं। और एक एम्बुलेंस हर, अगर ब्लॉक में नहीं लगा सकते तो हम एक तहसील में, ये इंडिया लेवल पे हो सकता है, और एक तहसील में एक रिजर्व कर दें एम्बुलेंस, कि जिस समय भी इमरजेंसी है हमारे सीनियर सिटीजन को, तुरंत उसको वो रेस्क्यू करेगी, रिजर्व एक एम्बुलेंस हो। और इसके लिए अगर सर्वे के लिए भी वो थोड़ी कोशिश करें, तो सर्वे कितने हमारे बुजुर्ग हैं, शहर में हैं या गाँवों में हैं या होमलेस हैं, बेड रिडन है, जिनको तुरंत हेल्प की ज़रूरत है, तो इसमें बहुत बड़ी जो है सपोर्ट हो सकती है। एक पेंशन की बात की है आपने, पेंशन के लिए जो 10 से मतलब 1000 से 1500 के बीच बीच में है, इसको गवर्नमेंट विचार सकती है। और ख़ास करके जो हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस है, इसके लिए भी थोड़ी सी अवेयरनेस, और इसको इजीली अप्रोचेबल सिटीजन के लिए जो कि 80% लोग नहीं ले पा रहे, उनके लिए कर सकती है। और इनके लिए जो साइकेट्रिस्ट हैं, साइकोलॉजिस्ट हैं, जो हमारे डिमेंशिया के कारण बुजुर्ग कुछ ऐसा हो जाते हैं, इसको प्रमोट कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए बहुत सारी पॉलिसी बनाई जा सकती है। और दूसरा, इसके लिए जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है हमारा, प्राइवेट सेक्टर इसके लिए जो रेस्क्यू करना है, उनको घरों से रेस्क्यू करते हैं हम, तो उसके लिए एम्बुलेंस प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं। और अगर हम एस्टिमेट लगाएं, इसकी पॉलिसी बनाएं, तो 1 लाख पॉपुलेशन के पीछे कोई 2 बेड ऐसे स्पॉन्सर कर सकते हैं कि इमरजेंसी हालातों में बुजुर्ग को वहाँ पे फर्स्ट एड मिल सके, उसको केयर मिल सके। और तीसरा, इसके लिए कोई ऐप ऐसी, जो बुजुर्ग बेड रिडन है, जो हेल्पलेस हैं, तो उनका कोई ऐसी ऐप डिज़ाइन कर सकते हैं कि थोड़ा सा बोलें और वो उसके साथ लिंक हो जाए, जो हमारी हेल्पलाइन है। और हमारी ऐसी जो संस्थाएं हैं जो सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, इनके पास बहुत बड़ी हेल्प, बहुत कुछ कर सकते
समझ
हैं।
गया सर, मैं आपका आई गॉट योर व्हाट यू आर ट्राइंग टू से, बिकॉज मेंटल हेल्थ भी एक और इशू है। आई मीन जैसे आपने आई मीन आप उस पे भी काम कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पे दिस इज ऑल्सो मेजर इशू इन इंडिया, बिकॉज यू नो अराउंड 10.6% एडल्ट सफर फ्रॉम मेंटल हेल्थ इश्यूज एंड 70 to 90% you know there is a treatment gap है, because stigma जो associated है. So I think आप जो पहले बताया है वही इसमें भी अप्लाई करेंगे, because the government doesn't have much, you know, the mental health is a very neglected area है हमारे उसमें, और आप इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं प्रभा आश्रा से थ्रू. तो और भी आई थिंक हमें कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर से यू नो वी नीड अ लॉट ऑफ सपोर्ट.
कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर वो हमारे लिए कुछ भी नहीं है. हमारे इंडिया में कितने डिस्ट्रिक्ट होंगे? 800 डिस्ट्रिक्ट होंगे. एक एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक एक एम्बुलेंस लगा दें, और जो एनजीओ है एकदम उनको रेस्क्यू करने के लिए वहाँ पे तैयार है, और वहाँ से हॉस्पिटल में जो उनको खाना पीना कपड़ा लीड़ा जो उसकी केयर के लिए एम्बुलेंस तैयार है, उनके लिए शेल्टर होम, उनकी ऐसा जो थोड़ा सा भी हम रल मिल के काम करेंगे तो वो कोई ये इम्पॉसिबल नहीं है. और खास करके बच्चों को सेंसिटाइज करना, इसके लिए तो बड़ी जल्दी, खास करके बच्चे जो हमें मिलते हैं 23 स्टेटों में रीयूनाइट हुए, और जो बच्चे मिलते हैं उनके लिए थोड़ा सा भी गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी बनाए कि जो हमारा खास करके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो सपोर्ट कर देना साथ इसमें, जो इसकी स्ट्रेटजी बना के, तो बहुत इजी सोशल वर्कर को इजी हो जाता है. रिलीजियस सेक्टर को एक ब्रिज का काम करते हैं ना सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो है, जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर एंड
हमें तो एक आइडिया मिल गया सर. थैंक यू सो मच. वी हैव पॉसिटी ऑफ टाइम बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ अदर यू नो थिंग्स व्हिच आर लाइंड अप. सो थैंक यू सो मच each and every one of you for you know making this a very interactive session, and thank you audience for your patient hearing. I hope you have gained something out of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I request Shri Srinath ji also to kindly present the plans to our panelists. To Shri Manoranjan Naik ji. To Shri Chirag Bhandari ji. And to Shri Shamsher Singh ji. And I invite Harish Chandra ji to kindly present the plant, expressing a thanks to our moderator, to Shri Srinath ji. मोदी जी ने हमें एक मिशन दिया है कि एक पेड़ माँ के नाम, और हम यहाँ पर कह रहे हैं एक पेड़ CSR के नाम आप लगाएं, और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की तरफ, ग्रीन ग्रोथ की तरफ अपना योगदान दें. एंड आई नाउ इनवाइट फ्रॉम ग्रासिम इंडस्ट्रीज टू काइंडली शेयर देयर प्रेजेंटेशन. दिस इज़ द वर्क विच Grasim Industries has been doing in CSR. Would like to request our presenter to kindly limit your presentation to 5 minutes if you can. We'll after that break for lunch, and then we have Dr. Jitendra Singh ji joining us. They'll put the presentation.
So good afternoon everybody. Myself Satish Bhuir. I'm heading CSR of Grasim Business, and along with me Mr. Sudhir Kumar Singh is my senior. And as we won this award for the sustainable livelihood through agriculture, animal husbandry and skill development project, which we implemented in 20 villages. First of all, I would like to brief you about the Aditya Birla Group CSR activity. Aditya Birla Group work in 7,000 villages and reach out to more than 90 lakhs people every year. And Grasim is a part of Aditya Birla Group. Grasim is also working in 311 villages and reach out to more than 12 lakhs people every year. Grasim has a presence in 9 states. And as per the philosophy of Aditya Birla Group, we are working in 5 focus areas, that is education, community health, sustainable livelihood, infrastructure development, and addressing some social issues. Next, please. Our CSR activities are we are working under the leadership of our Srimati Rajashree Ji Birla. She is the chairperson of the Aditya Birla Center for Community Initiative and Rural Development. Next, please. And next, please. So, apart from these 5 focus areas, we have focused for this award only for the livelihood related project. So we have projected here 4 major our initiatives. That is the Integrated Livestock Development Program, which was initiated in 2013, and in a partnership with the BIOF, we implemented this project in 35 villages. Second project was implemented Resilient and Sustainable Agriculture Development, including Wadi project. We implemented this project in 2022 in 20 villages, and we reach out to more than 15,000 farmers' families. Next, please. The third one project was Skill Development Project, which we implemented in 20 villages, and we reach out to 300 youth, and we ensured the 71% employment also. This project was implemented along with LaborNet, Bangalore-based agency. Fourth project which we had implemented, Women Empowerment, which was again in 20 villages, and this project was, under this project we formed more than 105 self-help group. We covered 1,000 women. We formed 25 enterprises as well as 1 FPOs also. And this project, now I will brief about the impact of the project which has generated through our livelihood project. Next, please. Next. Under the sustainable livelihood through dairy development, we implemented this project since 2013. We covered more than 21,000 done AI, 19,000 plus cattle PD examined, 8,429 cattle PD confirmed, 6,369 calves born. These are some of the impact which we have generated through our CSR project. Next, please. These are the statistics, how we have changed the socio-economy of the 20 villages. That is, before intervention, the total cattle population was 14,000, and after, but that was mostly, the cattle was not milking. So after implementing this project, you can see the figure, milk productions, the earning of the farmers of milk through milk production was 62 lakhs. Production was, 62 tons per annum. Now, increase in income over the period of 10 crores. This is the impact which we have generated through this project. Next, please. This is the Wadi project. We called it Unnati under Sustainable Agriculture Development Program. This project was implemented in 2022, and till March 22-25, we developed 202 wadis of orange and lemon in 1 acre. That means we covered 200 plus acres of land, and more than 1,500 farmers have been covered. We also formed 1 FPO. Through FPO, they have also generated income or turnover of more than 1 crore within 1 year, and they have generated 40 lakhs almost profit by doing a number of innovative activities, like they sold green fodder to one of the Gausala. Grasim has also started Gausala with 1,000 stray cows, and our farmers are supplying green fodder through FPO. So this is a project which addressed more than 15,000 farmers' families by introducing various technology. BIAF has played a very vital role, as well as our Grasim sponsored this project. And people's income as well as that socio-economies have been changed positively. Next, please. This is the one farmers producer company which we have formed. Under this companies, 651 farmers have been registered. They are become a member. NABARD has also played a very vital role, and they have given a matching grant, as well as they are also supporting us for the various innovative projects. Under this project, we are also making silage through green fodder, and they are selling to the dairy farmers. Next, please. Under Kausalya, we have initiated this project in 2022 in a collaboration with the LabourNet. This is Bangalore-based organization. We identified 3 trades, that is customer relation management, customer CRM non-voice, as well as assistant beautician, self-employment training, and they have 300 rural youth undergone this training, and we ensured to give employment of more than 71 people percentage under this project. Next, please. This is again a women empowerment project, as I have already mentioned that under this project we found 105 SHG group and established ventures, as well as established one FPO. Till date, they have saved more than near about 15 lakhs through SHG savings, and our enterprises generated 8 lakhs 71,000 revenues through this project. Next, please. These are the awards which we have won for our various CSR projects, including last time we won this Gold Award for the 11th CSR Summit, Times Award for ensuring quality education, Terry Award for our water for all, as Grasim is conserving 1,100 cubic feet water every year. We have 4 check dams, big check dams, which is spreaded in 50 kilometers. We have 2 reservoirs also. So these are some of our awards which we have received for our various CSR projects. And we are also working with multiple partners that due to time constraint, we have not put here slides. We are also doing baseline survey initially before starting project, need assessment survey, and after completing project, we are also conducting impact assessment survey by engaging external agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And may you continue to do the good job and working for the society. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close the pre-lunch sessions. We now invite you to please join us for lunch, the arrangement of lunch just at the back. The lunch is going to be closing by 1:50. For 2 o'clock sharp, we have Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji joining us. As I mentioned, he's going to be with us for a very short time, maybe 15 to 30 minutes he's going to be there. We have a speech, we have the awards to be presented. So request you to have your lunch and then be back at your respective seats by 1:50, 1:55 max, so that we are here to welcome him and take the session with him. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. आप सभी को लंच के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं और आप सभी से निवेदन है कि पुनः आप अपने स्थान पर लंच करने के बाद 1:50 या 55 मिनट तक अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें, क्योंकि 2 बजे शार्प डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी हमारे साथ होंगे और कुछ 15 से आधा घंटा तक वो हमारे साथ रहेंगे, जिसमें उनका एड्रेस भी होगा और उनकी अवार्ड्स भी हमें देंगे। So we need to be ready to be welcoming him as he joins us. We express our thanks to all our sponsors. During this lunchtime, we have our sponsor films which is going to be running, and while you're having your lunch, you can also have your eyes on the screen as the sponsors share and showcase their CSR work and activities. Thanks to State Bank of India, to Tata Sons, to NTPC, to JSW, and to GAIL. Thank you. Bharat, or what is the thought or the idea behind the Viksit Bharat 2047? What do we mean, and what does it mean to every citizen of this country? And as the Honorable Minister had also said, that each one of us will have to contribute towards realizing this vision of Viksit Bharat. So herein I would like to invite Major General Dr. Ramesh K. Raina, retired, Director of the Rashtriya Raksha University and the patron of the Kakini Building Humanity, a decorated veteran. He's conferred with the Sena Medal, and a seasoned academic who has spearheaded military education reforms, UN peacekeeping initiatives, and also his contribution to the education sector, the higher education transformation under the National Education Policy 2020, championing strategic management and next-gen defense training. I invite Major General Dr. Ramesh K. Raina for his address to this congregation. Request you all, जो लोग खड़े हैं उनसे मैं विशेष निवेदन करना चाहूँगी. हमारा सत्र हम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं. आपसे निवेदन है आप अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाएं. Requesting people to be kindly taking your seats. We have very and many illustrious speakers who are going to be addressing us. We seek their guidance, we seek inspirations from them. Please be taking your seats. And Major General Dr. Ramesh K. Raina.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are in a post-line session, and I'll talk briefly for about 10 minutes. Firstly, I must thank CSR Times, especially Mr. Harish ji, for having invited us and given us an opportunity to speak to you. You have heard since morning on this Viksit Bharat, talked about education, health, agriculture, women empowerment, environment. But one issue which is also very important is the cultural revival, especially in Kashmir. That's where I belong to. You will see one of the responsibilities undertaken by Kakini Foundation is cultural revival of Kashmir. You would have understood what has recently happened from Pahalgam incident to Op Sindoor. But we go back in time, the culture of Kashmir is more than 5,000 years old, and it is culture of Kashmir which has spread across the country because of the 7 migrations that happened, 6 before the one which happened in 1990s. So if some of you are down south or east or any part of the country, if you dig into past, you may still find some relevance to Kashmir. Next. You would have seen that Kashmir was a Hindu ever since it was formed, since Kashyap Rishi days. And everyone who had something to do with Hinduism has landed up there. And it was a spiritual land. Shaivism has flourished from there down to other parts of the country and to the world. So as I talked about Kakini Building Foundation, we're trying to see how we can revive with more than 2,300 temples which are in a bad state. Most of them are in terrible state. Next. I'll quickly go over some of these. You would have seen that, you would have heard that a temple has come up at Titwal, the Sharda temple, which presently is in ruins in Pak-occupied Kashmir. But you would have seen it's no match to what it was originally meant as. In fact, Pakistani website shows Sharda in a better manner. And what you see in the bottom center is the original form in which Kashmiri temples were. And why it is protected is because it remains within the cantonment area of Srinagar. So it has retained its originality. Next. So you would have seen most of it are lost to time. Next. 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 So why this destruction and neglect? One, of course, is Kashmiris have moved out from, Kashmiri Pandits have moved out 7 times, ever since some 13th century, when Islam came in there. And as and when the Islamists came right from Afghanistan, from far off areas, from Persians to Mongols, so you will see that there has been a not only a religious entities have changed, but it has also impacted the culture. So there's an amalgamation of culture between the Central Asian republics and Kashmir. And in 8th century, it was a Kashmir ruler who ruled over most parts of India right up to ASEAN, to Afghanistan. So this decay has happened because of exodus, and of course there's an encroachment, maintenance and funding problems. And it is essential to revive this temple if we talk about preserving Kashmir's multicultural history. Next. So generally this is what I was wanting to talk about. We are looking for partnership by individual groups, non-government organizations, as well as government, to see if we can find some path for this important revival that is so essential for country. Next. You would have seen certain 3 arrows in the bottom corner. These are the 3 entries into Kashmir. And the 4th arrow is from top down, which is from Kargil down to Kashmir Valley. So you will see a lot of decimation of the Hindu population also happening south of Pir Panjal, where these 3 arrowheads are. And on the northern arrow, it is generally the Shia Muslims. And this was the Kargil and Leh were basically predominantly Buddhist. And today majority in Kargil happens to be the other side. Next. So we are looking at something called cultural tourism. And we believe that it will result in reversing radicalization. And this cultural tourism will take care of not only of the Hindu temples, but also of these mazars of various saints, as also the Buddhists and the Gurdwaras. So you'll find generally Gurdwaras in almost all districts. There are also Buddhist trails, especially towards the northern part of Kashmir. And I talked about this 2,306 have been mapped by Kakni, which actually require revival. Next. So it's important for Kashmiri Pandits. As a community, the migration has made us lose that cohesiveness. But what we can still protect is the cultural identity of Kashmir, which is linked to India, which I just tried to highlight. And I also talked about that ever since this migration happened, there are hardly about 700-800 families left. And that migration have moved away. Besides various parts of India, you will find Kashmiri Pandits have moved all across the world, as has happened 6 times prior to that. And today, the person who has a spiritual connect is between the age of 45 to 80, 85. This 40, 45 years is the bracket that we are looking at connecting back to spiritualism. And every day that we lose, we will see lesser number of people on the stage to revive that culture. So that is why there's a urgency part of it. And we hope that with this culture revival, some reverse migration may happen. Next. Next. Yeah, can you leave him, please? Can you move to the side? Yeah. So what we are looking at is select some sites of these temples have a lot of land, notwithstanding the encroachment that has happened over the last 35 years. If we can identify a few, to start with, about 7-10 such places have been identified across north, central and south. And we hope to construct some accommodation where tourists, not only the Kashmiri Pandits but also across the world, and find some spiritualism there. And you'll find, any one of you who has gone and crossed Banihal Tunnel, you'll find there's a different vibes that the environment gives you. So with that, and giving that vegetarian food, we hope that cultural and spiritual connect will start. What Adi Shankar and others found, we hope some more Indians will find. Next. So what we're looking at roughly is about 80 odd crores. And it's not that Kakni will do it. So we want people to come up, pick up one temple, do it, construct it, and be the patron for that. And not that nothing is happening on ground. A lot of these mandir committees are the local Kashmiri Pandits who are also aging now. So in collaboration with them, they are the ones who could restore it to what originally it was meant for. Next. So we call it as spiritual wellness tourism because this is the latest buzzword is wellness, Ayurveda, yoga, and of course the ethnic healing process of Kashmir is something that should attract people beside the weather. Target audience is all types of people, Indian and across, and those who seek wellness. So looking at offering meditation and Ayurvedic healing, cultural revival, tourism boost, and this community reconnect may assist us in rebuilding ties with the displaced Kashmiri Pandits. Next. And of course, it has an economic and cultural impact in the form of employment generation, sustainable development, and of course, Kashmir as such is on the map of world. So we hope that it will now be seen in a new format as a heritage and a wellness tourism part. Next. So I seek individuals and corporates to invest as a group entity or as individuals, and of course have an oversight and consultancy of the local population, especially those, a large number of Kashmiri Pandits were good in history, architecture and culture. It is those knowledgeable people which this knowledge we are losing so that they could be restored to what they actually were. So we are hoping to have a seminar in Kashmir in October, and we hope that Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture would be there. So we'll seek your indulgence and you all welcome to join us there. Thank you. Next. So this is what the collaboration that we are looking at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Major General, for sharing the work which your organization, Kakni, is doing towards restoring the past glory of Kashmir and of the Kashmiri Pandits, restoring the demographic of Kashmir. And again, revival of our cultural roots and reviving the past. Thank you. I now invite Professor Bijon Mishra, the publisher and editor of the Aware Consumer, an international consumer policy expert, and he's also the founder of Healthy You Foundation, championing consumer rights, patient safety, access to quality healthcare through high-impact initiatives and multi-stakeholder collaborations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Hello, good afternoon. ये बहुत कठिन समय है लंच के बाद किसी का भाषण सुनना, है कि नहीं? आप लोग जगे हैं कि घोर निंद्रा में हैं? I can't hear you. Yes or no? Yes. That is what I wanted to hear. तो लंच अच्छा रहा, लेकिन मुफ्त में नहीं मिला. आपको सुनना पड़ेगा, इसलिए हमको बुलाया गया कि इन लोगों को जगा के रखिए. So friends, it's a great event. Congratulations, CSR Times, Harish Bhai, and the dynamic team, and all the guests, all the winners who got recognized. I want to acknowledge them. I want to acknowledge all of you who took time to come. क्यों आए हैं यहाँ? क्या चीज सुनने के लिए आए हैं आप? इसका कोई जवाब है? जी जरूर होगा, नहीं तो आप समय नहीं देते. हम लोग सब ये सुनने के लिए आए हैं या ये जानने के लिए आए हैं कि कई संस्थाएं जो व्यापार कर रहा है हमारे देश में, and they are all homegrown companies mostly. Luckily, I don't see any foreign brands in the room. So we are talking about Viksit Bharat. We are talking about how India would look like by 2047 and how we will become a 5 trillion economy and what will lead us to do that. Friends, हम जमशेदपुर में 47 years रहे. जमशेदपुर जानते हैं कहां पर है? Yes or no? Jharkhand, very good. It was in Bihar earlier, now gone to Jharkhand, yes. I was born when it was in Bihar, so I call myself a Bihari by birth. कितने बिहारीज हैं यहाँ? ओ एक ही केवल? ओ 2, 3, बस. अरे हम सोचे हम लोग सब छाए हुए हैं सब जगह. Anyway, so what I want to tell you is, I was born and brought up with the Tata family. जमशेदपुर क्रिएट हुआ, टाटा स्टील बना 1907 पे. तो कितने साल हो गया? 118 साल वो कंपनी. जब उनका जो फाउंडर है जमशेद जी नवरंग जी टाटा, जब वो ब्रिटिशर्स के पास गए, बिकॉज वी वर स्टिल अंडर द ब्रिटिश रूल दैट टाइम, और उन्होंने जब कहा कि हम एक स्टील प्लांट बनाना चाहते हैं इंडिया में, लोग बोले ये पागल हो गया, और उनको एक्चुअली धक्का देके कमरे से निकाल दिया. जब वो गए इंजीनियर्स को हायर करने के लिए, टेक्नोलॉजी लाने के लिए, उनको एक्चुअली भगा दिए. He says, "You gone mad. How can you make a steel plant in India? You can't do that. It's impossible." And then he made up his mind that हम करके दिखाएंगे. So the first thing is, which every entrepreneur, कोई भी CSR एक्टिविटी कर रहा है, वो पहला ये काम करता है जो टाटाज ने लिख के, जमशेद जी लिख के गया है, कि I want to see my township around the steel plant. First, I want to see broad roads, trees planted on both sides of the roads. I want playgrounds for the children. I want schools, I want temples. Before the steel plant starts. A round of applause, please. Jor se, yes. What I am trying to convey to you is, if you want to become a successful entrepreneur, you have to think of the community, which is extremely important. If you can't look after your community, if you can't look after the people who will run the plant, your plant will never prosper. ये समझ लीजिए. I like it. When you nod your head, then I know that we are communicating. If you don't, and if you're looking at your mobile phone, then I know that you're not listening to me. And that is unfair. There has to be an eye-to-eye contact. And that's why I'm looking at the last person on that corner. That are you looking at me or not? Yes or no? Yeah, good. Fantastic. So what I want to tell you is, you see, the philosophy of CSR is what? That before you think about your profit, you have to think of the community, you have to think about the family, you have to think about the people who are going to run that business, and they're going to give you profit. And when you get that profit, then you have to plow it back. And that cycle has to go on. And that is how the whole concept of CSR was born. And within the government, they had to bring a law. How unfortunate. एक कानून लाना पड़ा कि आप इतना परसेंटेज आप इन्वेस्ट करेंगे out of your profit on CSR. But what I was trying to tell you is, it was all thought of by the most successful companies. If you look at all the 500 top companies of the world, you will see they do a lot of work on philanthropy. Why is philanthropy required? You see, the most important thing is, सबसे जरूरी क्या है हमारे देश में, इंडिया में आज सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी क्या है? कोई बताएंगे? सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी क्या है? आपका सेहत को सही रखना. If your health is not all right, you are of no good. And you are the asset of the country. And if that asset is not taken care well, then how can you expect a Vikshit Bharat? है कि नहीं? This side is very good. They are responding very well. You know, what I want to tell you all is, 2 crore log in our country today, every year, who are above the poverty line, are going below the poverty line. Are you listening or you're talking to each other? Because I'm very sensitive when somebody is talking to each other. What I want to tell you is, 2 crore people sell their property or create a debt, लोन लेते हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि उनको स्वास्थ्य सही रखना है, उनको जीना है. Because of our healthcare cost in the country is so high, and everybody is not able to access quality healthcare, people have to sell their property or create a loan out of their ornaments in the house or from friends and family members to look after the health of their elders or children or family members. How tragic it is. So the mission is, जो हमारा मिशन है और जिसके लिए हम भी काम कर रहे हैं CSR टाइम्स के साथ, कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं? कर रहे हैं. I always want to confirm because, you know, कभी-कभी बोलकर निकल जाते हैं लोग पतली गली से. हाँ, तो हम publicly confirm कर ले रहे हैं. You know, so what I want to tell you all is, my mission is, not a single person in India would need to create a debt or sell assets to access healthcare. Yes, little louder. Little louder, yes. Little louder, yes. Thank you, thank you. Little louder. Because the whole idea is, if you can't take care of the health of your citizens, then I don't think you deserve to be told that you are having a good governance in the country. Good governance will come only. And I know all these big brands who are displayed here. Because I can only quote about Tata's because I lived in Jamshedpur for 47 years. Before the plant started, they set up a hospital first. And today that hospital in that city is one of the best hospitals in Jharkhand. What I want to tell you all is that while you make profit, you have to think of certain fundamentals. हम आपको एक और इंटरेस्टिंग कहानी बताएंगे आज. कितना मिनट के लिए हम बोल सकते हैं? 10 minutes more? आप घंटी बजाइएगा प्लीज. नहीं तो ये लोग जग गया है फिर हमको गाली देगा. बोले हमको जगा दिया है और फिर कुछ नहीं बोल रहा है, you know. So I want to tell you all something very interesting. You see, when Tata set up this plant, देखिए विजन क्या होता है लोगों का. They said there will be schools. I went to a school which was set up by the Jesuits of Maryland of USA. हम उस स्कूल में गए जहां जो उनके टीचर्स रहे वो अमेरिका से आए थे. दे वर प्रीस्ट, कैथलिक प्रीस्ट, जिनको अमेरिका से बुलाया टू सेट अप अ स्कूल इन जमशेदपुर. हम उस स्कूल में गए थे. What I want to tell you, Tata's made sure that they encourage schools to be set up in Jamshedpur, but they never encouraged colleges. No college was allowed in Jamshedpur. You please look up in the history of the Jamshedpur. अब तो आ गया college. Because होते हैं, you know, community में, there was a Parsi gentleman who fought tooth and nail and set up a college under cooperative society. So the first college which was set up in Jamshedpur was Cooperative College of Jamshedpur. When we asked Tatas, why did you object to having colleges? They said, no, we never objected. What we said is that school say you go out of the city, go somewhere else and study there so that you can see the world. ये नहीं कि एक ही शहर में आप स्कूल भी किया, कॉलेज भी किया, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन भी किया, पीएचडी भी कर लिया. अब वर्ल्ड कहाँ देखा? वर्ल्ड देखने के लिए आपको बाहर जाना जरूरी है. And that is what, you know, I want to tell you all that. You see, I just heard from our very eminent speaker, Raina Saab. You know, if you have to look at the world, then first thing is you look at how the world can look at you. So you have to bring your heritages, your culture back to that place of glory so that the world can come to you. You see, which is very, very important. So friends, what I want to tell you all is, you are the real strength. You are the real strength of the country. आपको क्या करना चाहिए और हम लोगों को सबको मिलकर क्या करना चाहिए? एक तो हम आपको बता दिया, सेहत. You have to take care of your health. So if you are not well, if you are victim of a serious disease, you need treatment. आपको इधर उधर दौड़ने का जरूरत नहीं होना चाहिए. You all should be fully insured in terms of your health. And that is what is one of the mission which we all should try to encourage and take it forward. Yes or no? Yes. Very good. Very good. He to shouted on behalf of everybody. आप लोग पीछे रह गए. You know, so nice of you. Really impressed. So what I want to tell you is, first is no compromise on health. Am I right or wrong? And all the big brands are here of the country. So when you do CSR, please keep some element for health, which is very important. And I know most of you, out of my experience I know, most of you take care of your employees and ensure that they get health care till they are alive and their family members, especially the dependents. I know that in all these big companies you all practice that, which is a great thing. Let's give them a hand. Big round of applause. Very good. You see, the second thing is education. ऐसा कोई भी बंदा हमारे देश में नहीं होना चाहिए जो पढ़ाई करना चाह रहा है और उनके पास फीस देने के लिए पैसा नहीं है. You see, I must tell you that when I went to Loyola School, Jamshedpur, I used to pay a fee which was those days considered very high. And the most interesting part, I'll tell you, is that any student or any youth in Jamshedpur, whether the family members are working with Tatas or not, there was schools which used to give free education for all. So you would have the most expensive schools where you can go and you can have a school which is free for everybody. But free doesn't mean that it is of no value. कोई ना कोई तो पेमेंट कर रहा है. There is nothing called free. हम क्या बोले आपको बिगनिंग में? लंच खिलाया हरीश भाई ने. क्यों? आपको सुनना है लंच के बाद. मुफ्त में नहीं खिलाया. तो कोई चीज मुफ्त में नहीं मिलता है. Yes or no? You better say yes. Otherwise you'll be thrown out of this room. Anyway, so friends, so education में हम आपको एक कहानी जो बताना चाह रहे थे, and I think I'll stop because you'll have to ring the bell now. Otherwise, I'll continue. When I went for my further studies to Banaras Hindu University. All of you know? BHU का नाम सुने हैं कि नहीं? बनारस का नाम तो सब सुने होंगे क्योंकि हमारा प्रधानमंत्री तो वहीं से हैं. He is the MP now from there. So everybody knows Banaras now. The whole world knows. What I want to tell you is when I went to Banaras Hindu University, the fees I paid there for my college education while I was pursuing my business management was much, much less than what my parents paid for my school education in Jamshedpur. हम जब अपने बाबूजी से बताए कि यहाँ फीस इतना है, बीएचयू में इतना देना पड़ेगा साल भर में, he was damn happy. हम बोले क्यों आप इतने खुश हैं? अब हमको मालूम है हमारा टैक्स का पैसा कहाँ जाता है. You see, everybody wants to know that if I pay my tax directly or indirectly, it must be utilized in the most efficient and effective manner. Yes or no? Yes. And we all feel very happy जब हमारा नाम कोई इंडिया डेलीगेशन में डाल देता है और हम सरकार के पैसे से विदेश जाते हैं. आई एम द मोस्ट हैप्पीएस्ट पर्सन. हम ये कह के खुश होते हैं कि चलो कुछ तो पैसा हमारा टैक्स का हमारे ऊपर खर्चा हुआ. You see, what I want to tell you all friends is that we must make healthcare accessible to all without compromising on quality or economic condition of that person. The second is education. No student, और अभी हम हाल ही में इन्वॉल्व हुए, हम रविशंकर जी को बता रहे थे. रविशंकर जी आप हमारे साथ हैं कि नहीं हैं? हाँ, गुड. या क्या किस लिए ऐसा कोई बंदे नहीं होनी चाहिए हमारे देश में जो तरक्की कर रहा है, जो पढ़ाई में बहुत उनका हुनर है और उनके पास पैसा नहीं है पढ़ाई आगे ले जाने के लिए. प्लीज आपके नेबरहुड में ऐसा कोई बच्चे हैं, कहीं पर भी आपको दिख गया, आप प्लीज उनको हमारे साथ टच में लाइए. I would like to see that that child is given all facilities throughout his education career, and we guarantee them also an employment. And I have now brought out almost 288 students who are today coming from families whose annual income is less than 3 lakhs, and they had got a merit of 85% in 10th and 12th. Their whole college education postgraduate education, their grooming up, their going overseas for internship was all borne by that scholarship. पैसे की कमी नहीं है हमारे देश में, यह हम आप लोगों को फिर से बोल रहे हैं, दैट इज माय क्लोजिंग रिमार्क. पैसे की कमी नहीं है, लेकिन आपको करके दिखाना है कि आप क्या करना चाहते हो उस पैसे से. There will be thousands of people ready to fund you, to help you to see that your dreams come true, where the country is growing and citizens are growing, and of course Harish ji has to also grow along with that. Thank you very much, Harish ji, for inviting me. Thank you, all of you, for listening to me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Bijon sir, for such a inspiring address. और आपने शुरू में बोला कि लोग सो तो नहीं रहे खाना खाने के बाद, उसके ऊपर मैं कुछ कमेंट नहीं करना चाहूँगी, पर ये है कि आपने डेफिनेटली अपने एड्रेस से बहुत लोगों को जागरूक किया कि आप अपने घर, और जब घर तो आपका अपना बिजनेस परिवार, उसका सबसे पहले ध्यान रखें, और प्रॉफिट्स एंड एवरीथिंग दैट विल ऑफ कोर्स फॉलो. तभी हम कहते हैं कि पीपल प्लैनेट प्रॉफिट, PPP जो कहा जाता है. And it actually makes good business sense in investing in people and investing in the environment. So, thank you. और आपने दो जो fields को जिस पर आप काम करते आए और लोगों को इंस्पायर किया, एक हेल्थ और एक एजुकेशन, वही कि स्वस्थ भारत की तरफ, यदि हम विकसित भारत की बात कर रहे हैं तो स्वस्थ भारत होना ज़रूरी है और साक्षर भारत होना भी ज़रूरी है. पढ़ेगा भारत तो तभी बढ़ेगा भारत. तो उसकी तरफ आपने हमें इंस्पायर किया. एंड और आप खुद, जैसे आपने कहा कि जमशेदपुर से हैं, और जो वहाँ का आपने कल्चर देखा, JRD जमशेद जी के बारे में आपने बताया, और वो जो कल्चर को आपने इम्बाइब किया, एंड दैट इज़ एक्चुअली मेकिंग यू, इट इज़ सो मच इन योर DNA that you are inspiring others to be following that path. Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we are, yes, you can clap for me also. Sorry. We've been waiting for the Honorable Minister to be joining us. Just to apprise you, आप I think जानते होंगे कि आज Wing Commander Subhanshu Shukla ji, he's landing back the Axiom 4 mission. They're making a splashdown. That was supposed to happen at 5 o'clock and it has been preponed, so it's 3 o'clock now, and that is where our Honorable Minister, that's the reason he's slightly delayed. He sent across a message that he's going to be joining us post that. And I think we all stand very proud of Wing Commander Subhanshu Shukla being a part of that mission and making India proud. And the Honorable Minister, though virtually, because that's going to be the splashdown going to be happening at the Pacific Ocean, I believe. But then maybe he virtually interacts also with him. So he's going to be, the Honorable Minister is going to be joining us. So we request you that you continue to be with us till the end of the program. We'll, in case we give the awards also and he comes later, we'll have a group photograph with him. So now moving forward, I invite our next eminent guest speaker, Mrs. Eva Kopeka, the Economic and Commercial Counselor, Czech Republic. Okay, there she is. So we are talking about, as we discussed in the morning also, what does Viksit Bharat mean for the world? It is towards building this greater ties with the other countries, developing peace, working on peace and diplomacy, and the trade ties with the other nations, being the voice of the global south. That is where we invite the views of Ms. Eva from Czech Republic.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Excellencies, Members of Parliament, diplomats, leading representatives of leading Indian companies, NGOs, education, all who are here today, so welcome. It is a great honor for me to be here today, to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished gathering. Thank you to the organizers, the CSR, of the 12th CSR Times Summit to invite me, and also being present at the award, which is a very big privilege for me. It is always very special, very motivating and inspiring to meet people and hear about their significant projects and achievements. So thank you very much for having me here. A few months ago, I was invited by CSR Times to attend the International Women's Summit on role of women in achieving the goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. And at that time, I was honored by the prestigious World Women Icon Award 2025, which was a very special, and I felt really honored to receive this award for the work I've been doing here for the past 3 years I've been here in India. So allow me briefly to introduce myself. I'm the head of commercial and economic section at the Czech Embassy in New Delhi. And my mission is to support and strengthen the economic and business between the Czech Republic and India. This means connecting people, ideas, and opportunities, whether by helping Czech and Indian companies find the right partners, organizing business delegations, creating platforms for dialogues, opening doors to new forms of cooperation, and continuously meeting inspiring people from all fields of life. India is undergoing an inspiring transformation, full of energy, innovation, and growth, and it is truly a great time for me to be here. We see immense potential for partnership across industries, and it is my privilege to be part of this dynamic journey, facilitating collaboration and creating meaningful connections between our two countries. So let me touch a little bit on the Czech-India relationships. Czech-Indian relationships are built on a strong foundation of mutual respect, shared values, and growing cooperation. They have long been marked by friendship and mutual interests, but in the recent years, we have seen a significant deepening of ties, especially in the field of trade, innovation, and industrial collaboration. It spans across strategic sectors like railways, aerospace, defense, clean technologies, automotive, and advanced engineering. Czech companies bring decades of expertise and a tradition of high-quality industrial manufacturing, while Indian partners offer scale, innovation, and increasingly dynamic market environment. Czech companies value the energy, talent, and potential that India represents, while Indian businesses are increasingly finding trusted partners at cutting-edge technologies in the Czech Republic. So together we are building bridges that not only connect our economies, but also bring people together. The recent joint ventures and growing trade volumes are a clear reflection of the trust and potential that exists between these two countries. And let me conclude on mentioning one recent example of success, where the leading Czech and European company called Škoda Group formed a joint venture with leading Indian company. And this strategic partnership is aimed at supporting the growth of Indian railways and mobility markets. The joint venture marks a significant step in strengthening Czech-Indian economic ties, and it is a truly unique moment and great example of how the international cooperation could work. So this was just a brief contribution from my side. I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for once more for inviting me, and I wish you a successful rest of the summit today. Thank you very much.
So thank you, and we really hope and wish that the relationship between India and Czech Republic further grows, and we further work towards our shared vision and missions. Thank you. And may I now request Mr. Bui Trung Thong, the Trade Counselor, Head of Trade Office, Embassy of Vietnam, to please address the congregation.
Honorable guests, Lady Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very honor for me on behalf of the Embassy of Vietnam to be here today. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizer for inviting me to share about Vietnam's vision to become a developed nation by 2045. And also it's in line with visit India, visit Bharat vision. So today I will focus on how corporate social responsibility, CSR, can serve as a catalyst in aligning with shared aspiration for innovation-driven industrialization, sustainable economic growth, and institutional reform and inclusive development. That's a four pillars that I come already by the way for Vietnam to become developed country by 2045. Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam and India have a dynamic economy in Asia Pacific, share a common dream to transform into developed nation by the centenaries of our independence. Vietnam by 2045 and India by 2047. Our journey are united by commitment to uplifting every citizen through equitable growth, technological advancement, and sustainable progress. CSR as a bridge between corporate success and social well-being is pivotal to achieve this goal. Now I'm talking about the Vietnam vision to 2047, a roadmap for development. Vietnam's ambition to become high-income, developed nation by 2045 is rooted in clear strategies that emphasize four key pillars. Number one, innovation and technology-based industrialization. Number two, sustainable economic growth. Number three, institutional reform and inclusive development. About few decades, Vietnam has transformed successfully from one of the world's poorest nations to a lower middle income economy, with aspiration to reach upper middle income by 2030 and high income status by 2045. To achieve this, we aim to maintain an annual economic growth rate of 7 to 8%, driven by science, technology, and innovation. Our vision is not much about economic metrics, but about creating a democratic, equitable, and sustainable society. This requires to shape a high-value industry, robust governance, and an inclusive framework where no citizen is left behind. Vietnam National Strategy for Science, Technology, and Innovation Development underscores the need for stronger collaboration among government, businesses, and universities for foster innovation and global competitiveness. Synergy with Mission Visit Bharat by 2047. India Mission Visit Bharat by 2047 resonate deeply with Vietnam aspiration. Our vision to transform India into 30 to 35 billion trillion economy by 2047, driven by innovation, sustainable and inclusive growth, manner with our own ambition. Initiatives like Made in India, Digital in India, and Atmanirbhar Bharat align closely with Vietnam's focus on technology-driven and self-reliant. Both nations recognize the achieved development status require not only India and Vietnam can apply the impact of national initiative from Digital India to Vietnam digital transformation and the role of CSR in Vietnam vision. CSR is no longer as peripheral activity, but a strategic imperative for sustainable development. In Vietnam, CSR is evolving beyond compliance to better driving for innovation, inclusivity, and environmental stewardship. So let me again outline how CSR align with our Vietnam 4 pillar and support a share of goal of Visit Bharat. Number one, innovation and technology-based industrial nation. Vietnam is positioning itself as global hub for high-tech industry, including semiconductor, digital technology, and biotechnology. CSR initiative by corporation can accelerate the transforming by investing in research and development, fostering industrial economic partnership, and upskilling the workforce. For instance, companies in Vietnam are established recruitment team to tap into expertise of Vietnamese professors abroad and enhancing our innovation ecosystem. In terms of sustainable economic growth, sustainability is the heart of both Vietnam vision and Visit Bharat. Vietnam manufacturing and export growth, while impressive, have been carbon intensive, contribution to 1/3 of our total emission. In India, CSR initiative supporting afforestation, water conservation, and renewable energy projects align with Visit Bharat goal of balancing economic growth and environmental preservation. Collectively, CSR effort between India and Vietnamese companies can foster green industrialization, leveraging India expert, suppose that in solar or PV cell, and Vietnam advancement in green financing. Institutional reform are also essential to transparent and efficient business environment. India focus on good governance under Visit Bharat, with initiative like to create the relationship between the two countries. The vision of Vietnam and India Visit Bharat are not just a national goal, but opportunity for global partnership. As trade partner, Vietnam and India can leverage CSR to foster cross-border collaboration in technology, sustainability, and social equity. Joint venture in high-tech manufacturing, renewable energy, and digital transformation can create a synergistic ecosystem that can escalate our progress toward becoming a developed nation. As Vietnam and India toward 2045 and 2047, respectively, CSR will be cornerstone of our success. It's not merely a corporate obligation, but shared responsibility to build nations where innovation thrives, economic growth, sustainability, institutions are robust, and every citizen has the opportunity to prosper. So let us unite this mission, drawing inspiration from each other's journey, and create brighter and more inclusive future. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to hear from you how Vietnam and India we can work more closer. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, and it was very insightful to know that both the countries, 2045, you're aiming to become a developed Vietnam, and we in 2047. And you highlighted here the Vision 2045 for Vietnam towards becoming a developed Vietnam. And we share almost the same common goals, common purpose, and that is where both the nations can work across sectors, in various sectors, and work for the greater interest of our respective countries and then for the world at large. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to request and invite another veteran here, veteran from the Indian Air Force, Air Marshal VPS Ranaji, who is our jury member of the CSR Times Awards, which we are presenting. So I would now like to request him to kindly address the august gathering and share with us again the very thought and idea about having these awards. And of course, I'm sure there are much of inspirations we are going to be listening from him as he has served the Indian Air Force.
Thank you so much. Honorable ambassadors and guests, it's an honor to be here. Thank you, sir. You have really woken up the audience, so my task becomes that much easier. I have been associated with CSR Times for the last 3 years, and I have served Air Force for almost 4 decades. So whatever I learned in Air Force, we try to apply it in this thing. I also work now as an environmentalist, working in the various field of environment protection. I am also associated with Himalaya Unnati Mission, which is a platform for congregating all various NGOs. We have got almost 140 partners. So why I'm telling you this, that I do carry a lot of experience and a lot of exposure with me when I sit in this jury. And it has been really, really wonderful to see the kind of scope and the kind of expansion. Welcome, ma'am. Okay, so when I have been seeing this at least for the last 3 years, the kind of progression we have made in terms of the scope and diversity of the kind of CSR projects that are coming to us for the assessment. And it's been really, really difficult to choose between the various participants and various representatives, whether they are from the corporate or they are from the implementing NGOs. Now, the very, very interesting projects are coming, whether it is related to health, whether it's related to education, or environment. Particularly pleasing is that there are more and more of these issues related to the environment are coming to the fore. There are many people who are working towards this. If you heard in the morning session, those of you who were here in the morning, NDMA member Mr. Rajendra Singh ji, and also our Honorable Minister, Mr. Gadkari ji, talked about how it is so critical and so important to take care of your environment. Water is really, really central to all our needs, whether that is in the plains, like what Gadkari ji said, that they revived so many ponds and so many rivers and thereby impacted lives of so many people, those who did not have the water to drink. He talked about that almost 10,000 farmers in that Vidarbha region had committed suicide, and primary reason has been the water. So those of you who are working in that sector, it's a really, really great cause to serve in. I work a lot in Himalayan ecosystem and along with many NGOs. Rajendra Singh ji talked about the GLOF, the Glacial Lake Outburst floods, which is really, really becoming a nuisance in last so many years. If you have seen the disasters that are happening, majority of those are actually related to the GLOF or also related to the glacial melting. We in the armed forces are impacted really, really in a big way by these climate changes, and therefore all the proposals on the projects that we are talking about related to climate action or reverting these climate change impacts really takes the front stage. So my request would be to all of you, those who are in this field, please prioritize your actions towards the climate change. There's so much is happening, so much is changing, whether it's a weather pattern or it is disasters because of such weather patterns. It could be the rising seas, engulfing your coastal areas. It could be the GLOF, which is devastating your mountainous areas. There are so many. So my request would be that please do prioritize your environmental projects in whichever way you can. Like water, we are working as I am here today. In fact, I couldn't go because in one of our major thing that's happening is a mulberry plantation of almost 1 lakh trees, which is looking at agroforestry, which is looking at spring rejuvenation, which is looking at the livelihood training, and which is looking at the water conservation in the hilly areas of Uttarakhand. I was supposed to have been there today, but because of this, I am staying here. So these are the kind of projects in which your involvement would really make a lot of difference. Besides you are working in the field of education, health, and other things. But my personal request would be that please do choose the environmental projects in your CSR thing. Water is central. In mountain, you see the forest fire, you see in fact, morning minister said that there's a water available in Himalayas, but you'll be surprised that the communities which are there, the area which gives you the water to the entire plains actually suffers because of the lack of the water. Because the water is not there where the people are there. Water is only going to the rivers, and those rivers are down below. The communities actually don't stay along those rivers. So that water which is flowing from the Himalayas actually is serving more in plains and less in mountains. So we have to work to retain that water, retain that soil also along with that, because of that water of rain which runs away, takes away the soil and does not stay back for their own uses. So there is a lot of work that is required for the water conservation, even in those mountainous regions. So once again, I think we will now proceed with the other proceedings. But my request would be that please do prioritize climate change related projects in your CSR projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sensitizing everyone to be including climate change and sustainability in their CSR projects when they are in their CSR activities, when they are considering or making projects to be investing towards CSR. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we've been now joined by Her Excellency Ms. Jacqueline Mukangira, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Rwanda, a very proactive diplomat strengthening the India-Rwanda relationship. Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking your time and being with us. And may I request you to please grace the dais. Along with Excellency, I would like to also invite here on the dais once again Mrs. Eva Kopeka, the Economic and Commerce Councillor, Czech Republic. I request Mr. Bui Trung Thuong, the Trade Councillor, Head of the Trade Office, Embassy of Vietnam in India. Inviting once again Major General Dr. R.K. Raina, retired, the Director of the Raksha Academy. I also request Mr. Bijon Mishra, sir, to please join us here on the stage. And inviting Air Marshal VPS Rana, sir, to please grace the dais, along with Mr. Prashant Das, the editor, CSR Times. We're also going to be shortly joined by Dr. Rashmi Singh. She is the Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Institute of Delhi. So I would like to request first Mr. Prashant Das to please accord a green welcome to our dignitaries here on the dais, and also to present the memento, our expression of our thanks and gratitude and appreciation to our speakers who have already addressed us, and of course Excellency who is going to be addressing us. May I request first to be presented to Excellency, if you can present to Her Excellency Ms. Jacqueline Mukangira, the Honorable Commissioner, High Commissioner of the Republic of Rwanda. Thank you, ma'am. And to kindly present it to all the speakers. You may present in any order though now. Thanking Mr. Bui Trung Thuong. Thank you. He shared with us the vision of the developed Vietnam 2045 and how it so much is in line with what India is also aiming at when we talk about Viksit Bharat 2047. Thanking Mrs. Eva Kopeka. With again Czech Republic, building greater bonds of friendship and trade relations with them. Thanking her for joining us and sharing her views. Thanking once again Major General retired Dr. R.K. Raina ji, his organization working towards reviving our cultural heritage and especially for the Kashmiri Pandits working towards restoring the past glory of Kashmir. Thanking Bijon Mishra ji, again remarkable work which he is doing, and in fact as was said लोगों को यहाँ पर वैसे भी जगाया और healthcare sector में काम करने की तरफ भी प्रेरित किया. and education sector. Having your CSR projects in both the sectors, that is where you can actually make a huge difference towards the dream of Viksit Bharat. And thanking our esteemed jury member, Air Marshal VPS Ranaji. Now, as you can see, all of them, ladies and gentlemen, they have worked in the field, and it is their experiences which they were talking about and further inspiring all of us to be working with a purpose. Thank you. I would now like to, before we have the awards being presented, would like to request Excellency for her address. And as I invite her, ladies and gentlemen, would like to mention that since her appointment in November 2019, Ms. Mukangira has been a proactive diplomat, strengthening the India-Rwanda relationship through high-level engagements, from commemorating the 30th anniversary of the genocide against the Tutsi to advocating for stronger bilateral cooperation in investment, democracy, and cultural exchange. As we further work towards strengthening of India-Rwanda ties, we seek her views. Please join me as I request Excellency Ms. Jacqueline Mukangira to address the congregation.
Excellencies, on the dais, or protocol observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Namaskar. Aap kaise hain? It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here today, and I wish to take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this beautiful event for having invited me to speak to this great audience. As you've been told, I'm the High Commissioner of the Republic of Rwanda to India. I came to New Delhi in March 2020, just a few days before the lockdown. I've completed 5 years in India. And India is my second diplomatic posting. I was in Sweden before. I was covering Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Iceland. And before going to Sweden, I was a member of parliament. But trust me, dear friends, I feel at home here in India. Thank you. And I feel proud to represent my country to this great nation. Dear friends, I've been requested to talk about business and investment opportunities in my country. But first of all, I wish to inform you that Rwanda and India enjoy excellent bilateral relations. Our both countries have been supporting each other on various bilateral and multilateral fora. The Right Honorable PM Modi ji visited my country in July 2018. It was an amazing visit. And my president, His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, has visited India 5 times. And I'm pleased to inform you that our both leaders have been very instrumental in the thriving relations of our two countries. There is pro-co visits by ministers from both sides on several occasions, keep the relations warm and lively. Rwanda and India have excellent relations, as I have already mentioned. And the bilateral relations between our two countries have been elevated to strategic level partnership. Rwanda has chosen the knowledge-based economy as one of its economic growth pillars. This year, 2025, while economic statistics project a 7.1% overall GDP growth, Rwanda recorded a real GDP acceleration to 9.3% in the first quarter of 2025. I'm saying 9.3% of GDP growth. The growth was mainly driven by strong performances in the services, industrial, and agriculture sectors. Today, Rwanda is a fast developing, transformed, stable, and stronger nation. Over the past decade, Rwanda has implemented an effective doing business reform agenda to create a favorable and competitive business environment. Distinguished guests, from the top political will to the downstream implementing entities, the opportunities in business, trade, and investment in Rwanda are protected by conducive laws that guarantee zero tolerance for corruption, free movement of returns on investment, and transparent tax laws. Rwanda has been ranked highly in a number of areas by different international entities like the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the World Economic Forum, Transparency International, and so on and so forth. These include, but not limited to, Rwanda is #1 safest country in Africa and #6 worldwide. Those are not my words, you can Google it. Rwanda is #1 in Africa for doing business. Those are not my words. Those are the words of the 2024 World Bank Business Ready Report. You can also Google it. Rwanda's business climate remains favorable to investments and offers stability and transparency. Indeed, we have built an environment that is very conducive. We have set the laws, the tax structures and incentives that allow for meaningful financial centers to operate. It requires less than 6 hours to register a business in my country. And you can do it either online from wherever you are or physically in Kigali at Rwanda Development Board, which is our national institution in charge of investment and tourism. They do have a one-stop center where you get all the services without running from one office to another one. And from that one-stop center, you can get 400 licenses and permits on behalf of Rwanda's institutions. So, dear friends, if you want to invest on the African continent, go through Rwanda. Rwanda is the second MICE in Africa. MICE stands for meetings, exhibition, and incentives, of course, conferences. In Africa, Rwanda is first in government transparency, with zero tolerance for corruption. And there is no one who is above the law in my country. A few minutes ago, the previous speaker was talking about water. Water is very key in our lives. I'm glad to inform you that clean water in Rwanda is accessed by 82% of the population. Electrification of the country is at 74% in households, and 88% of our roads are illuminated. Digital payments in my country have reached 99%. Dear friends, I'm glad to also inform you that Rwanda is among the top 3 African countries in terms of internet connectivity with a never-growing fiber optic network. Rwanda is also a global leader in women participation in key decision-making organs. I'm glad to inform you that my country has the highest number of female parliamentarians worldwide. Thank you. Our parliament has 63.75% of female parliamentarians. The Speaker of the lower house is a woman. The President of the Supreme Court is also a woman. The 2 vice presidents of the upper house are women as well. So you can understand that Rwandan women are queens. We are indeed queens. Thank you, thank you. My country has been plastic-free since 2008. Single-use plastics have also been banned, and everyone is advised to use no plastic packaging. I'm glad also to let you know that it's very easy to travel to Rwanda because all citizens of the world get a visa on arrival. And those from the Commonwealth, including Indians, those from the Francophonie, and all African states, they get 1 month free visa on arrival. Dear friends, please be advised that all these important points attract investors in my country, and we do have a lot of investment opportunities in Rwanda. Those include manufacturing, infrastructure, real estate, ICT, cybersecurity, education, health, mining, tourism, and so on and so forth. The investment opportunities are backed by strong fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. For example, there are no restrictions on capital flows. There are no restrictions on foreign ownership. There is a capital gains exemption on sale or transfer of shares. There is a 7-year corporate income tax holiday for investors investing more than $50 million in Rwanda, and so on and so forth. Distinguished guests, we are glad that some Indian investors and businesses are already established in my country. Indeed, India is the 2nd largest foreign investor in my country. Thank you. India is also the 2nd largest trading partner to Rwanda. We import pharmaceuticals, we import ICT machinery and equipment, we import rice. We do grow rice, but we still have to import it from abroad, and India is among of those countries where we get rice from. We import sugar from India, and so on and so forth. Dear friends, please be advised that Rwanda has access to Africa global markets through robust trade agreements such as the East African Community with 450 million population, the Common Market for East and Central Africa, COMESA, with a 560 million population, and the African Continental Free Trade Area with 1,300 million market. And for a company which has established itself in Rwanda, if that company wants to export its product to any of the East African member states, everything will be will be free of taxes. And the East African community is composed of Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, Somalia, Rwanda, Burundi, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Dear friends, my country has also invested in the air transport infrastructure and it looks forward to becoming a land-linked country. The upgradation of its international airport has been one of the financing priorities, and the construction of another international airport in Bugesera. This new airport is projected to accommodate 8 million passengers a year. It will be one of the biggest in Africa. The international airport will definitely fulfill the needs of Rwanda's growing air, passenger, and cargo traffic. The development of Rwanda's air transport sector has also impacted positively on its national carrier Rwandair. In September 22, Rwanda's flag carrier airline was awarded for the second year in succession Best Airline Staff in Africa, and cabin crew and cabin cleanliness also were applauded. On 17th June 2025, Rwandair has been named the best regional airline in Africa at the prestigious 2025 World Airline Awards hosted by Sky Trucks in Paris. Distinguished guests, Rwanda means business, my country means peace, Rwanda means stability, my country means partnerships, Rwanda means integration, my country means all that can contribute to growth and human development. Over the last 31 years, under the leadership of His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, my country has positioned itself as a compelling, comparative, and attractive tourism and investment destination due to political stability, good governance, well-functioning institutions, observance of the rule of law, and zero tolerance for corruption. Dear friends, I would like to close my remarks by inviting you all to visit Rwanda. My country is known for its beautiful scenery. We have 4 national parks across the country, one of which is very well known for the mountain gorillas. Other national parks host the big 5 animals and chimpanzees across the country. Furthermore, the government of Rwanda has developed and implemented a sustainable tourism-related policies and guidelines and plans for the development and promotion of tourism. This made Rwanda to become a world leader in conservation practices, with more than 8.9% of its land base protected as national parks. We are also known for beautiful lakes and rivers, as well as amazing culture and heritage. Rwanda is also known of a land of 1,000 hills. That's true. But what is also true is that there is 1,000 reasons why you should visit my country. To name but a few, number 1, my country is very safe. Remember that Rwanda is the safest country in Africa. Rwanda is safe day and night. Number 2, my country is so clean and green. There is so much to see in Rwanda, just to make a plan. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Danyavad, murakoze cyane.
Dhanyavad, Excellency, for giving us a glimpse of Rwanda, your national vision and mission, the resources, the investment opportunities which are there, the conducive and enabling environment which you are creating towards facilitating further investment and trade in the country, and the various sectors where both India and Rwanda can further work towards improving their trade relations. So thank you very much, and thank you also for the invite to Rwanda. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to presenting the awards, and I would like to request Your Excellency to kindly do the honors of presenting the awards, and I request the all on the dais also to please join her. So, ladies and gentlemen, pre-lunch we had presented the awards in the gold category and some of them also in the silver category. We continue in the silver category. And first recognizing the corporates, recognition appreciation to Jindal Steel and Power. In the category of sports promotion, they are being recognized for their project, Nourishing Sports Talent of Rural and Tribal Youth. Their project is in Angul, Barbel, Kasia, Tensa. These are the districts in Odisha, Raigarh, Chhattisgarh, and Patratu in Jharkhand. The project aims to empower rural and tribal youth through world-class infrastructure, inclusive training and mentorship, enabling national and global achievements, nurturing future champions, promoting gender inclusion, and fostering social transformation through the spirit of sports. Our recognition now to Deepak Foundation, working in the area of education with a project Vivek Vidya. The project in regions of Gujarat, Maharashtra and Telangana. The project aims to improve learning competencies among children aged 6 to 15 years in alignment with the new education policy 2020 through community-based programs. They are also conferred another award in the category of sustainable development for their project Sangat, and that's in the region of Gujarat, Maharashtra and Haryana, empowering beneficiaries by facilitating government schemes, cash benefits, insurance and in-kind support. Next recognition to Ishanya Foundation. Shania Foundation working in the area of healthcare. Arogyam is their project. The project working in 63 villages in Raigarh, and Raigarh, that's Maharashtra, 4 villages in Bharuch, Gujarat, and 62 slums from the Arogyam project delivers accessible healthcare through mobile clinics, diagnostic eye care, nutrition support and special health camps benefiting the underserved rural and urban populations. Recognition now to PhD Family Welfare Foundation. They are working in the area of women empowerment. The project is empowering women through skill development initiatives, and they are working in the resettlement areas and other regions which are affected by national calamities across multiple cities. The project aims to empower women and girls by equipping them with vocation, life skills that enable them to become self-reliant, earn a sustainable livelihood, support their families, and build a sense of confidence and dignity in their personal and professional lives. अगली संस्था जिसे अब सम्मानित किया जाएगा, दानी स्पोर्ट्स फाउंडेशन, स्पोर्ट्स प्रमोशन के एरिया में काम कर रहे हैं, एंड दे आर वर्किंग इन झारखंड, बिहार, मध्य प्रदेश एंड उत्तर प्रदेश with their project Chalang. The project aims to ensure the right to play for every child and strengthen grassroots sports by integrating inclusive physical education in schools, training teachers, partnering with local NGOs and engaging communities, promoting physical literacy across aspirational districts. We now have the winners in the bronze category in the PSU sectors first. Simhadri Super Thermal Power Station NTPC Limited, working in the area of education with the project Vidya. They're working in the remote hamlets of VSR district, Andhra Pradesh. The project Vidya empowers Kond tribal communities by providing primary education to the first generation learners through culturally rooted teaching, local educator training and community engagement. The next PSU being recognized, Power Finance Corporation Limited. In the healthcare sector, the projects setting up research undergraduate anatomy laboratory in the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. The project aims to drive innovation and research to create cutting-edge technology in the domain of healthcare, convergence of medical sciences and technology with the world-class research environment. Fostering research in the medical and technology sector is an important thrust area for IIT Madras. Recognition now to the Northeastern Electric Power Corporation Limited. In the category of women empowerment, they are being recognized for the project Girl Empowerment Mission and Women's Economic Empowerment. They are working in Bukuloni, Dibrugarh in Assam and Agartala in Tripura. The project fostered holistic development and empowerment through the skill-based GEM workshops and entrepreneurship training for women, promoting self-reliance, creativity, digital literacy and livelihood generation, especially among the youth and the BPL women near the power station communities. NLC India Limited, the next recognition to them, NLC India Limited, being recognized in the category of water conservation. The project Jal Paryat. They're working in Thittakudi Taluk of Kudalur district in Tamil Nadu. The project aims to enhance augmentation of water resources and manage floods, improve irrigation facilities and groundwater table in Kudalur district. They strengthened local irrigation systems, revitalized the natural water flows and contributed to long-term ecological balance and community well-being through effective water resource management. We now recognize the corporates here. Serogem India Private Limited. In the category of education, the project Dream School. They're working in multiple cities pan-India. The project aims to empower underprivileged schools of India under the motto, Future of Children is the Future of India. The Dream School project transformed learning environments across India by improving infrastructure, digital access and sanitization, thereby promoting inclusive education, boosting enrollment and empowering students through safe, joyful and technology-enabled classrooms. Kalpapatru Projects International Limited is the next organization being recognized in the area of healthcare for their project Kalpaseva Arogya Kendra. The project region is Gandhinagar, Gujarat and the Khorpa village, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Kalpaseva Arogya Kendra is established to provide access to affordable, promotive, preventive, curative and diagnostic healthcare to the marginalized communities. The project delivers specialized, specialist-led healthcare through state-of-the-art centers and mobile outreach, bridging critical infrastructure gaps and providing essential diagnostics. Aditya Alumina Refinery, a recognition to them from Kansariguda. Aditya Alumina Refinery, working in the area of healthcare. The project integrated health services. They are covering around 50 villages of Aditya Aluminium, Kansariguda. The project ensures accessible and integrated healthcare for underserved communities through village dispensaries, mobile health units, and 24/7 ambulance services, delivering primary care, emergency response, and doorstep medical support to remote and project-affected villages. Our next recognition is to Muthoot Finance Limited. Muthoot, working in the area of healthcare with a project NCD education and screening program covering 100 villages in the Lamtaput block. The project aims to enhance the health outcomes among the tribal and the rural populations by promoting awareness, early detection, and timely management of non-communicable diseases through community-led education and screening across 100 villages. It is so heartening to see that all of you are working in areas and aligning your projects with the national goals, with the national vision. Tata BlueScope Steel Private Limited, our next awardee, recognized in the category of skill development for the project Nipun. They're working in Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, and Haryana. The project aims to empower the marginalized youth and women through job-oriented skill training in construction, manufacturing, nursing, ITI trades, implemented with Construction Industry Development Council and Pan IIT Alumni Research Foundation of India, ensuring industry-relevant placements, enhanced livelihoods, and inclusive economic growth. Bharat Forge Limited, being recognized now in the area of skill development. The project skill development initiatives. Bharat Forge Limited in the regions of Baramati and Pune. They're working. Giving back to society is embedded in the DNA of Bharat Forge. The project aims to bridge the industry-academia gap through advanced training in the future tech domains like IoT, AI, and robotics, enabling students to gain practical exposure in cutting-edge technologies and supporting their employability. And it is again so heartening to see कि कभी वो समय था कि जब शिक्षा और डिजिटल लिटरेसी गाँव में एक सपना होता था, पर institutions like these, they are actually making a difference there, taking it to the people at the last mile. Recognition now to Petronet LNG Limited, being recognized in the category of Swachh Bharat. Their project Swachhta Pakwara and Swachhta Hi Seva campaigns, working in Delhi, Dahej, and Kochi. The project aims to promoting and sustaining cleanliness and hygiene practices across various sectors of society, ensuring a cleaner, healthier environment through cleanliness drives, plantation drives, health awareness campaigns. Recognition now to Matrabhumi Printing and Publishing Company Limited in the category of environment stewardship. Their project Love Plastic 2.0, working in Kerala. The project aims to provide a platform for the young students to be a part of the Green Initiative, to create awareness among the student communities and to protect our Mother Nature by reducing the plastic pollution. So I'm sure he stands elated. As was said, Rwanda stands a plastic-free country. The Tata Power Company Limited, Jojobira Division. They being recognized for their project Adhikar program, working in East Singhbum. The project empowered tribal populations in the region by improving access to government welfare schemes and establishing functional and financial literacy centers, bridging the gap between remote, underserved communities and enabling greater socio-economic inclusion. Recognition now to ICICI Lombard. They are being recognized for their project Caring Hands, their project working across the country. Caring Hands is a 100% employee volunteering initiative empowering employees to conduct nationwide eye camps, screening and distributing spectacles to the underprivileged children, significantly improving vision, academic focus and confidence among the students. We now recognize the corporate foundations, and recognition first to Epsilon Foundation. In the category of livelihoods, they being recognized. Eco Gallery, empowering artisan livelihoods through market access. That's a project working in Mumbai, Alibag, Maharashtra, Jaipur in Rajasthan, Bangalore and Bidar in Karnataka, and Kondagaon in Chhattisgarh. The project aims to create sustainable and dignified livelihoods for Indian artisans by equipping them with the skills, resources and market platforms necessary to thrive in the evolving global design economy. Now recognition to the NGOs, recognition to Child Help Foundation, working in the area of education with their project Digital Skills Program in schools. They're working in Palghar in Maharashtra, Shekhpura in Bihar, Silvassa in DDN and Goa. Dadar Nagar Haveli, that's and in Goa. The project empowers students through inclusive access to advanced digital tools and skills, fosters real-world tech readiness, promotes public-private collaboration, and integrates 21st century competencies into life skills, enhancing academic success and future career opportunities for all learners. Recognition now to people in the field of education. The project Mentor Teacher Professional Development Program. They're working in Delhi. The project aims to strengthen foundational literacy and numeracy outcomes in MCD schools by building a robust cadre of academic mentor teachers and teachers who can effectively coach and support primary grade teachers. So it is across sectors that we are recognizing your work, your CSR projects, realizing the national vision. Center for Social Responsibility and Leadership. The next recognition to the Center for Social Responsibility and Leadership, working in the area of education, the project HPCL Super 50 Mumbai, working in Mumbai, Maharashtra. The project offers 11 months of free residential mentoring to underprivileged students in Mumbai, fostering academic growth, life skills and holistic development, thereby empowering them to break the cycle of poverty and pursue higher education and meaningful careers. They also received the second award, that's the Bronze Award in the sector NGO, and their category education, their project Railtel Akanksha Super 30 Dehradun, where their project offers 11 months of free residential mentoring to the underprivileged students in Dehradun, enabling equitable access to quality education. Recognition now to So right now they're being recognized for their project in Uttarakhand, in Dehradun, enabling equitable access to quality education, fostering academic excellence and supporting them with guidance and stability. Recognition now to ennoble Social Innovation Foundation, working in the area of education. The project Holistic Model School Transformation Project, and they're working in Taluka Khed, Pune District, Maharashtra. The project aims for sustainable school transformation by empowering inspired teachers who carry both the vision and rooted commitment. Ennoble identified and partnered with a deeply committed government school teacher, Varis Sir, who had begun sowing seeds of change to uplift school ecosystems. And he was part of our panel discussion which we had earlier. Recognition now to Lepra Society. Lepra Society working in the area of healthcare. Their project Jagruti, working in the Kalyanpur block of Samastipur district, Bihar. The project aims to reduce the risk and negative impact of neglected tropical diseases, leprosy and lymphatic filariasis, through women-led initiatives for wash behavior change and NTD prevention and care among vulnerable communities in 130 villages of Samastipur district, Bihar. The next foundation to be recognized is Biocon Foundation. Biocon Foundation working in the area of healthcare. Anyone from Biocon? In that case, the next recognition to the Desai Foundation Trust, working in the area of women empowerment. The project Asani Sanitary Napkin Program by Women for Women, working in 8 states including 3,765 villages. This is the Desai Foundation Trust. Project aims to address the period poverty by providing affordable, biodegradable sanitary napkins and comprehensive menstrual health education in the underserved communities. By fostering awareness, the program dismantles menstrual stigma and promotes health equity. Now in the MSME sector, recognition to Auto Ignition Limited. In the area of education, the project Strengthening the Roots, cultivating quality education by strengthening ecosystem. They're working pan-India, and the project aims to improve infrastructure and learning environment in rural government schools and support higher education for meritorious girls from underprivileged backgrounds through access to higher education, foundational learning and skill development for long-term academic and personal growth. Auto Ignition Limited, working in the area of education. Appreciation recognition now to HLL Management Academy. HLL Management Academy, working in the area of education. The project Dhruv, Life Skill Education for Tribal Adolescents. They're working in Nool Puja and Thirunelli in Wayanad district of Kerala. The project aims to foster resilience and well-being among adolescents in the tribal communities of Nool Puja and Thirunelli in the Wayanad district. They are also being recognized for their project Thinkal, that is awareness creation and distribution of the menstrual cups in the category of Swachh Bharat, where the project promotes sustainable menstrual hygiene. So there's a, you giving the second one? Thinkal, their project in the category of Swachh Bharat, promoting awareness about menstrual hygiene, and this is done by medical professionals, training self-help groups, and further by free distribution of reusable menstrual cups. The project intimates menstruating individuals of health hazards of conventional products, empowering women with safer, eco-friendly alternatives. And now recognition to IIHMR University, working in the category of livelihoods for the project Water Productivity Enhancement Program. They're working in the Dang region of Karauli, Rajasthan. The project aims to improve water productivity, agricultural yield, and livelihoods through effective rainwater harvesting structures while fostering community participation and promoting gender and social inclusion. We now have the special mention category, and in this, among the corporates, special mention of Telus Digital India, which is working in the area of education. The project Telus Days of Giving, working in Uttar Pradesh. The project aims to enhance educational infrastructure, improve digital literacy, and provide skill development opportunities for the underserved communities. The initiative seeks to create lasting impact by empowering the students, the youth, the women through targeted educational programs and community engagement. This is a special mention of appreciation and recognition to the corporates by our jury, Telus Digital India. The next special mention in the MSME sector to Arth Impact Digital Loans Private Limited. Arth Impact Digital Loans Private Limited in the category of livelihoods. Their project Micro Entrepreneur Development Program, working in the region of Lucknow, Ayodhya, Raebareli. The MEDP project aims to empower women from self-help groups across Uttar Pradesh by equipping them with aligned skills, entrepreneurial training, credit access, and market linkages, enabling them to establish micro-enterprises, generate income, and overcome poverty and hunger. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is the CSR Professional of the Year. And we feel proud to be announcing Shashi Arora, the CEO of Nandghar, a flagship initiative of the Anil Agarwal Foundation, the social impact arm of Vedanta, as the CSR Professional of the Year. Shashi Arora. Shashi Arora is a business leader with over 35 years of experience across industries, including consumer durables, FMCG, telecom, banking, media, entertainment, and now social impact. At Nandghar, Shashi leads a transformative effort to empower women and children to modernize Anganwadis, delivering integrated services in child health and nutrition. So Ria is here collecting the award on behalf of Ms. Shashi Arora. But congratulations, please convey our good wishes and congratulations to her. So that were, ladies and gentlemen, our CSR awards, but we have the Indian Achievers Awards now, which are going to be presented. These are, once again, the achievers, the individual achievers who are going to be recognized. And the Global Achievers Award 2025 being conferred on Sudarshana Neeraj Dravid. Sudarshana Neeraj Dravid. Mrs. Sudarshana is a seasoned and versatile professional with over 14 years of global experience across technology, consulting, finance, transformation, strategy, and digital innovation. Her expertise spans in diverse sectors, serving Fortune 500 clients in energy, FSI, retail, pharma, and engineering graduate she is. And I am Bangalore alumna. She recently completed also a MS in Finance and Strategy, and she was invited to the United Nations Youth Conference and the UN Energy Forum. Next, the Brand of the Year Award 2025 conferred on Lifeware Technologies India Private Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra. These are the Indian Achievers Awards which we are presenting to the corporates as well as to the individuals. Lifeware Technologies India Private Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra, awarded the Brand of the Year Award 2025. Incorporated in India in September 2024, Lifeware has rapidly built a pan-India presence with 1,500 plus distributors, 1 lakh plus retail outlets, super stockists across all states. Backed by brand ambassador MS Dhoni, available on major online platforms, Lifeware is now expanding globally with a presence in 10 countries and counting more. Recognition to our next Indian Achiever, that is the Indian Achievers Award for CTO of the year 2025 to Rohim Uddin, the founder of Global CTO and COO of IT Cart Private Limited. A pioneering force in artificial intelligence, Mr. Rohim is the founder, Global CTO and CEO of IT Cart and the architect of the revolutionary AIX Hub framework and AI native enterprise QS reshaping how industries operate. Honored as the AI Entrepreneur of the Year by the Government of Karnataka and for the most innovative use of AI in digital transformation, he is a US patent holder leading a global movement in bold, ethical and scalable AI innovation. Now we have the Indian Achievers Award for the Entrepreneur of the Year 2025 awarded to Yogesh Anya Panavar, the founder and CEO of DataMotive.io. Yogesh, the founder and CEO of DataMotive, is a visionary technologist with nearly 20 years of experience in enterprise IT. His leadership and innovation in cloud workload mobility and disaster recovery have earned DataMotive global recognition, including multiple Stevie Awards and NetApp honors, a testament to his impact on the cloud technology landscape. The next Indian Achievers Award 2025 being presented to Winnie Decor. Winnie Decor, over 45 years of experience across industries, Winnie Decor has been committed to providing top quality and sustainable handmade carpet and rugs throughout the world. This recognition honors the outstanding performance in exports. They are the Indian Achievers. The Indian Achievers Award 2025 to Winnie Decor. Next we have the Shiksha Bharati Award 2025 conferred on Sahil Khatri. Sahil Khatri, the director of Venkateshwar World School, Pune. Sahil Khatri is a visionary young leader in education, is recognized for his outstanding professional achievements and dedication to nurturing young minds, and through his unwavering commitment to innovation and excellence in learning, he actively advances the vision of Viksit Bharat, empowering future generations to imagine, aspire, and further contribute to a developed India. We now have the Indian Achievers Award for the Business Leadership, awarded to Manohar Hanumantroy Madigeri, the chairman of Renuka Auto Components. Shri Manohar Hanumantroy Madigeri, the chairman of Renuka Auto Components. Renuka Auto Components, founded by him in 1999, is a leading ISO 9001 and IATF 16949 certified aluminium die casting company which is based in Chakan, Pune. Serving global automotive OEMs, the company is renowned for its innovation, quality and customer-centric approach under his visionary leadership and his His leadership has fostered a culture of innovation, quality, and customer satisfaction. We now have the International Achievers Award 2025 being presented to Anil Bharadwaj, the co-founder and managing partner, Clear Intelligence, Boston. Anil Bharadwaj, the co-founder and managing partner at Clear Intelligence, is a visionary technology leader with over 25 years of global experience. He spearheaded the India expansion, building a thriving data innovation hub in Hyderabad. His leadership exemplifies strategic growth, people-first culture, and delivering impactful tech-led business solutions worldwide. We now have the Women of the Excellence Awards 2025 being conferred on Vidushi Divan Trivedi, Director Sales, Accenture. Vidushi leads a purpose-driven, 360-degree life driving 1,200 plus crores in IT sales, supporting girl-child orphanages for 17 plus years, excelling as an autism awareness coach, Ashtanga yoga practitioner, fashionista, and beauty pageant winner too. So all packed in one. The next recognition, that's the Indian Achievers Awards for Promising Company 2025. The award being presented to Recorded Karma Technology Private Limited, Gulshan Verma, the founder. Gulshan Verma, the founder and visionary behind Recorded Karma Technology Private Limited and its products, Priority Red, and AI, blockchain, cybersecurity, and quantum publication, Get It Max, platform building planet scale brands in minutes, and Omagnus.ai, which revolutionizes the human-machine interaction. Our recognition to Tender Buds Capital Advisory Private Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra, who are being presented the Indian Achievers Award for Promising Startup 2025. To receive the award, we have the CEO of Tender Buds, Dr. Nitin Pawar, a seasoned education and business leader with over 27 years of experience in leadership roles across top institutions like NIT, Z-Learn, Manipal Education, NMIMS, and Sumaya University. This is a pioneering fintech and marketplace dedicated to empowering girls. Dr. Palepadu Damodar, Secretary, Sarvodaya Youth Organization, being conferred with the Indian Achievers Award 2025. Dr. Palepadu Damodar has played a pivotal role in women empowerment by establishing dedicated support centers for domestic violence survivors, actively resolving numerous women-led issues, and promoting self-reliance through livelihood initiatives. Our next achiever, ladies and gentlemen, in social service. The Indian Achievers Award for Social Service conferred on Mr. Amitabh Vashisht. Mr. Amitabh Vashisht, General Manager, Deen Dayal Research Institute. Under the visionary leadership of Mr. Amitabh Vashisht, Deen Dayal Research Institute has flourished as a premier voluntary organization of India working for holistic rural development based on the philosophy of integral humanism propounded by Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji. With a strong grassroots presence across India, the Institute focuses on diverse areas including health, agriculture, water conservation, and rural entrepreneurship, and also in Ayurveda. And now the next Indian Achievers Award 2025 conferred on Mr. Harsh Vashisht, the founder of Hoo Ha Ho, Human Happiness Hope. A very unique name, Hoo Ha Ho. Mr. Harsh Vashisht is a highly accomplished entrepreneur, educator, leader with 28 years of experience in engineering, skilling, healthcare and wellness, automobile, real estate, with cultivating deep cultural values and a proven track record of driving growth, innovation and social impact. He is dedicated to achieving national recognition through perseverance and excellence. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the last award of the day. Our Indian Achiever Award for Business Excellence conferred on Dr. M. Gopi Krishnan. Dr. M. Gopi Krishnan, Director of Sri Thai Mukambika Export Ayurveda, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Gopi Krishnan is a remarkable individual dedicated to the betterment of society, particularly in the Dindugul district of Tamil Nadu, India. With over 27 years of unwavering commitment, he has translated his pharmaceutical expertise into his social work, emerging as a compassionate advocate for those living below the poverty line. So many congratulations to all the awardees of the CSR Times Awards and also of the Indian Achievers Award. Congratulations. And all of you can, yes, clap for each other, congratulating each other. Thank you to Excellency, thank you to all the leaders present with us here on the dais. And ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Rashmi Singh, the Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, joining us. May I request Mr. Prashant Das to please accord her a green welcome and also present her a memento. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rashmi Singh has earlier served as the Executive Director of the National Women for Empowerment of Women under the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Dr. Singh brings in a rich administrative portfolio ranging from tax administration and governance in Jammu and Kashmir to social welfare and women-led initiatives in Delhi, marked by her proactive, inclusive leadership. And through our CSR activities, our projects, we are also talking about accelerating gender equality, working in the areas of child protection, community-driven welfare programs, and that is where we invite now the views of Dr. Rashmi Singh, our Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, through various strategic policy making and innovative public engagement. She's been working.
So, good evening, everyone, and the very distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais, where I find, very distinguished names and people over here, and with whom I've had the pleasure to interface at different points of time. Amod Kanti is here, and I can see Anuradha Goyalji, who was going out, and I brought her in. She had just won an award for the exceptional work which she has done, and Commander Sanjay Kaulji, and General Raina, with whom I've had amazing stories of change to be shared while I was in Jammu and Kashmir. And CSR Times, which has been doing very consistent work in this sector, I would like to first compliment for bringing together people from so many diverse industry, and also recognizing people for their exceptional work related with CSR. And the two sectors that I represent now are women and child development and art, culture and languages. And these two sectors, now I'm often asked that what is the connect between the two? And I feel the real connect is the value which they bring to the human resources, the value which they bring in people's life, the value which they bring in our minds, attitude, beliefs, our cultural notions. So that requires those value systems which are so intrinsic at a time when a child is growing up, at a time when the child is learning from the first tutor of his or her life, which is of course the mother, even before the child is born. So all that brings me the connect, that why culture, why art, and why these two things need to be promoted. Because when I was coming here, Commander Sanjay Kaul particularly asked me that, you should also talk about not just like, why CSR, but why CSR in these sectors. And especially art and culture, what is it that you can actually do out of so many different portfolios which you already have? Well, in terms of art, culture, I feel that it's something new. I've already brought the connect with the human development, the story of human development, right from like, the womb to tomb approach, that, what is human development? So using that life cycle approach, I think very important that the values that we are talking about, the cultural values, the cultural awareness, the heritage promotion, so all that takes a much bigger mass role than what we see today. It's not just culture restricted to the four walls of museums or auditoriums, which are meant to be preserved of only the elite. We need to draw it out of the drawing room boards. How can we do that? Can we do it only through government schemes? No, we do feel that there's a need for big collaboration with all the stakeholders. Now, who these people are? There are artists, there are artisans, there are budding artists, there are all kinds of art forms, be it visual art, performing art, creative art, all kinds of art forms. There are, not just in terms of the people's value, the cultural value which people bring, but also we have history, we have untold history, we have unseen history lying all across, which that story needs to be told. How? Through the monuments, through the archival resources that we have. I'm proud to share with you that when I was Secretary Mining, now very, very different hat in Jammu and Kashmir for a while. I was also the GST Commissioner incidentally over there. But while I was Secretary Mining, one contribution, if somebody asked me, that I would really value, now that was to actually bring a geoscience museum which could bring the story of different kinds of rocks which were there. It was a museum created in-house by our own experts who knew the value of the rocks, who knew the archaeological value, who knew the value of fossil site, which was so ancient that it was a wonder of the world, but we had not been able to project it well enough. I was told that China had a site like that, which was not as old, not as rich, and yet, it was in the global map. So there's so many things. Now that I'm in Delhi, looking directly at this sector, this weekend, Saturday, I decided to just go around to see what these monuments are. And believe me, I felt that I have not done justice to my stay in Delhi for years and years, because we hardly know the rich resources that we have. And it's not for the sake of just monuments to be telling a story, or, you as a partner to be coming forward, to be able to help us to build greater awareness, to be able to help us to build interest around it. But rather, how I view your role is, how can we together create a better experience using these, rich resources? So it's not just a story, it's about the experience of people, which really matters, right from the time that a child is growing up. That art appreciation, learning to have that finer nuance, that sensitivity with which when we go abroad, when we go to Europe and many other places where children have this mindset of actually learning to value art forms, learning to go to a museum and actually valuing that time that they spend over there. So are we able to curate that mindset? I'm also aware that there are many organizations which are coming forward, like Kiran Nadar, the museum, which has opened, or in Mumbai, now I hear of, the work being done by the Ambanis, I think the cultural center by Neeta Ambani. Yeah, so that's again something which, so there are people who are coming out there, but we definitely need more to be done for the preservation, promotion of art, culture, heritage, and from both sides, from the demand side and the supply side. When I say demand side, to be able to, build that quest, build that interest, build that sense of engagement. So that will come, again, like starting from schools, promoting heritage clubs, heritage walks, competitions amongst children, fellowships, mentorships, that building the Guru Shishya Parampara. These are some of the examples that I can think of. That again, takes me to the child and women aspect. Because, the more creatively we engage with the youth, the more creatively we tap their, that age, the better it would be in terms of the engagement, the civic engagement, the apathy which we see today. There is an apathy. From apathy to active engagement requires a lot more of sustained effort. So from the demand side, we have to do a lot. From the supply side equally, we have to do a lot. And that supply side is something, which again, like when I heard about, say, Kakani Foundation, which has, built a repository of temples across Kashmir, which are not known. So, those are some of the things. So somewhere he got support and he could do that. So there are many such things, whether the rocks or the temples or the other monuments or other archival resources that we have. So we can together probably with experts, with corporates, with the CSR, bringing value in terms of resources. A lot can be done in this sector and we are always there. I know it's not the time for me to go into the depth and the details of what all you can do in, say, women and child, because I'm sure if Amudji, you have spoken, they would have known all about what they can do in the child rights sector. And if you give me a trigger, I will say volumes about what you can do for empowering women and girl child. But this is not the time to bring that menu option. But I particularly focused on art and culture because not much is spoken about this sector. So I would appreciate anybody who would like to engage to separately contact, be in touch, and we would work out a manner in which, there is co-creation. We'd work out a manner in which, we feel that all parties have space to engage with and bring their strength, to collaborate by, putting their own core areas of strength to strengthen this sector further. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and would like to mention she's also the Secretary, Art and Culture, Institute of Delhi. And thank you for bringing this subject also to the fore, as you said. And you rightly said that this was less spoken about, but would like to know we have Major General Raina sitting just next to you, who was speaking about restoring the temples of Kashmir when you were speaking about that. So again, yes, the corporates and the government can work together towards restoring our culture, our rich heritage, art, and not only restoring and preserving and conserving it, but also taking it to the world the richness of our culture, and there's so much in India which is still we do not take pride in. But once we showcase and we are able to do, it can we can actually speak volumes about our culture and inspire the world on that. So, thank you, ma'am, for that. So with that, thank you once again to all our speakers. We have another very interesting panel discussion which we are going to be taking with Mr. Amod Kant and the other speakers, moderated by Dr. Somnath Singh. So thank you to all the eminent speakers. I think we've all benefited with their talks, with their insights in different fields, different sectors where उद्योगों की और साथ में सरकार की साझेदारी के साथ हम बहुत क्षेत्रों में अभी भी काम करने को है, और जो हम विकसित भारत के बारे में बता रहे हैं उसकी तरफ एक छोटी जो चीज़ों को हम निगलेक्ट करते आए हैं। और ख्याल से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब 2014 में रेड फोर्ट से ही स्वच्छता का अभियान के बारे में, टॉयलेट्स के बारे में बोला, किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं था कि उसके ऊपर भी कोई सोच सकता है। और एक प्रधानमंत्री जी रेड फोर्ट से, वहाँ से रेड फोर्ट के रैम्पर्ट से बोलेंगे इस बारे में, तो इस देश में तो बहुत कुछ अभी करने को है, और उसमें उद्योगों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहेगा। बिकॉज यू हैव द मीन्स, यू हैव द एक्सपर्टीज and you have the experience. It's just that you have to come forth in joining hands with the government, or probably just aligning your mission and your work with the national goals. So this takes us to the last session of the day, and post that we'll also have a small talk from another inspiring speaker. But this is the panel discussion on the role of CSR in Mission Viksit Bharat by 2047. Much has been said, but much needs also to be further heard and inspired from the panelists who are going to be joining us again, working across fields. Dr. Somnath Singh, as the stage is getting set, I think I'll just take this opportunity of introducing the speakers and moderator. Dr. Somnath, we'll just set the stage. इतनी देर में आपका introduction दे देती हूँ, so that time in hand is not lost. Dr. Somnath Singh, the Deputy Director of the UN Global Compact Network India, is going to be moderating the session. He champions anti-corruption, ethical governance, multi-stakeholder collective action to foster transparency and integrity across businesses and healthcare ecosystem. We have our eminent speakers, and among them Mr. Amod Kant, the founder and mentor of Prayas, JC Society, an allied organization, a decorated former IPS officer turned social entrepreneur, renowned for pioneering child protection, juvenile justice, anti-trafficking efforts and empowerment initiatives for marginalized communities since founding Prayas in 1988. And all of them, ladies and gentlemen who join us, they have been very passionate workers on ground, and they shared, as they talk to us, more of their experiences and what needs to be further done. We have Mr. Weber Roth, the CSR lead, Regional CSR Project Bridgestone, spearheading strategic initiatives from mobile health units under Project Arogyam to large-scale water conservation and environmental programs to drive sustainable impact across rural and underserved communities. Mr. G. Ganesh, may I request our speakers now to join, as the stage is already set. Our moderator and the speakers. Mr. K. Ganesh, the Director Corporate Affairs and Sustainability, Bisleri International Private Limited, a seasoned sustainability strategist who has led greenfield packaged water projects, pioneered India's first zero liquid discharge plant in the segment, driven circular economy initiatives like Bottles for Change in collaboration with government bodies, and they were awarded and recognized today. Mr. Ajay Kumar, the Administration Head, South Asia of Avery Dennison, overseeing the facility management, infrastructure and employee welfare operations to ensure seamless and efficient regional performance. And Ms. Devina Kamal, the lead CSR, Jubilant Ingrivia Limited, champions community well-being through initiatives like social nutrition, gardens, sanitization, blocks, and holistic rural development projects under the Jubilant Bharatiya Foundation. I hand over the stage to Dr. Somnath Singh with a request that we have half an hour for this session. So how he manages that, that's a challenge and his talent.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CSR Times. And I'm so honored and privileged to having such an eminent, speakers surrounding me. I understand that that is a lack of time to discuss a lot about the CSR, role of CSR in Mission Viksit Bharat. But this is very, very much important as in previous, discussion, Dr. Dr. Rasmi Singh has already discussed about the collective action, the multi-stakeholders, collaboration for achieving this mission Viksit Bharat. So not taking more time in the discussion, I'll directly come to our eminent speaker to share their insights on something, whatever work they have done so far. So I'll start with very reputed personality in the development sector, Mr. Amod Kantji. He is a founder and mentor Prayas JAC Society. Because I know him, I think more than 2 decades back, and I have worked with him very closely. So, sir, Prayas has been a pioneer in working with marginalized children and women across the country. So we want to just know something about the role of grassroots NGOs and social leaders in guiding corporate CSR strategies for rural impact under the mission Viksit Bharat by 2047. Over to you, sir.
No, in places like this, when I come, something that comes to my mind readily, that how the social sector and the voluntary sector is very distinct compared to corporate and compared to government. See, the government has all the authority in the world. They have some money also. Corporate, we are 5th largest economy. We have turned 4th already. And we are a very powerful country that way. And coming to the voluntary sector, 3.2 million voluntary organizations registered across the country. So it's a very, very important sector, although, I mean, we talk about children, women, disabled, elderly, socio-economically deviant or retarded kind of people. We talk about health, education, a lot of things, we are environment or poverty elevation. I mean, these are the areas of social sector which are extremely important. And there, when you talk about the grassroots organization, is that correct, Somnath? Grassroots organization, I think the entire genesis, the origin and the entire activity of the voluntary sector is actually hinged upon grassroots only. I mean, since you asked me to talk about briefly about Prayas, that the organization, we happened to start way back in 1988, 37 years back. It was like a convergence partnership model. Delhi Police, because I was then in police, Deputy Commissioner of Police. Delhi School of Social Work from Delhi University, because their social work thematic areas and underpinnings were in question, and we wanted to utilize that. Shramik Vidyapith, which has now become Jan Shikshan Sansthan, the largest flagship program of Ministry of Skill Development, Government of India. These three organizations joined hands. But over the years, in 37 years, my realization is that nearly 320 centers that today Prayas operates in 13 states of India with exactly 789 full-time workers and nearly 200 volunteers interns. It has developed and developing even now on account of something which is happening in remote areas. Rashmi happened to be a secretary in Jammu and Kashmir, and let me inform you that during this period, there was some issue concerning the Kashmiri Pandits who settled in Jammu after 1989. And somehow their problems and their lifestyle remained in a situation which was not so happy. And they required, in those 30,000 Kashmiri Pandits and their communities, they required support, and we went there, we supported them. We have started 3 centers there. Recently, the problem of beggars became very seriously pronounced in Srinagar. And it was a black spot on that most important tourist destination. And then we started something called Program for Beggars, and under Smile Project, Government of India, Ministry of Social Justice, which has now been replicated just about a month back in Vaishno Deri area of Riyasi district in Jammu. Likewise, let's say we talk about Andaman Nicobar Islands when there was tsunami. I was that time somewhere in the government, but I took leave and I went to Andamans. And then post-tsunami, we started projects which were entirely requiring the voluntary organizations to support and look after the victims or hugely affected people during tsunami in Andaman Nicobar Islands. For example, earthquake in Gujarat. So we went to Gujarat and set up projects, and we are in Gujarat today in a big way. So everything started off with the strongly felt needs in the local communities in a very small manner. And that is how the voluntary organization should work. The value of voluntary organizations happens only when you are able to respond to the local needs and local requirements. That is how Prayas started. I told you Prayas started on account of a very big fire which took place in Jahangirpuri area in 1988, and we responded to it, and that's how it has grown. So when I talk about any state, for example, any place, these 320 centers and units Prayas runs today, each one is a story of a strongly felt need. Each one is a story of the local community, the local people, they demanding something and we joining hands with them. And let me inform you friends that in all these 320 centers which are all in the community or affected areas, affected population, they are the people who run it. And everywhere, in fact, you have a point you mentioned, Somnath, about the loaders, the community leaders, isn't it? And these areas, wherever we go, I mean, whether it is a small village or a small town or anywhere, you will find community leaders across the country. And these community leaders will be generally from social sector. I mean, you have got leaders who are political leaders, you have got panchayat leaders, urban local body leaders, and you have got leaders coming from the voluntary sector. So these voluntary organizations, 3.2 million of them, they have their own way of responding to the local issues and problems. And today, friends, when India is being judged on account of our performance on these 17 goals of SDG and these 169 targets of SDG, where we are not doing too well, and there is a good news that our position has gone up from 121 to 99. Today, out of 199, out of 167 countries who are reported through Niti Aayog, we have found that our position is much better, 99 now. So tackling those problems, problems of poverty, problems of hunger, problems of unemployment, problems concerning the 17 goals, there the voluntary organizations have to play a very, very important role. I think we are perhaps no less powerful than corporate or no less powerful and strong and needed than government. But this combination has to be there. In fact, I really compliment, I have seen so many achievers and very important people receiving awards here. Let me compliment CSR Times that you create this powerful platform. This platform goes in a big way to bring together not only people like us, but then from across the country, the leaders from the social sector, voluntary sector, and leaders from the corporate. I think that's the point I would like to start with. Thank you. Thank you, Somnath.
Thank you very much, sir, for a fantastic, journey of Prayas. And I personally know, because he has already explained that where India position at the global level in terms of implementing sustainable development goals. Being the, custodian of SDG from the UN side, we have just, taken lots of initiative which was implemented by the government of India. And we are, positively supporting them. And this is because of the active engagement of the corporate sector. So the role of the corporate sector cannot be ignored. Their contribution, whatever sir has mentioned about the 320, I think the center across India, he is running for the development of the real people, grassroots people, with the approach of community-driven approach. So people themselves are running such kind of program, and definitely my compliment is there to Prayas. The work they are doing is really transforming the life of the people, not only at the grassroots level, but at the top level, and contributing, building the nation. So here I just, sir, mention about the vision of Mission Viksit Bharat is collective action. We generally talk about, we dream about a nation who is a developed nation, equitable nation, and inclusive nation. And this is only possible with the active engagement of all the stakeholders. No, none role of is less, whether it is corporate, NGO, or government just, designing policy, and we are responsible as a real public, we are responsible to help the government to implement that, and corporate is playing very, very important role in this regard. Thank you very much, sir. Now I'll move to our second speaker, Ms. Devina Kamal, lead CSR, Jubilant Ingredient Limited. So, madam, with your rich experience across government, grassroots, and corporate sectors, how important is multi-sector collaboration in achieving sustainable impact under CSR? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So, since morning, we have seen the example of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. So, the birth of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and its success lies in multi-collateral partnerships across government, NGOs, and corporates. We have seen that government provide us policy directions, leadership, while the corporate, they provide CSR, through CSR, they provide funding, resources, innovation, and a lot other things. But reaching out to the grassroots is done by the civil bodies, that is NGOs. So I have also worked across the sectors, industry association, government bodies, and corporate foundation, and now I'm leading CSR for one of the companies of Jubilant. So here in our organization also, we ensure through CSR, we collaborate with state government first so that we have an entry in that particular remote areas, and also we are not the subject matter of each and everything. So we collaborate with different NGOs, for example, for our education project, we associated with one of the social entrepreneurs because they were the expert in running the mobile vans. So we were not there. We can provide infrastructure support, we can create value education. We don't want to run a parallel education system, but we already want to strengthen the existing education system. So if we have role clarity in terms of which role has to played by which sector and in which capacity, plus if there is a continuous dialogue among all the stakeholders, definitely this is the only way of sustainable and equitable, scalable social impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think this is the backbone of any, CSR or social development project. Continue efforts and engagement all the sectors. So not NGO only, definitely NGO are doing lots of efforts in, putting the things into practice. But of course, other sectors like government and corporate are required to, support that initiatives. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your wonderful insights. Now I'll move to Mr. Ganesh. Mr. Ganesh, because you are from a very, very reputed, the company, Bisleri. So Bisleri has led pioneering initiatives such as India's first zero liquid discharge plant. What lesson can be drawn from your sustainability journey that other business can, adopt or contribute to a cleaner and greener India by 2047? So over to you, sir.
Thank you for that question, sir. Bisleri, we are a 54 years company, you know that. And sustainability has been a part of our each and every journey from day one. Okay. And we use water for our manufacturing. So we thought that how water can be used in a efficient and better manner like. So we were doing lots of various analysis and data systems and monitoring in our factories and in our other bottling units. We found that the water efficiencies from our reverse osmosis plant, that is called the RO plant, which is used for the purification of water, we were able to get 70% efficiency and 30% is the rejections. So we thought that why can't we go for a multi-stage RO plant, which will further enhance the efficiency, and then we can use more water rather than wasting this water. The commercial, the household ROs works on the principle of 60-40 ratio or 70-30 ratio. That means 40% of the water we are wasting in the process. So as a company, what we did, we took a call that we will have a multi-stage RO plants wherein we will be able to have 95% of the water as a pure water for packing, and only 5% is get rejected. Out of this 5% also, we thought that we will take it up to our treatment plants and then see that this water can be used for our gardening purpose and for the cleaning purposes. That's how we did this water efficiency things. Later we thought that in some places where we had a higher TDS, total dissolved solids, where we have a higher TDS and the TDS is going high when we use a reverse osmosis plant, multi-effective operators. So we thought that we should go a zero liquid discharge plant. So in 2015, we were the first company, first packaged drinking water company in the country to have a zero liquid discharge plant, wherein we don't waste even a single drop of water. Okay. So next step forward is we thought that when we do a good efficient work inside the campus, let us see whether we have any other scopes. So we thought we took in the model of carbon credits. Carbon credits works on the principle of in boundary and outside the boundary, that is scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3. Similarly, we also took in water credits, which will also deal on scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. We are talking about the water utilization in a particular in a manufacturing unit. Why can't we talk about the water which is being utilized by our raw material supplier or a packaging material supplier? So we had a detailed water credit reports which talks about the footprint of water required for packing 1 liter of water. So we found that for 1 liter of water we need 10 liters of water if I calculate the entire 360 degrees, that is the outside the boundary and inside the boundary. So we had calculated this. The reason why we wanted to calculate this, being a responsible company, I not only wanted to control the efficiencies inside the plant, I wanted to see that the efficiency is controlled outside the plant also. So that is the first step. That's why we wanted to go for a zero liquid discharge system. Addition to that, sir, all our plants, we have a STP, that's a sewage treatment plant wherein the sewage water is treated and then used for again for the gardening purpose or for the irrigation purpose inside the plant. And all our plants are having a rainwater harvesting system. That means we are using the water to the best efficient thing like actually.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ganesh. Such a fantastic, and you have touched upon the very important, the agenda of today's the world, because sustainability has become the issue for the world today, and each organization, company are putting up their proper efforts to achieve sustainable goals, especially in climate, I think, and keeping climate and environment neat and clean for our population. Thank you very much, sir. But definitely, just an information that on 7th August, we are organizing a big event on sustainability. We'll definitely catch up with all of you. So I'll just move to Mr. Bhairav now. So Mr. Bhairav, because you have successfully implemented regional CSR program rooted in the sustainability and community needs, could you share how Bridgestone CSR initiative align with the broader goals of Viksit Bharat 2047, especially in terms of the education and environment sector?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, sir. I would like to update at Bridgestone CSR. We mostly focus on empowering communities to achieve scalable and sustainability of the programs. Whatever programs we implement, all our programs are self-designed. Whatever program we begin, we initiate with the community need assessment studies and also interacting with the communities and the stakeholders to identify the needs. Bridgestone, being a mobility solution company, our CSR programs focus on empowering communities and also designing initiatives to ensure that we reduce social exclusion and also empower the most marginalized sections of the communities and the underprivileged sections of the communities by designing initiatives to economically empower them and make empower their social capabilities. So our functioning are mostly our CSR initiatives are bifurcated into three parts. One is the flagship initiatives, second is the cluster development initiative, and third is others, and mostly with aligning with the global alignments. If I talk about one of the flagship initiative, which is training of drivers of heavy motor vehicles to the most marginalized sections in the tribal communities, where we work with the Institute of Driving, Traffic and Research, Automobile, ASDC, and also with Ministry of Highways and Transport. So this is one of the initiative which is running at pan-India level. Second initiative, which is the cluster development initiative, where education is one of our cluster development initiative, where we empower truck drivers and the marginalized community children's by empowering them through providing remedial education, life skill trainings, STEM learning to have an hands-on experience to build scientific temperament among the students, and also some of the projects that are educational transformation. So these are the initiatives that we are having it in education under the cluster development initiative. Under global and other initiatives that we have is on, since Bristone is a mobility solution company, our mandate is road safety and also environment, where we execute our program. For example, we work with rubber farmers in Kerala for sustainable rubber practices, where we work with more than 1 lakh small scale farmers who are working on rubber production to enhance their rubber productivity. So this is one of the initiative. Other initiative that is in environment is promoting biodiversity, where we have developed a landscape of our industrial and our nearby villages by nurturing the environment by planting native species more than 7,000, which invites birds, butterflies and other species in the environment. So I think most of these such initiatives are mostly aligning, sir, with the mission of 2040 Viksit Bharat, where I can say empowering communities, providing education to students, especially the most vulnerable section of the society. I would like to say inclusive and quality of education. And lastly, I would say addressing sustainable development needs, especially focusing on environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bheva. What is fantastic work that you are doing on ground. You know, starting from the capacity building or training of the drivers, cluster, initiatives and global initiatives you are, taking, not only at the grassroots level but also the global level, which is really contributing to our India's environmental goals. So thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Bheva.
you, sir.
We'll just get back to you now. I'll move to Mr. Ajay. Mr. Ajay, you have combined operational leadership with a strong focus on CSR and employee wellness. My question is to you that how to internal company values and culture influences the success of CSR programs aligned with the national development priorities. I would like to mention here that Mr. Ajay is looking after the admin kind of work at the organization, so he is well aware of both the things that how the CSR can be implemented properly and successfully, considering the wellness of the employees. So over to you, Mr. Ajay.
Thank you very much. In fact, this is a very interesting question, and I would really love to take you a little bit more deep into the answer. So, internal values and culture of the company, how do they take us to a successful CSR program? So very beautifully said. I believe that the internal company values and the culture that we have at a company, they are the secret behind any sustainable and impactful CSR program. We at Every Denison, we firmly believe upon 8 company values. They are integrity, courage, external focus, diversity, sustainability, innovation, teamwork, and excellence. Everything we do is based upon these 8 values. They are ingrained in our culture, and you could very well understand that these 8 values will set the tone of the culture that we have in the company. So to tell you the secret behind it, how they impact the successful CSR program, This is an organization wherein CSR efforts are not carried or executed in silos, but they are run through a strategy by involving a teamwork of close to 24 Seva team members who come on board as a volunteer by their own choice. And they say that we'll be running this program worth this much, which will have an impact of this much. And the values that we have in company, we apply all the values and all the operational rich experience that we have while executing a non-CSR project. The similar lens we apply on CSR project. We see what is the program, what is the output, then we go into backward integration. We segregate into it into multiple activities, and we believe that if we have to deliver something successful, let's start focusing on the inputs. The more you focus on input, minor activities, if you have tracked them thoroughly, if you have developed a mechanism for excellence of those activities, then rest assured the results will be successful. So I believe company value and culture, as we have adopted in every denizen, have resulted into successful CSR program. And because of that strategy, I am also happy to share with you that every denizen has this vision that we have to be the force for good. In the society where we operate, we believe from a person who is operating a machine at our factory to a person who is leading this multi-thousand crores of business in India. Everybody knows the why behind the CSR. And everybody is on board, integral to the society. We believe that business and society can grow together. They cannot grow in isolations. And everybody at our place is, like yes man for all CSR activities. They come on board. And this culture is actually resulting into a successful CSR program. Happy to tell you that the unique employee volunteering score at every denizen, pan-India, we are located at 4 states. The unique employee volunteering score is 38% last year. So this is unique employee. If I go on total number, that would close to 60% employee volunteering. So this is a unique number. So this tells us what is the culture of the company. When a company can spare a person who has to operate a machine or who has to run a multi-crore business, company can spare, company give them an opportunity, and they go interact with the society, go into CSR program and contribute to the effectiveness of the program. So thank you for this question. This was truly amazing to answer this.
In short, you have explained the responsible business practices, because each organization, if I see from the integrity point of view, so an organization, a company should have values, should have culture, motivating culture, and should have practices that not only can encourage the employee, but also encourage the society to, to equally contribute the mission. So thank you very much, Mr. Ajay. And now I'm not putting up any question to any of the experts here. My common question to all the eminent experts sitting here, because we are talking about the role of CSR in Mission Viksit Bharat by 2047. And from grassroots, being an NGO, from grassroots to the nation building, being an NGO, from working with the education, marginalized population, for the education development, sustainability, lots of work you are doing. So what do you think about the Mission Viksit Bharat by 2047? What is your view about this? And considering your organization work, achieving Mission Viksit Bharat by 2047, what recommendation you can give to strengthen CSR and other stakeholder collaboration? So I'll just start with Sir Sri Amod Kantji, then we can just move to other speakers here.
We have traveled a long way. 1947, we had life expectancy of 32 years. And today we have life expectancy in India 72 years. It's a big jump. For 40 years jump in life expectancy. In 1947, our literacy rate was about 12%. 12%, just about that. Ma'am, I'm informing about India to you. Your country has also done a lot of work. And today our literacy rate is over 85 to 90%. I mean, that's the big jump that we have arrived. But to reach that level of Viksit Bharat means developed India. India as a developed country. In the world, you know, there are 193 countries, and we have our positions, and we are nowhere near being a developed country in many ways, because although we are fourth largest economy, although we are third largest military power, but if you look at our human development indicators, our position and our parameters and success in the sustainable development goals, we are far behind. And it's a big journey, it's a very big journey which is going to take place, not only because CSR, coming to CSR, not only because this year the CSR amount was 36,000 crores. As against 15,000 crores, we have been increasing, and because of India's great progress in economy, because India is a very powerful economy, this year it was 36,000 crores, and this amount is supposed to go to CSR. My point is very clear. I would like to say that major part of this money should go to the services, direct services. For example, I work for children. My organization works for children. We are able to access about 50,000 beneficiaries at any point of time. Just now in the next building, there was a big discussion going on the main flagship project of Government of India, Mission Vatsalya. Rashmi has left. It was her department, and we discussed. I was supposed to make an assessment about it. Even today, for example, I mean, as per National Education Policies document, as per the documents of Government of India in various departments, ministries, nearly 35 million children happen to be out of school. Nearly 35 million children happen to be deprived in conditions where they are not able to meet their basic needs of life. Their child rights are being denied, their basic needs are being denied. And as per Niti Aayog also, let me clarify, as per Niti Aayog, which is India's think tank headed by Prime Minister of India, Niti Aayog has a very good system of finding poverty. It's called multidimensional poverty index. Under that multidimensional poverty index also, the number of poor in India, extremely poor in this country, still happens to be 16 to 17%, which is a huge number in a population of 146, 143, 144 crores. So we are in a situation where huge resources are to be given to those kind of people. Targeted intervention, targeted support is to be given to those kind of people who deserve to come up in the hierarchy of needs and hierarchy of being in the socio-economic parameters. That's very important. And only when we meet it, we'll be able to really become Viksit Bharat or developed India. And that's why I mentioned about Sustainable Development Goal, where again, we have yet to achieve a lot of things. 2030, it's going to close only after 5 years. We have time, 2047. When India completes 100 years, we should be there. But for being there, I think there is a need for a very, very powerful convergence, very powerful support, absolutely united support between corporates of India who are really powerful, government and the voluntary organizations.
Thank you very much, sir. You touch upon the real fact, and your recommendation is really valid. And all the corporates, they can support in a way so that we can directly benefit the marginalized community, vulnerable communities. But I would like to mention here three major, the point that this mission Viksit Bharat comprises. This is, we want to see India as a developed country, as an equitable country, as an inclusive country. So if we just combine all these three major indicators together, we can reach to the target, we can reach to the mission that how as a corporate, as a voluntary organization, as a government can design our strategy to directly benefit the vulnerable or marginalized community. So thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful insight. Now I'll just move to Devyanaji.
Yeah. So for mission Viksit Bharat by 2047, I would like to draw attention to the 48% of the population of India, which is represented by women. But the 48% of the population has a contribution of 18% in the GDP. So what's lacking? We have several initiatives. We have women.
It's not correctly calculated, actually.
Yeah, it's an estimated figure, I would say. So maybe the unorganized sector is also not being tapped. But yes, I would like to draw an attention why it is not correctly calculated. Because women, mostly they have jobs, not career. There are different stages in life like marriage, maternity and medical care of a person in their home, where they are expected to follow some social norms, and by virtue of their personality also they are the nurturers. But this is something which we need to work on. So if we have several policies, several jobs, diversity agenda also in the organization, it won't help unless and until there is an investment on systemic changes. The mental barriers they have to fight on day-to-day basis. Every woman, be it of different caste, creed, nationality, it doesn't matter. The mental barrier, the societal norm she has to face on a day-to-day basis are the same for every woman. There could be a difference between geographies, but yet these are the basic things which are being faced by her on a day-to-day basis. So for having them a career, having them a role in the leadership, for example, in rural leadership, we see mostly women are the dummy leaders. So they have to be the real leaders. And there are lack of infrastructure also in terms of daycare and fully equipped Anganwadis also, which is, I think, a detrimental to their progress. Also, if they have to win in life, there should be a systemic change all across. There should be a society, a community supporting them, because we have all the tools. We have diversity program, we have schools and college, we have all enabling policies all across. So nothing will stop them if we change the mindset of the entire nation. That's what I have to say for Viksit Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your fantastic insights and the recommendation. And you rightly said that we are implementing lots of, corporate or CSR project, but somewhere we find that real leadership is lacking. But if we want to a successful project, we want to really change the life of the vulnerable and marginalized population, we have to look at the leadership, the real leadership in the field, not only at the voluntary organization level, but also from the government level, CSR level. The second, the things that you have mentioned, that definitely we have to look at the infrastructure, the kind of services and the facilities that we are just providing to the community, providing to the real beneficiaries. It needs to be improved. It needs to be at a high top level, so that they can feel about the changing their life. They can just match their life with a developed citizen. And the systematic change can only be expected with the leadership changes and such kind of infrastructure changes. So thank you very much, because NGOs and CSR are putting up lots of efforts to do miracle in the field. But if leadership is not there, the robust leadership is very, very much compulsory. If organizational leadership is strong, definitely we can expect, we can dream the success of the mission Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I'll just move to Mr. Ajay. The same question to you. We want to just know from your side.
So I'll just build upon what Amoji and Divina said. So Mission Viksit Bharat, yes, we are a big country in terms of headcount, also in terms of population also. And if we have this mission, then we have to think about inclusivity. We have to ensure that everybody has a contribution to it. The numbers that we have, if we made them competent, we made them educated, skilled, that's the biggest investment, because it is a sustainable investment. If you give them something, they may lose it, but if you make them skilled, if you make them educated, they have gained something over which they can replicate it multiple or 1,000 times. And I have personally seen in my life, in various interventions that we have done at remote places, that like you build a road that may get spoiled after 3 years. You may build an infrastructure that may not sustain some time, but you build a person, you build an asset. You build a replicating asset who will touch multiple life in their own circle of touch, and he'll be a radical change to the society itself. So I would say in Mission Viksit Bharat, CSR has a bigger role, because we are the catalyst of development pace. The private sector the way we operate multiple projects, we do multiple things. The similar approach when we apply into CSR, it gives effectiveness to every coin that we are spending there. And if we are focused, we apply that effectiveness to CSR funds throughout India by developing monitoring mechanism, bringing automation and technology into CSR efforts, monitoring their inputs, outputs. Truly, that will leverage and will take this role of CSR in Mission Viksit Bharat by, paramount upgrade in terms of effectiveness. So that's my viewpoint about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ajay, for your wonderful viewpoints. And you just touch upon the very, very important point to ensure the effective CSR, that is sustainable investment and radical changes in the society. What happens? The organization in the field are doing lots of work, but there is a period when the project or any program just stops. So for that purpose, there should be a sustainable, I think, investment by the CSR so that we can achieve the target that we set in the beginning. And radical changes will definitely come up when there is a sustainable approach applies. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful insights and recommendations. You want to say a few?
Just want to add one more thing. So when I was saying that we have to, on this mission of Viksit Bharat, if we are thinking that we have to bring a lot of productivity in CSR programs. They have to be reviewed every year. They should not be as if we have set up a center and that's done for years. No, let's demand productivity from them. If I have set up a center at some place, it will dry up in 1 year. I should aim to mobilize public, get them skilled, get them out from homes, make them, securing livelihoods, education, whatever I need to do. I have to be quick so that, I impact this area, then I move on to next area because India is a big country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You reminded me about the, per capita income of India. It is, I think, $2,600.
As against developed countries,
4,000 is
$40,000 to $60,000, $80,000. So our economy is big. So that is why we are fourth largest economy. We are fourth largest economy because India is a big country, 143 crore population. Once you break into per capita income, it becomes very small, hardly $2,600, which is far below most of the developed countries.
So this is because of the, huge the population in India. Organization and the voluntary stakeholders are doing lots of work to, enhance one level of, like education, employment, but they have to do lots of work to bring per capita income up in the countries, and they are doing it. Now I'll move to Mr. Ganesh because he is just sitting silent for a long time. So what is your view, Mr. Ganesh, considering your sustainability kind of efforts in the field, please, what is your view about the Mission Viksit Bharat and what should be the real contribution of CSR to achieve the mission?
Well, sir, when we talk about Mission Viksit Bharat by 2047, so certain goals are very clear for a country. One is we should be the developed country. Okay. Second is $30 trillion economy and focusing on 4 important pillars, the women, youth, poor, and the farmers, children's and the farmers.
Don't forget children.
Children's, okay. So mainly these are the pillars which is being focused on. So why I am just taking this thing the discussion is, each and every individual or individual corporates or industry or volunteers, they need to also set their targets. Okay, target is very important because 2047, another 22 years down the line, we are looking in for a big transition. Like, so when we want a big transition, we need to have the goal. Without goals, nothing can be achieved. So the goal should be a short-term and a long-term goal. It should have a key milestones. Maybe you should have a key milestone. What will be the key milestone for 2030, 2040 and 2047? So even you see the government of India, when they work on various projects, they have a specific timeline for the completion of the projects, each and every projects. Because when we talk about the 4th largest economy in the world, the globe, because it was clearly planned. It was planned 5 years back that we should move on to 4th, next to 3rd and next to 2nd. Okay, we have a roadmap. Similarly, as a corporate, as a manufacturing industry, we should also have a roadmap. As an industry, legacy in the industry, we also have a roadmap. So we follow the ethics. So if I talk about the CSR and I talk about the BRSR reporting, business responsibility and sustainability reporting to say, presently it is only the 1,000 top listed companies are asked to do the BRSR disclosures to say like. But as a company, responsible company, we were the first among the packaged drinking water company to disclose our BRSR report. Okay. So the reason is we wanted to publicly tell and then we need to set a goal and then achieve something. That is like, and we also proud to say that we use plastic and water. We do more collections of water and recharge more water than we withdraw from the Mother Earth. So because we have been a plastic neutral and water positive company also. So we wanted to take this legacy. When we talk about the goals for Bharat at 100, that means we should have a clear cut आपका goals and sustainability goals should be there. Without sustainability goals, nothing can be achieved.
Perfect. This is for what the UN Global Compact Network India is known for, because BRSR reporting and the experts are sitting there in front of me. They are just, helping the industry to just, comply with the BRSR reporting. So thank you very much for touching this point, because if we want to be the responsible business, so definitely we have to, follow these three major indicators, that is ethics, ethical practices, that is transparency, and the accountability at both the level. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing such a wonderful insight. Now I'll move to Mr. Raut, the final insights and the recommendation from your side. Thank you.
Okay. So I think most of the panelists have very well said and quoted with numbers, reports, and also the indicators. So I will keep my answer very crisp and to the point. What I think is the role of CSR should be identifying the basic needs of the community, doing the baseline assessment, integrating data-driven approach, analyzing the data, and working on evidence-based outcomes. So that is one thing, because Amod sir also spoke about, sir have also spoke about, madam has also spoke about, some spoke about, Anganwadi centers, some spoke about dropouts of the students, some spoke about, accessing resources. What I think is we need to go at the grassroots level. We need to reach to the last mile where people are still untouched. Nobody have gone there, where we should see. It is very hard to say and very easy to say, what can I say? It's like, easily accessible places and work everybody would like to, but nobody would like to go to the challenging places and work on where people have not been reached. So I think reaching to the last mile, providing equal opportunities and resources to every people, no matter they come from. So I think being inclusive in our development approach is one of the important factor which all the corporates, NGOs, and government agencies which are working on should keep this thing in mind. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raut, because we have to look at the basic, needs of the society, and accordingly we have to design our approaches, which can be, achieved or meet perfectly. Thank you very much. Now this is the time to conclude the session, because I have taken only 39 minutes, so 1 minute is also left for me. So in my concluding remarks, I'll just express my gratitude to all the eminent experts sitting here. Your insights and valuable recommendations has not only talked about how we can just promote the responsible business practices, not only the CSR but across all the sectors who are really working for the development of the society. Mission Viksit Bharat is made to just transform the economy of India, to enhance the social and environment development. And with this approach, definitely all of us should, as a stakeholder, as a responsible person, as a responsible industry, should work passionately with a commitment to bring changes in the life of the society. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, CSR Times, madam, for bearing with us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this wonderful session. बातें जानने को अभी और भी हैं, but because of the time constraint, we were requesting you to close the session. और वो कहते हैं ना कि जितना भी हम कर रहे हैं अभी भी कम है और अभी भी और करना है. So thank you for inspiring everyone also on that. And as we express our thanks, I would like to invite Shri Ravi Shankar ji to please join me in join Dr. Pushpanjali Jha in presenting the mementos. Both of you, please join. Hanji. Plants. Acha, acha. Okay. हाँ. वो आ गया. नहीं अभी तो मेमेंटो देने हैं इन्होंने आपको. नहीं मैंने तो किया, अब हम फोटो खिंचवा रहे थे पहले. So thank you to Dr. Somnath Singh, our moderator, to Mr. Amod Kant, to Mr. Vaibhav Roth, thanking Mr. K. Ganesh, Mr. Ajay Kumar and Ms. Devina Kamal. And ladies and gentlemen, after this, we'll just take another 5 minutes of yours. It's been a very enriching day, I think, for each one of us. We've learned a lot. There are much insights which you got, what we can do. And I'm sure everyone goes inspired from this hall. So as we conclude, I would like to request and invite Dr. Pushpanjali Jha, the Assistant Professor at the Delhi School of Social Work, University of Delhi, who is also our esteemed jury member of the CSR Times Awards, which we presented. I invite her for her short concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Vimiji, for that kind introduction. And I know it's a very difficult slot to be in the fag end of the session with such exchange of ideas and thoughts of greatest kind of grassroots workers, corporate leaders, and all the civil society members here. So I'm really thankful and honored to be given this opportunity of being a member of the jury, which selected one of the mostly, I think, biggest, closely contested awards on CSR practices. And I had the privilege of also kind of going through various kinds of entries. And those entries were, I think, in terms of phenomenal in various regards. Most of the time, like the kind of brainstorming, kind of discussions which we were having, most of the jury members were not on the same page. Most of the time we contested, we debated, we discussed. Our chairperson, sir, could not be here present today, I think because he's under the weather today. So it was such a wonderful experience knowing and going through all these entries and then seeing the future of nation building, the process of nation building which is undergoing right now in India. So I'm really honored to be here, to be giving this concluding remark, and I'm thankful to CSR Times, and I also congratulate CSR Times, the entire team, for putting up such a grand show here. And I'm also kind of very hopeful and optimistic today, because I come from a kind of profession which have been educating social workers and social sector partners for a long years. DSSW is one of the pioneering institutions in India imparting social work education and practice for last 79 years. So along with Tata Institute of Social Sciences, we are one of the pioneering educational institutions of social work in India. And we have actually kind of produced many talents which have been working in various parts of social sector organizations. So this jury process had been a very intriguing and interesting experience. And I must compliment each one of you for gaining this award, because it was a very close context, and most of you had done various, different kinds of works on different kinds of indicators of human development, social development parameters, education, innovations, social entrepreneurship, sustainable development, and then various kinds of processes. So that is one of the very gratifying experience for me as a jury member, and so it is on behalf of all the jury members. I must compliment you and congratulate you for attaining these awards, and this was a very close context, and this is, I think, one of the most deserved awards which have been given in recent times. So that is, I think, my comments, brief comments on, and I think you had an elaborate presentation in the morning itself on the entire process of how the awards were decided and how we went through the screening process and how those entries had been kind of taken into consideration. So all these processes had been kind of elaborated to you. I'm here only to compliment you and congratulate you, and I also want to emphasize in a few words, because I don't want to take your time at this fag end of the day, that we must kind of also de-hyphenate the entire process of this corporate governance and society. So there has to be a kind of synthesis of people, planet, and profit, harmonizing these three concepts into one. And I'm very much impressed by this recent panel discussion which was there. Most of the experts actually spoke on this kind of synthesizing the three components or three pillars, that is people, planet, and profit, in one component, and that should kind of lead the way, the path towards a holistic development. Second thing is, second factor which I'd like to emphasize here is this, that CSR as an compliance, as a necessary compliance, must be done away with, and rather we must take it up as a competitive advantage. Most of the organizations who've been doing CSR well, their brand identity is well established, and that is why I think you must integrate it as one of your strategic advantage rather than as only a compliance mechanism. And the third point which I'd like to highlight here is also integration of social impact assessment along with your CSR parameters, because when you just do CSR for compliance purposes, I think the entire investment of resources, energy, human power, innovation, everything is wasted. And when you integrate it as a strategic goal and strategic mission of your organization, along with integration of social impact assessment, that will kind of give you very concrete results. And that is why social impact assessment must be integrated, and I think one of the panel experts, Vaibhav, I think Vaibhav ji was emphasizing on this a lot, that whatever you are doing as part of your CSR projects, that must be integrated with a monitoring, regular monitoring and evaluation, and also an outcome-centric orientation in terms of what is the impact of the particular intervention which you are making. So that way, I think social impact assessment also should not be looked at as only a compliance parameter, rather as a necessary indicator and framework of your entire CSR process. So with that, I think I'll end this, because I didn't have much time to speak to you, and I'm very honored to be here amongst the future innovators and change makers and corporate leaders, and I feel that India, our nation, is in safe hands. Thank you. I'll just end with Robert Frost's poem. One is this, that woods are breezy, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. right? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very impressive guiding concluding remarks and your observations also on judging the nominations during the CSR Times Awards. Thank you. And I would like to once again invite here Dr. Somnath Singh ji to just come here on the stage. A special thanks we would like to extend to you, being the outreach partners. The UN Global Compact Network India has been our outreach partner. I would like to request Mr. Ravi Shankar ji to please join in presenting this special. Thank you. Okay. May I request Mr. Harish Chandra ji also to please join. So they are our, I stand corrected, they are our strategic partners. Thank you once again. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you. And now I request Mr. Prashant Das, the editor of the CSR Times, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
गुड इवनिंग लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। अच्छा काम करने से अच्छा लगता है, अच्छे काम की सराहना हो तो खुशी मिलती है, और वो सराहना अगर एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे हो और वो प्लेटफॉर्म इतना बड़ा हो तो और भी ज़्यादा खुशी मिलती है। और इस प्लेटफॉर्म को सजाने के लिए जिन लोगों ने हमारा साथ दिया, सपोर्ट दिया, मैं उन सबका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ। और एज एन एडिटर ऑफ द CSR टाइम्स, आई thank you all from the bottom of my heart who have made it possible to be here with us for this summit today. I would like to thank our title sponsor, State Bank of India. I would like to thank our co-sponsors, JSW, Tata Group, NTPC, our associate partner, Indian Achievers Forum, our strategic partner, UNGCNI, our channel partner, ET Now, and our brand partner, event management partner, Brandworks Media. We also have been supported by our associate sponsors like NLCC, ONGC, SJVN, THDC, NHPC, Bharat Petroleum, GAIL, and our NGO partners, First Step Foundation, Kakini, and One Rai. Thank you so very much for supporting us in this cause, और हमारे इस 12वें सत्र को इतना सफल बनाने के लिए आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और जाने से पहले, आपसे विदा लेने से पहले, मैं जिनको थैंक करना चाहूँगा वो है मेरी टीम, मेरी CSR टीम, जिन्होंने इस इवेंट को इतना सक्सेसफुल बनाया। पिछले 6 महीने से जिस तरह से उन्होंने मेहनत की है, दिन रात कॉल्स अटेंड किए हैं, क्वेरीज हैंडल की है, हमारे जितने नॉमिनेशंस थे उनको शॉर्टलिस्ट किया है, फिर उनको आपके सामने प्रेजेंट किया है, जूरी के सामने प्रेजेंट किया है, उनको प्रपोज किया है, जिनके कि उनका काम थोड़ा आसान हो जाए। उस सब के लिए मैं अपनी टीम को बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कहना चाहता हूँ। और टीम के पीछे जो हमारी टीम के कैप्टन हैं हरीश चंद्रा जी, उनके लिए स्पेशल थैंक्स। और इसके साथ ही आज की सभा यहीं समाप्त करते हैं। अगली सभा में दोबारा मुलाकात होगी, तब तक के लिए नमस्कार। थैंक यू।
तो सभा यहाँ पर समाप्त होती है, पर चाय पर चर्चा जारी रहेगी। We invite you all to please join us for tea. Okay. Oh, we have a group photograph also. Hanji? Okay. May I request Her Excellency also to please join us. We'll have a group photograph with you and all who have stayed with us the last leg of this conference. जो लोग भी मंच पर आ सकते हैं, मंच के सामने हम एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ कर लेंगे सभी के साथ.